Have you ever heard of wushou dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Light should change in turn.
Wushou dancing is famous in Chengyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients!
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just waiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again. That our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare my innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
Is she here yet?
When will she get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish? become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Non, le grand amour ne suffit pas. Seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté. Et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
Have you ever heard of wushu dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushu dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You were quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just waiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again. That our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare mine innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
This invitation is yet to be sent. He doesn't have a fixed residence, so addressing the letter has proved problematic.
Don't worry, I'll deliver it. If you find the target, report to me.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Oh. Spina di Rosula Special Delivery Squad! Mission accomplished! What would a banquet celebrating Poisson's reconstruction be without you? Come on, partner. Let's go!
Have you ever heard of wushou dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushou dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients!
Is that so?
You were quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just waiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again. That our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare my innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
Have you ever heard of wushou dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushou dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients!
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just waiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again. That our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare my innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
Opera walks the line between truth and fiction. For though the story is fictional, as far as the characters are concerned, their fate is real. Therein lies the rub. Are you and I the audience, or characters on the stage? Nobody can know for sure. After all, nothing is easier to fool than the senses. We know only one thing for certain, that the prophecy is true. Because in this show, the prophecy is a part of all characters' fates. Don't believe me? So, you still haven't notice that I'm not even speaking to you. This is just a recording playing in your head. Now, do you see? The prophecy has come true, and everything has been lost to the Great Flood. And you are the only one I have left. And so, while fate may seem like it's playing cruel jokes on you, only fate will not deceive you. Unless you can first deceive fate itself.
Have you ever heard of wushu dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushu dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just waiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare mine innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
Travelers, every good tale deserves a fantastic ending. And here at the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals, we are no different. It's time to pen the final stages of this story. My name is Staffa, and together with me today,
I'm Rin Taicho, the Amber Main, and welcome to Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational.
it is the final day of the competition. 2 long weeks have passed and our players are ready to take the stage for the final time. And that means it's also your final chance to tell us what you've been thinking of the tournament thus far. Scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen right now to give us feedback and opinions about what we can do to improve the next time we have an event of this scale. Your feedback is always appreciated and very valuable to us, so thank you very much.
Well then, the final day, finally.
Yep.
The finale.
The finale, yes.
Yes.
Will we see finale?
We will definitely see finale get banned or stay in
Maybe.
someone's deck, perhaps, right? Because it is one of the best decks run throughout this whole event.
Yeah, it is true. It's been the most banned so far. It's performed very well. But we have definitely seen a lot of other decks pop out of the woodwork here, especially with the changes to the formatting into best of 5 and the grand finals, which is going to be happening later today, which is a best of 7 as well. TCG has never been more exciting.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of matches today, but remember, you gotta stick around. We'll tell you something that's coming up after this, though. So.
Yep, that will be after this. For the last time, let's tell you guys about the format of this tournament that has brought us all the way here.
The first Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. 16 top players will be invited to Shanghai to take part in this competition, where 4 of them are selected from the Dynamic Cup and 12 of them are from the Prince Cup. This time, the Asia Invitational will be divided into 2 phases. The group stage phase will take place from January 11th through 14th, and then the elimination phase from January 19th through 21st, with a total of 7 competition days. The Conquest format will be applied throughout the tournament. At each tournament stage, players will prepare multiple decks in advance and engage in one-on-one battles. In a best-of-3 game, both players must construct 3 decks in advance, and they must not use the same character card in different decks. After construction is complete, both parties reveal their decks, ban one of the opponent's decks, and then play a game with the remaining decks. During the contest, the winner of a game will no longer be able to use the winning deck, and the loser can choose if they would like to change to another deck. The first party to win with all their decks wins the game. In Best of 5 and Best of 7 Conquest format games, both players will need to construct 4 and 5 decks in advance, respectively, and the same steps as in Best of 3 are required to ban the opponent's deck. The Best of 3 Conquest format will be applied in the group stage phase. The 16 players will be randomly divided into 4 groups by drawing lots. 4 players in each group will compete in a double elimination format. The winner of the winner bracket finals will advance to the upper bracket of the quarterfinals, and the winner of the loser bracket finals will advance to the lower bracket of the quarterfinals. At the elimination phase, except for the finals, which will use the best of 7 Conquest format, all other games will use the best of 5 Conquest format. The 8 players who advance from the group stage phase are divided into either an upper bracket or a lower bracket, depending on their performance, and a 3-day double elimination tournament will be held to determine the final champion. The total prize pool for the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is 500,000 yuan, and the ultimate champion will clinch a prize of 250,000 yuan. The Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. Who will ascend to the throne and be crowned as Asia's King of Invocations? Let us look forward to this epic showdown.
Welcome back, travelers. Man, looking at that video here, it feels like it was almost yesterday that we saw that for the first time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Like when we first went into the tournament, it was really just lots of players coming in from all over the place, 16 top players in all of TCG, getting to be here, winning that massive prize, and you can say. But finally, we are down to the last day of the event. It's been 2 weeks for us, but it is day 7, I believe, right?
I think so, yes.
It's the 7th day, so the final day today. We have 3 people left.
Yep, the top 3 players that have fought their way here through all of their blood, sweat, and tears. We have LL Rise Falcon waiting in the grand finals to determine his opponent, which is going to be either Voice End or Whip Kong, who will be facing off first in the lower bracket finals.
And they faced off before already, actually. I think, yeah, right at the start. Fifth day, yeah. Voice End and Whip Kong right there again.
Yeah, the very first match of the upper bracket semifinals was between these two players. Whip Kong just barely won with 1 game advantage against Voice End in a full series.
Yeah.
And now they meet again.
Yeah, in the lower bracket finals. That's a lovely rematch, actually. I'm very excited to watch that one.
Yeah, I have no idea what is going to happen, but yep, this is the schedule. As we mentioned earlier, what you're going to be watching right now is Voice End versus Whip Kong. And then for the second half of the day, the grand finale itself, Blep and Leah will take over to tell you guys all about what's going to happen between LL Rise Falcon and the winner of the first match.
And it's going to be amazing because what best of 7 means we have more decks to see, which means more characters on field.
Can't wait.
I definitely can't wait to see that. It just increases more chances of other characters that we haven't got to see play yet. And I'd love to see what the pros play, actually, what they bring to this event, and we can see how they match up with the current meta.
Yeah, you're still definitely holding out hope for the Amber deck. Though,
I didn't say that right now, but yeah,
I did.
I would. Yeah, you did. I would.
I already got mine.
I personally wouldn't mind it. Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, we'll see how it goes, right? There's all kinds of strategies. We've seen new meta come back in, right? To fight the old meta come back in to fight the new meta, and then the new meta the old meta. It's hard to keep track of these words. The old meta actually taking over like the current meta right now. So I just want to see how more matchups show up or play.
Yeah, the old meta has done surprisingly well. We saw yesterday Whip Kong bringing in Shenhe SC, bringing in the classic Kaching Overload, even the Hu Tao deck, which we've basically not seen for a long time, just suddenly being 100% win rate.
Perhaps we might see Bin again. You know what that one is? Yeah, doubtful, because Barber is a very key piece in a lot of different teams.
Yeah.
You'd almost say Barber is the meta in TCG, actually.
Actually, now that you pointed out, it does feel that way, right?
Yeah,
you want Barber around for all your stall decks, keep the team alive. So, who knows? Who knows? I personally don't want to see Bin again. I think we had a bit too much Bin in the past.
Well, but we could have Jin, which is Dia Ito Noel instead.
But you also want Dia for Dynamo.
Yeah, right. So that's the fun part, but we might see some mix-up with the teams and things. So.
All right, we've got our first match up.
Look at that.
Voice End just taking the entire Pentagon.
Just about. Oh my god.
Save some for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Whip Kong on the opposite end, well matched in terms of average elemental reactions, but Voice End definitely the more aggressive player, tends to play faster, tends to play harder, more aggressive, but that leads to possibilities of mistakes. When you're up against a player that's as meticulous as Whip Kong, that is what caused his downfall in the upper bracket semis.
Yeah. Just to point out, the average rounds, once again, it is determined by how long you take. I think actually being shorter on that side is better, meaning you're a bit quicker. But that also
that is true.
It does indicate that you might play like a stall deck, or your rounds are really short because you're playing really fast, aggressive decks too. So it's like a full pentagram. The full shape is not correct technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is a very interesting graph that we've up.
It's still very fun to look at.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Voice End, of course, has definitely shown what he's capable of on the stage here, as well as Whip Kong. We finally get to see the decks here. What do you see?
Yai Miko!
It's Yai Electrocharge!
Oh, yes!
With Oceanid Agent!
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness, after the nerfs, we thought we'd never see them again.
Oh man, we got Fire Station on Voice Inside. You got your Hu Tao deck, the Friends. Yeah. Anything else?
I think other than that, it's pretty standard. We got Finale on both sides, Dynamo as well.
Yeah.
So, the classic Electrocharge without Fischl as well. So,
yeah. You know how Voice End got your respect with the Hu Tao? I think Whip Kong got me with Miko there, maybe.
Whip Kong is definitely
yes! Ooh. Yes, okay.
All right, we have Fire Station banned out by Whip Kong, and Voice End decides he doesn't want to deal with Dynamo, which is actually an interesting choice because that is the only stall deck that Whip Kong has.
Right. Fire Station though, not fun to play against?
Definitely not.
Really?
Yeah, you have to deal with so much pressure right off the bat, and a lot of Whipkong's decks don't match up very well into it. The only one that can put up somewhat of a fight is Finale. So,
Speaking of, actually, here is the Finale from Voice End here. We've seen this deck before. It looks pretty much the same as he's been going. I don't think anything's really changed.
Yeah, we have definitely been seeing players vary it up, bringing in Golden House recently in order to try and discount some things. Because sometimes you want to play Gilded, but you just don't have the luck to draw Yayoi. So Golden House plays as basically a spare Yayoi, not quite as effective, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, I'm looking at the artifacts there. They're running 7 of them. Borkashin Cavarina, Golden House. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, it looks pretty standard for a deck, so we'll have to see how it goes.
We've seen a lot of decks that have this many artifacts typically run something like Timaeus, because you obviously want to run him with 6 different artifacts. But in this case, since he has so many, I think he feels comfortable enough that he'll be able to draw one at some point, especially with Strategize too.
Oh, it is the other Finale. Finale
mirror match. Finale mirror match for the final day.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Only one of them will have their finale of the deck, but the other will get to play it again, so not quite the finale for them.
Yep. Instead of Golden House, Whipkong bringing Catherine. Definitely a card that has been having contention within the TCG community for giving lots of fast swaps, but also taking your ability to stall away by not giving you slow swaps. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword.
Yeah. So it's gonna be fun to watch how they play their finale decks against each other. But once one wins, the other cannot use it. But then it'll be up to the other player to see if they want to try it again or try with another deck. So you think they both wanted to lead in with finale right away? You think they wanted to do that?
Like you mentioned, finale has been one of the most successful decks among the entire tournament thus far. So I think it's a very consistent deck to start off with, considering what decks did get through the ban phase. And since it is going to be a mirror match between 2 aggro decks, it's going to come down to obviously the dice and card RNG, but also which player does manage to start first.
Actually, I think we had the same matchup on our first day casting together.
I think so.
There was a finale, and I talked to you about how if one starts first, the other person has to pick a different line to run, because if you mirror match each other, obviously the first person making the moves is going to be the winner. Usually. It's going to be interesting to see who goes first and how the dice roll, because once again, the dice of cringe can totally wreck all kinds of plans.
We definitely don't want to see dice of cringe now that we're on the final day of the competition. And we want these players to put them all on the table.
Yeah, could you imagine dice of cringe would be the thing that prevents you from a victory, like one step away?
I mean, I think as TCG players, they're all very used to that, because unfortunately, it is part of the game. You know, you have to deal with dice of cringe sometimes. You just wish it doesn't happen on a stage as big as this.
And they do have ways to prevent that from happening. Gilded Dreams is in both hands, so you're able to fix some of your die, and then the Liar Song can help you create more die. Thus the magic show. So
thus the magic. We do have Linny on both teams, so we might get to see a good amount of magic here. But this is, of course, going to be our first match of the day. And the winner goes through to the grand finals. Loser gets top 3. Pretty good result, all things considered. But now that you've gotten this far, you obviously don't want to be 3rd place.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, you don't see Yelan anymore, actually. None of Yelan wasn't in there anymore. I guess the deck has fallen out of favor.
I think people have just realized that the Yelan OTK puts you at too much risk too early on, especially against all the aggro that is around these days. But without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce our first 2 players of the day. We've got Voice End from the Dynamic Cup versus Whipkong from the Prince Cup, Southeast Asia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau. 2 players with much pressure on their shoulders and plenty of cosplayers in the crowd as well.
Focalor is here too. Oh, the guards as well. Ning Wang, official TCG specifically.
I love the TCG cosplay.
I saw a new Viet cosplayer when I went up there. Yeah, so maybe you might see him show up on the screen.
That's gonna be fun to see. It's good to see that the audience is all here and ready for some TCG matches today. It's gonna be an epic day of games where we finally get to crown the king of invocations here for the Asia Invitation. Oh, there he is.
Child, Wanderer, Nuviet, Goro. Who else do we got there? Anyone else? No, they're probably in the front.
There's quite
too.
a few cosplayers though, compared to what we've seen.
Yeah, it's starting to grow up. Also, they're waving around this light stick that we also got one.
Yeah, they gave it
too.
to us. They're so cool. They're so cool.
Yeah.
They're quite cute as well.
Shaped like a cat, was it? I think it was.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's got the cat ears, because you know it's the cat's tail. We're playing on that stage right now. The players are getting ready. They're setting up their decks. It is going to be aggro versus aggro to start off, and I'm wondering which player is going to be able to gain that momentum straight away from game one.
I saw Kuching in the middle there. Sorry, I'm like
Ooh, and
looking at
Guoba.
cosplays. Guoba, your head's so big. What are you doing? He's covering everybody.
That's such a great costume, though, the Guoba cut. I just want to walk up and hug it. It looks so soft.
No, we can go definitely check that out after the
Yeah.
best of 5. After one of these fine players make it to the next round. Who will it be?
So we've definitely gotten the chance to get to know these players quite a bit. Voice and Whip Kong, what are your thoughts about this matchup?
I think it's great. For the fact that they get the rematch here once. Hang on, Klee, Nahida, Kuching. Sorry. The fact that they get to rematch again here. They know how each other play. So they're going to be aware of what the other player does. Got to watch out what they do. And then from all the experience that they've gathered throughout the tournament, they're going to bring it all right here and put on their best show, because this is the time. They just woke up probably. They're ready to go first match. So they're going to go in, focus, and just try to make sure they take that first win.
In their previous meeting, Whip Kong won 3-2 against Voice End, and I'm pretty sure he's eager to not repeat the result.
Yeah.
But will history repeat itself today, or will we forge a brand new fate? It's gonna be Voice End up against Whip Kong, 2 players with many expectations who have shown amazing performances as crowd favorites and dark horses alike. Let's get on into game 1 of our lower bracket finals.
Finale versus finale on the first match. Kind of weird.
Yeah, you would think that this would be the final match, but yeah, these are consistent decks, so they feel comfortable going with it. And as per usual, travelers, we have a raffle ongoing. For those of you who may have missed the announcement yesterday, guess what? We have double the winners today. It's not just 2 every game, it's 4 every game. So make sure to type in the comments right now which player you think is going to win, and then your UID, and you stand a chance to win 1,000 Primo Gems.
Oh, you bet I'm entering this one this time. I bet Leah and Bleff are also going to try to enter this one as well. So anyway, all right, let's see how they lead in. Obviously, you got to lead in with Fischl. That is like the standard line that you would, but who went second again? I don't think we know yet until they put these down.
Yeah, we're going to need to check after the first character has been selected, but you did mention earlier the player that's going second would most likely have to go for a different line.
Yeah.
So if anyone starts on not Fischl, then we may have a clear idea of who it is.
Yeah. Oh, Fischl v. Fischl, I guess. All right.
All right, looks like Voice End does have turn priority right now.
Right.
Do they have the dice needed to get started with Oz?
Both had Grungy to kind of die. Let's see on the reroll here. Weep Kong, okay. Voice End a little bit better.
Wave Kong has enough if he tunes one card, Oz into Nahida's skill. Voice End, unfortunately, only has enough to Oz. So if he wants to tune 2 cards, that's not going to be the most ideal. Not to mention his starting hand is not looking very good as well. Double Liar Song, Boar Princess with no artifacts to play.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little tricky for both of them. So they both kind of have a start, but not really at the same time. Yeah, so once again, it is Voice End's turn, so he could just Oz, but he's probably trying to think of what else is going to happen here after he does that. So definitely running. Whoa!
Yeah, he doesn't have much of a choice. His starting hand is pretty bad.
Okay, all right. That kind of works a little bit. You can kind of draw cards with Vorkasha if you equip that on Fischl. It's an option. But to play Stove God that early, that is a desperate move.
Yeah, it literally means he has nothing in his hand because he has all the cards that play off of artifacts without any. At least he's able to get Vorukasha, but interestingly enough, chooses not to play it. Another card draw from taking damage here would have actually been very valuable to voice in.
Yeah, now they equip it. Oh yeah, okay, they put it on Nahida switch over. That's a fair move because I guess voice in might be predicting that Wukong might have the dice required to do this, and I guess it looks like a pretty good play right here.
Yeah, Wipkong going to be matching here. He has the dice to go for Nahida skill. As we mentioned earlier, Voice End does not. So even though Voice End actually started off having turn priority, Wipkong now has the advantage because he has the better dice to play with. If Voice End wants to maintain the priority he had from starting first, he's going to be forced to tune 2 cards.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this goes on the second round here. Voice End can still just do a normal attack. I think Wukong is trying to do some more math before he sets this out. He is definitely the player that likes to run the clock and definitely explore the different lines he can play.
Yeah, these players are definitely notably polar opposites in the way that they approach the game. Like you mentioned, Wukong generally more calculative and meticulous. It does take more time to make his moves because he wants to make sure that he plays safe and doesn't make any mistakes. Whereas Voice End can be a little bit more aggressive. He definitely makes choices quite quickly overall. But because of that, we've seen in the past, it actually cost him some games. So we'll see whether or not he continues on that streak. As for now, he was forced to normal attack.
Ooh, another Boar Princess in Voice End's hand. He really needs to start getting some artifacts here.
Yeah, he's not catching a break right now.
No. All right, well, let's see how this next roll goes. And the raffle has ended. So, chat, you can stop spamming your UIDs in there. But if you do, it won't help you. I'm sorry.
So you're not going to continue your line of thought from yesterday. I distinctly remember someone telling chat, hey, the more you spam, the more chances you have.
Who said that? Not me, clearly. It was the other Rin Taicho.
Oh, yes, of course. The other Rin Taicho. Yesterday's Rin Taicho.
Yeah, the fake Rin. Everywhere. Anyway. All right, Wukong's got some good die right there. 4 Dendro die right off the bat. Perfect setup. Voice End too got some good dice to work with here.
Yeah, it's not the best for either side, but it's enough to do some stuff. Voice End having Chef Mao and Hash Brown now at the very least will allow him to maybe generate something. But yeah, he's able to finally get the Nahida skill out a little bit late. Wipkong definitely in a okay position, even though he did go second due to that dice advantage earlier.
Yeah, Wukong trying to decide whether it is worth doing their skill to spread seed, but they might potentially have Nahida in danger here. Because Voice End could burst, but obviously Wukong can't see his cards or his die, so he's kind of worried. Perhaps does he have enough Dendro die to follow up?
Yeah, not to mention you have to play around quick swap, especially when you're against an aggro deck. You have to worry about when your characters are within lethal range. Because right now Nahida at 5 health with a Dendro Aura applied is at risk of a potential, say, quick swap Tandori skill. Then that would be more than enough. Wipkong though, still going to take that risk, applies the Dendro because he knows he himself actually has a quick swap and could do the same thing.
Yeah, while he is behind on turn advantage, he is ahead by HP at the moment. Okay, we get a Boar Princess play here. 2 to 2 die. Okay, Voice End is going for the burst. I think that's a good move. Yeah, keep the pressure up. Do not let Nahida let her do her burst.
I think that is the smart choice here. Voice End is still trading favorably because, again, turn advantage in a mirror matchup is always going to be very valuable if the opponent is taking similar lines to you. So even though Voice End didn't have the good dice he needed last round, he still has enough to finish off Wipkong's Nahida here. This Gamblers, however, could make a pretty big difference because this means that Wipkong will definitely have dice advantage over on Voice End this round.
Yeah, they definitely going for that extra die, and now they're diverging a little bit where Wukong gets a burning reaction on his side. So they did trade off, but it's tough to say. Voice End, while has Nahida's burst usable here, Wukong's got a lot of ads on field right now that is going to do tons of damage.
Yeah, and Voice End cannot get the same ones out now that his Nahida has been taken out. Not to mention, we can see right now, Whipkong actually has I haven't lost yet. He can still play that this turn to get another attack out on Linny. So if Voice End decides to switch to Fischl to try and eat the Oz attack at the end phase, he'll actually be taking overload damage instead.
It's going to be bad news regardless who takes the damage here, either Fischl or Linny. Ooh,
he does do it.
Okay.
That could be a potential mistake, but he is going to Lotus on Linny.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. That works. All right. Cool. First coming from Linny.
So Voisin still doing a good job of playing around these potential cards here. If he had stayed on Fischl, even Lotus means that she would have taken a pretty good amount of damage there, and then Linny would have taken all the end phase summon damage. Right now, I think Voice End will probably need to switch back to Fischl to eat the damage from the summons. But it means giving turn priority to Whipkong, so he has to consider which line to take.
Yeah, I think if I did my math correctly, actually, there's a catalyzing field there too. Does that work on
Oz? Yes.
Yes. Okay. And how about the burning reaction? No, not burning. It's only.
It's only one stack. So Oz would do 2 damage. Then the burning would do another 2, 3.
Yeah.
Fischl would be down to like 3 health or so.
Yeah, I think moving to Fischl there was the right choice, just so you don't have extra damage being thrown around for no reason. Fischl does have to eat it though, which is unfortunate, bringing her down to 2.
As of right now, Whipkong definitely having a good advantage right now. Unfortunately, Linny having Electro on him means that he's at risk of eating an overload himself. So Whipkong will need to play around that. And I saw that Voice End just got his gilded. It's taken a while.
Yeah.
But he can finally play that with the Liar songs he's had since round 1.
It finally creates some magic here. Whipkong also got a Gilded Dreams in his hand too, but I do remember him burning Boar Princess earlier, and I don't believe he has a Liar right now. Yeah, he does not.
Voice End re-rolled some very nice dice there. He actually started with pretty bad dice rolls, but getting 5 Pyro now is solid.
Oh, that Tandoori though coming in pretty clutch here.
Tandoori and Egg as well. Whipkong in a good spot. If you add that with the Lotus, this turn is going to be a big turning point.
I believe if you do play Tandoori, it will count as a satiated across the whole team.
That is true.
Though, so he has to decide which food he wants to play here. So yeah, Yoi does come out. Can create some magic with Gilded, which he does decide to do.
Whipkong didn't have the best dice. Ooh.
Okay, going for the Tandoori move. Okay, so what is his plan here? I think what he wants to do is do
full tuning. No, he's keeping the egg.
Wow, that's enough.
Hold on, right?
Hang on a second here.
He's got 2 prop stacks. That is 5 damage on Bewildering Lights plus 2 from Tandoori into the instant lethal. That is it. That is the end game. I didn't even realize that.
Said, he just decided, let's not do this right now. Let's move on.
Well, the concede there from Voice End, because at that point, there's no way you're coming back. A beautifully played round by Whipkong, just tuning all of the cards necessary because he already calculated Tandoori skill would be more than enough. Those prop stacks really do creep up on you. Whipkong with the instant momentum.
All right, well, that is the finale for Whipkong's finale deck, but not quite yet for Voice End. It ain't the end for Voice End's finale
deck.
Not
the end yet. Here we go.
God,
look at all those names up there.
All right.
4 raffle winners. We got Rose Kibbles, Nahida Best Archon, I'm Simply Tia, and Momos.
Momos. Interesting. Anyway, those are all Asia Gang UIDs. So congratulations to you 4. So don't forget, at the beginning of each match, you can enter right after it says raffle started. So make sure you pick your favorite player and the UID of your account to get a chance to win 1,000 Primo Gems. That's 4,000 Primo Gems we're giving away each match.
That's so many Primo Gems. It's actually insane.
Yeah, I've never seen an event like this, or any event in a Genshin Impact, provide that much Primo Gems just for watching. So
you guys know what that means. That means you need to stick around for the rest of the day because there's going to be even more chances to win some Primo Gems to get that much closer to your next 5-star draw.
So yeah, if you are a viewer and you want more Primo Gems, you want Voice End to win the next match, and you want to take us to the final 5 games and the final 7 games, which will be exhausting for everyone, including ourselves. So, but hey, it makes it more exciting, that's for sure.
Well, it's already been pretty exciting here. We went into game 1 with a finale mirror match, and Voice End definitely had the advantage by starting first. But because he wasn't able to draw the cards that he needed, and Whipkong was able to get pretty good cards overall, that is what ended up making the difference.
We might see that deck replayed again because it is a strong deck. So we'll have to see how it fares against. I want to remember what Wukong had. Voice End had the Hu Tao deck, correct?
Yes.
So Wukong
has the Electro Charge.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see that one. I want to see what they're gonna play next here, because it's hard to like make any calls without any information in front of us, right? So, but yeah, we can speculate, I guess, if you want to. What do you think's gonna happen?
So now that we know that Webcon can no longer play Finale, he has access to the Yai Electro Charge and I believe the Magistation, Mona Manifestation. Usually when players are in this position where they've lost, they will pick the same deck going into round 2, and that is what Voice End has done here. And we're going to be sticking with Finale.
And Voice End does pick the Finale. Wait, you said for Voice End? I thought you were talking about Wukong. Sorry. Wukong does go in with that decision. Voice End comes with Finale, so yeah, we'll see how this one goes here as well. Who do you think is going to take this match?
Just on paper, Finale is the favorite matchup between it and Magistation, because although both decks are aggro, Finale puts on a lot more aggro, a lot more pressure right from round 1. So we'll see whether or not Whipkong can respond to that and secure a massive lead here in the lower bracket finals.
It's all going to come down to the dice of cringe once again between the two. So and we've seen a whole...
Or the card of cringe.
Cards of cringe as well. Yeah, actually. I guess, yeah, you could say that as well.
Because the dice were pretty okay for both players. They had their ups and downs.
Definitely okay. I wasn't expecting Liddy to hit that hard, but yeah, that prop arrow just waiting right there to hit. Wow. All right, we did see this deck earlier, so hopefully this time we see some more artifacts come out. Even though the first 7 cards are artifacts, still didn't see them out of the 30, which kind of heartbreaking for sure.
Yeah, it was very rough for Voice End drawing Golden House, Double Liar Song, and the Boar Princess as his starting hand.
Yeah.
He did manage to get an artifact, but it was Vorukasha's, so that did not really help his case either. Whipkong can be bringing Magistation, which we've dubbed recently, up onto the stage.
Yeah, lots of draw potential out of there with Manifestation's talent. Stove God as well, the Companion Pack, Sealy, Dispenser, yeah, all just get your artifacts and go. So, curious to see what strategy Wukong plays here. Definitely want to end on Mona every time, so you have that option between going on Senor and Thunder Manifestation and control the match a lot more that way.
Whipkong will have difficulty playing his standard lines here because this, again, is definitely a much more favored matchup for Voice End, as long as Voice End is able to continuously apply pressure onto the opposing side of the field. Even the quick swaps will make it kind of difficult to deal with the elemental application that is coming out. We actually saw yesterday that Whipkong brought a joyous celebration in almost every single deck, even on top of Stove God, just to deal with Dynamo and Finale, but looks like he's not doing that today.
Yeah, I think with him having Mona in that deck though, even if he goes second, because of the quick swap, you can quickly turn that around, right? So it's a nice safety play, I guess, to make sure you have turn advantage, usually.
Yeah, having priority is always going to be important when you're playing aggro. Doesn't matter what kind of matchup you're in. If you go first, you do your damage first. Doesn't matter how low your character might be, if you can get that kill first.
All right, well, Voice End looking super serious right now. Gotta win this match. Don't want to be down 2-0 on a best of 5 here, because it's gonna require some praying a little bit if you want to catch up to that. So Wukong is very strong and does like to run the clock, so it can be a bit frustrating when watching your opponent after you made your decision on what to do.
So we have seen a good number of games go into full series here at the Asia Invitationals, but none of them have been a reverse sweep. It's always been pretty even up until the end. So you do not want to be 2-0 down, because up until now, no player has been able to overcome those odds.
Oh my god. I've seen a reverse sweep happen though in another tournament. It is the most exciting thing I've ever seen. I think the crowd would go wild, chat would probably go nuts.
That is true.
I would love to see that happen again. I want to share that experience with everyone watching today here. So hopefully hope best wishes to both these players here, but as for entertainment, I'd love to see that instead.
I can get behind that. We'll see whether or not that comes to pass, whether or not Voice End will be able to even things out, bring it to basically a best of 3, or Whip Kong continuing on his Dark Horse performance of the tournament edges himself even further ahead and one step closer to the grand finals.
Official bumping their person they're sitting next to with their wall scroll. Oh my god, that's really funny.
I love all the audience being very enthusiastic with their glow sticks, with their shiny signs, and all the cosplayers sitting there in character as well. Everyone is very enthusiastic to see how this match and this tournament is going to end.
I want to note that Whip Kong, from what I've seen him throughout the tournament, he looks much more relaxed today. He looks like right focused into it.
Honestly, I can see what you mean.
Yeah.
There's something about the expression that we see on Whip Kong right now that does seem to give off a air of confidence and comfort here. And it's actually Voice End that does seem to be a little bit more on edge. Don't know how true that is, but we're gonna be hoping Voice End can even things out for even more entertainment value. And for the peak entertainment value, we have Primo Gems for everyone. Raffles ongoing once again. Type your favorite player and your UID into the chat right now, and you stand a chance to win 1,000 Primos.
I like that you looked over at me and saw me typing it in.
Oh yes,
as well.
I'm just looking over there with my judging stare.
Hey, I need my Primo Gems too, like everyone else. Also, I just want to note that if you did happen to win, you can enter again and win again. There's hundreds of people watching right now. So the odds of you winning a second time are pretty low, but if you happen to do that, congrats to you. So go for it.
I think you don't talk about low chances with gacha players.
Yeah, that's right, actually. Yeah, low chances, that means there's still a chance.
There's a chance. As long as there's a chance, we as gacha players are going to snap right onto that.
Yeah, speaking of chances here, what are their dice going to look like? Who will get a good hand here? Who will get a good roll? Official leading in for Voice End. Wukong leading in with Mona. All right.
Yeah, there's no need to take any different lines in this matchup because it's no longer mirrored. And as you mentioned, Mona with the quick swap gives much more flexibility. So there's no reason for Wukong to not start on her.
Cringy dice, though. Cringy dice. Ooh. Oh, that dice still spinning.
Yeah, it's definitely much better now for Voice End. Even the crowd knows it. You can hear them cheering in the background. Whip Kong, though, not looking too good.
Not looking too good. I also like the Fischl versus Mona setup. Very lore accurate, at least as far as them being besties and kind of squabbling over each other all the time.
I guess that's true, yeah.
Yeah, I remember the one, what was it, Golden Apple Archipelago event a long time ago. They went for like a swimming race all of a sudden or something like that. Like, Fischl, how are you going to beat Mona at that? Come on.
There are sadly no bodies of water around for them to compete in that. So they're just going to have to throw some punches around here. As Oz going to get summoned instantly. Whip Kong, unfortunately, will be forced to tune one dice if he wants to start with the typical opening of Mona's skill. But I'm wondering if maybe you go for a swap into a different line at this point. He's got a good amount of ramp with Livin in hand.
Yeah, he could swap over to Manifestation and just start playing their talent and getting more cards there. They definitely could do that. They have the die for it. They wouldn't have to tune anything either.
They actually don't even need to switch to Manifestation. That's the value of the talent card. As long as the lightning rod is around and the talent has been equipped, anyone hitting the target draws the card.
Oh, I didn't realize that. That's cool. All right, talent does go down. But
I think he probably tune here. Oh, I thought
does get tuned. Yep.
I thought you might keep Livin, maybe tune Boar Princess, but looks like Whip Kong doesn't want to play for ramp right now. Maybe the smart choice, because it is finale on the other side.
Well, they kind of made back for it with the gamblers. They can get dice back from that upon knockout of a character. Let's see here. Wukong again. Fast action over to Thunder Manifestation. Do they tune again? They do. They tune Dunyarzad for another Electro and do a skill. It's going to hit really hard, actually. Wow.
That's the Manifestation for you. Doesn't matter if you switch off that attack, going to find you as long as the lightning rod is attached. With +1 damage as well as Electro Charge, Fischl now down to 4 HP, but I think that is still within expectations. Fischl's goal in this deck is typically just to get that Oz out, and then after that, you're not going to see her getting played again unless you need Oz to refresh.
Voice End does do the skill onto Thunder Manifestation, so they at least have one Seed Skanda on that side. Ooh, Wukong setting a statement here. with the gamblers onto Thunder Manifestation. Usually you don't do that too early, so you don't let them know who's going to get that, but playing that really early shows just how confident Wukong is right now.
I mean, having turn priority here means that Manifestation can actually lethal Fischl at the start of next round with the Lightning Rod still attached. I can't quite recall if the +1 damage gets refreshed after round reset or after the Lightning Rod gets reattached. So whether or not the Manifestation skill does 3 or 4 here will depend on that.
Cringy dice, once again. Wesen got some dice for Linny though, but does he want to play that line right now? Wukong got some good dice though. He does keep the Pyro die, and he does get some more Pyro die from it.
Yeah,
Boba gets played.
This is where you start switching to Linny to do some damage. Ideally, he's able to apply some Dendro as well, but the dice just didn't really support that. Wukong going for Boar Princess. Looks like he is going to go for the skill. Is it 3? Is it 4? It is 3. So, yeah, that's the confirmation. The extra 1 damage from Lightning Rod only reapplies when the rod itself reapplies. So, Fischl survives with 1 HP for now.
Got a Lotus and an Egg on Voice End side. I'm not gonna shout egg right now because it's not the best time for it.
But that's supposed to be the trend.
Yeah, it will be the trend, but I want to see like a huge egg gameplay. Massive egg, but we'll see here. Voice End with enough Pyro die. He did want to go to Linny, but how exactly does he want to do this? No quick swap. No real artifacts other than Gamblers. Can't really use that yet either. No Tandoori to help finish things off quicker.
I think you do just slow swap over to Linny anyway, though, because without using a skill, Linny isn't gonna have Lightning Rod attached. So Manifestation can only do a maximum of 3 damage, and if Wukong decides to attack with Manifestation, he'll be giving up a lot of dice advantage and putting it at risk of being taken out by a potential Tandoori play.
He is carrying Gamblers on Thunder Manifestation though, and the spike is still on Fischl, so he can get some die real quick from that. You don't really, like, once again, yeah, Fischl you don't really need to see, but you don't really want her out this early either. She could be a good backup to this team.
I think it's still not that bad since he did draw the fried egg earlier. If Fischl falls here, it means that Wukong would be trading 3 dice for 1 health, and then he can revive her later on if necessary.
Yeah. Does switch over to Signora. All right. Wesen has the dice for this. What does he decide to do here? Really interesting to see.
This is definitely a setup situation where you're not going to be able to force any reactions based on the way that Wukong is playing. So just getting that prop arrow out to set up the summons should allow you a more comfortable next turn. Wukong, though, doing a smart idea of switching around here, waiting until Linny gets that Lightning Rod reattached so that the Manifestation can do maximum damage.
Yeah. And even then, it's going to be kind of interesting what Kong plays here. He can use his burst, which will be some really great follow-up to any of the characters on there should they switch over. Retuning, though. Bewildering Lights for 4 damage. That seed is going to proc, I believe, or did it already? I think it did. Ooh, okay.
So this is now a risky choice from Wukong. If he goes for Manifestation Burst, yes, it would do quite a lot of damage to Linny, but the Manifestation is confirmed dead to the summons at the end phase unless he wants to use a Lotus, but then if he does that, he no longer has enough dice to burst.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. The Lotus and the the Pyro Electro reaction would force swap over to Mona, which would force swap back over to Signora. Should he stay here? But
it's a lot of end phase damage.
He burned. Okay.
Ooh,
he does
still
go for the
doing it.
All right. I like it. I like to see
I
that.
do definitely respect the decision. This is a choice that is being made with the knowledge that Finale is a much more aggressive deck than what you are playing here for Wukong.
Yeah.
So he's willing to basically trade some HP in order to apply more pressure. Unfortunately, this does mean that Manifestation is going to be sacrificed, and Linny actually won't even take that much damage now that Voice End has put on the Lotus Flower Crisp. So it's a pretty good response from Voice End here.
Yeah. So it looks like Overload here, switches to Mona, and Overload again. We'll go to Senora. Okay. Right. Wukong does lose Gamblers off Thunder Manifestation, though, unfortunately. First onto Linny there.
Now, this is a situation where Voice End is definitely looking to be in a major advantage. You don't want to have to lose your manifestation that early on. He tried to trade it for a very aggressive play to chip Linny down to a point where Signora could get the one-shot, but that Lotus Flower Chris instantly denied his plans, and with no dice left, he was forced to sacrifice. Voice End right now, definitely in a good position, but the dice, not so ideal here. 2 Pyro, 2 Dendro means that he has to do a good amount of tuning to get some attacks out.
Yeah, Voice End, once again, dice a little cringy. Only 2 of 2 elements of what he can use for 2 characters. Nothing for official. So he will have to tune something.
Thinking about what the play is right here. I think you do just try to get a prop arrow out again to build up the prop surplus.
Yeah, the problem is Senora can provide some reaction onto Linny, which might be dangerous. Ooh, more food.
Adeptus is actually a pretty big pull at this point.
Yeah, actually it is. You would
Plus 3 damage to the burst. Linny burst base does 3 damage. Plus 3 is 6. Not gonna be quite enough to do a lot to Signora here. So I think what you may want to try to do is to start doing chip damage on Signora and then maybe set up for Nahida Adeptus burst. But Nahida does have Hydro on her, so getting frozen is a genuine risk.
Switches to Fischl. Good move, I think. Definitely don't want to waste 3 die for Fischl here. Like you said earlier, Fischl has done her job. She doesn't really need to be here anymore. How will this go?
Yeah, Webkong just gonna respond because what Voice End did there is very clearly just an attempt to stall out the turn and force Webkong to waste dice. Webkong not going to fall into that. He's gonna be able to switch to Mona, which forces Voice End to either switch back onto a different character, after which Webkong can quick swap back to Signora and do damage, or Voice End will be forced to attack on Fischl and waste his dice instead.
Voice End's turn right now, correct? Yeah. No dice for Fischl to use, obviously. Would have to switch back to someone else, but that would not be fun because now that Wukong's on Mona, I believe he does get to have his quick swap onto someone else here. So he can definitely respond in any way he wants.
I think Voice End has to be forced to actually spend dice to attack on Fischl. Because if he switches to someone else, quick swap, Signora, it's gonna chip them down real. If it's Linny, he's gonna get chipped down to a dangerous health level. If it's Nahida, she'll no longer be able to do anything for the rest of the turn. So either way, it's not good. And we can see Voice End being forced to tune quite a few cards in hand here to get the dice necessary to resummon Oz.
Yeah, I think he's gonna tune Warkasha if anything. You might want to keep the hash brown and the egg just in case, but who knows? We'll have to see what's going on.
You definitely keep the egg.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right.
If you're planning to sacrifice Fischl here, keeping the egg is a very good secondary plan, even if it's just to like switch to her later on to get an extra turn.
Yeah. It is Warkasha. All right. Feels good when I do get a prediction correct once in a while. Oz comes back out. The Mona does elemental skill on Fischl, which will take her out and spread some electrocharge across the team.
That was a very quick decision, actually, by Webkong.
Yeah,
it makes it seem like he had already predicted this chain of events. You'd typically be a little more concerned about attacking on Mona here because she's on 4 health and now she has Electro applied. So if Voice End gets the quick switch after Fischl's death to either of the other characters, then it guarantees a reaction.
Yeah. Now, Voice End could tune and Gambler for free and then do his skill. I think that's what he's gonna do. Oh, he just takes the Gambler anyway. Okay. He does do his skill though. Brings Mona down to 1, which will force Wukong off Mona or let Oz take Mona out instead. Probably that's what he's gonna let happen.
Wukong definitely wishing he had some other parts of the magic engine right now. Only having Gilded actually means that he doesn't get a lot of value from the dice that it gives back.
No.
He has enough dice to switch to Signora and cast a spell, which would freeze Nahida, but at the end of the turn, typically freeze no longer has as much value as before. And not only would he get overloaded off of Signora at end phase if that is the case, then Voice End would have guaranteed turn priority next round as well. So Whipkong actually in a pretty sticky situation.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what line Whipkong can play here. He only sees 2 cards across. I don't think there has been any quick swaps yet. He could, maybe he could try to get a Mona Burst ready, but that's going to be pretty difficult too.
Nah, it's not possible to get Mona Burst here. Because Oz would lethal. I think Kong may have to consider ending now.
Yeah, yes, he's definitely thinking about it. He's running that clock. Quick swaps over to Signora. He can skill. He notices instead. Okay. Not a bad move. Tank some of that Oz damage.
Switches to Signora and Lotuses the tank the Oz damage. Switches back to Mona while also retaining. Okay, this is actually, this is a smart play by Whipkong. What this does is it switches to Mona so that with turn priority, he's actually able to quick swap onto Signora to start the turn.
Yeah.
And with Nahida now active, getting the freeze at the start of round 4 is way more value than getting the freeze at the end of round 3.
And he also got to cleanse that element off Signora as well.
That's true, yeah.
Really, really good play right there.
Very excellent to be able to find that line overall.
Both have really good dice too.
Switches over, gets the freeze on Nahida. So now Voice End will be forced to switch over to Linny to do something instead.
Fortunately, no quick swap.
Yep.
Oof. This could be a very big problem for Voice End coming up here.
Yep. That line from Whipkong actually made a massive difference here in how he's able to approach the next round. And now it's actually Voice End who's backed into the corner. Gonna be forced to use the Hash Brown to keep Linny topped up because he has to be worried about what Whipkong has in hand. I don't remember if this deck runs Tandori. I don't think so, but there's a possibility. And then if he did that, it would be quite a lot of damage. Without the Hash Brown, it would have actually lethal Linny.
That actually reminds me when Whipkong a couple days ago played food and out came the egg, which turned things around really fast. So it could be another thing that pops up.
He does have Chef Mao in hand. Unfortunately, no food and no draw engine.
Yeah. He could fix his dice with Gilded a little bit. He would be sacrificing 1 dice though.
Sacrificing dice to get the fix here is definitely worth it because the alternative is tuning 2 dice, 2 cards. And that's not worth it when you're at this stage of the game and you don't actually have that strong of a hand.
Right. Interesting. Okay. Chef Mao. Back to Mona. All right, Linny could hit Mona, but for 1 damage, just seems like a big waste.
Yeah, it would be a waste of resources in this case. I think the play here might actually be to switch back to Nahida and slow things down.
No, he goes for the burst. He's doing it. Great. Bogglecat now on the field. So that is some big damage right there.
Yeah, perhaps the more aggressive play is definitely the right one to make in this situation, because even with the disadvantage Voice End has, Signora will definitely not do enough damage to finish off both Linny and Nahida this turn. Therefore, getting the summons out to do some chip damage at the end of the turn is not a bad idea.
They do play the Ito cards. They get their extra die and energy.
Signora Burst does 4 on base. +1 with Superconduct. Unfortunately, no Adeptus here because that would be enough to take out Linny.
Yeah.
So, I'm not too sure. I'm trying to think right now whether or not it's better to burst now or wait until you've transformed to burst, because the summon damage as well as 1 hit from Voice End would be enough to force the transformation next round.
Goes skill for the Superconduct. I think that's a good move. It puts Sheer Cold on Linny and spreads some damage over to Nahida. So Signora is capable of doing at least a knockout here. I'm not so sure about the other one. Based
on the current state of the game, I'm definitely thinking that Voice End has this. Because without defensive options, Whipkong will not have enough survivability for Signoran to finish off the opposite end of the board. And Voice End still has the ability to pull out the fried egg just to buy more time for himself with a Fischl swap.
Yeah.
So I get the feeling we are going to be seeing a Voice End victory for game number 2.
Yeah, Voice End, all they would have to do is just do a normal or tune to get another prop arrow out. Or even Bewildering Lights right now, just to force Senor over into the next stage.
Whipkong needs something along the lines of an egg or maybe Lotus if he intends to play more defensively.
Lights.
Otherwise, he needs something that just straight up provides damage.
Yeah. So Wukong will go into Crimson Witch on this next... No, wait. Yes, it will. It'll be under 4, yeah.
It will be confirmed. Oz will do 3 damage. Yeah, Signora will be down to 2 HP actually. So I think Whipkong's chances are very, very low right now. Actually, 1 HP.
What if the egg just showed up right now?
Wow, okay.
Egg!
What?
Let's go!
How do you call that? I'm gonna be honest, I still don't think it's enough, but just that itself is impressive.
Hang on a second. So we have egg and we have gamblers. Senora can go right now. She has her burst, right?
Yes.
She can take someone out. Before you do that, you do have an egg to revive somebody. Nahida has what? How much health right now?
I think 5. So yeah, that would be enough for manifestation to get the lethal. But then if Voice and Egg's Fischl...
What if you egg manifestation and you have gilded now? You can fix your dice. Because Linny is going to be dead. The spike will go over to Nahida. I think that might be enough. Maybe? I'm not.
It's not quite enough because what happens here is Signora attacks Linny. Linny goes down.
Yeah.
If you revive manifestation, then Nahida attacks and Signora goes down. Manifestation comes out. Voice End just revives Fischl. Manifestation kills Nahida.
Right. Oh, that other
and
egg.
Fischl finishes off manifestation. So because both players have egg.
Yeah. All right, first egg. So it does go to manifestation.
Tandoori is not too bad.
They're both satiated right now.
He does have quick swap. Does quick swap make a difference? You quick swap into manifestation.
Surprising, yeah.
Manifestation
Him
finishes off
that
Linny.
is really funny, actually.
Finishes off Linny. Nahida finishes off manifestation. Signora kills Nahida. No, the fried egg on Voice End side still probably secures the win for him.
Let's see. Depends if Voice End also uses his egg too, right?
I mean, there's no reason not to in this situation.
Pandora gets tuned. Gilded gets tuned.
Oh, and Whipkong doesn't have enough dice either. So...
Okay, some dice there. Okay, Voice End does have to play the egg.
Yeah, you play the egg. Nahida kills manifestation. Signora kills Nahida. And Fischl kills Signora.
Egg.
So it is just an egg trade kind of situation. It got very close because Kong was able to pull that out.
Yeah, other egg. Oh
yeah, you can pull out Linny as well.
I like how Whipkong was unfazed by that egg play.
Yeah, I actually thought we would see some kind of reaction from him.
He probably was expecting that too.
But that is probably it. The egg play on both players just kind of evens out in the end.
And Voice End just has enough dice just to finish this off. Wow. It's very close.
Yep. Just the normal attack is all you need.
Yeah.
Game 2.
Wow.
Going over the Voice End with the egg trade.
Yeah.
Wow, that's something.
Yeah, egg coming back made me a little excited, but... Oh, egg-sighted, get it?
I see what you've done
Not quite.
there.
There are 2 eggs on the field, so egg definitely helped Voice End here, but not so much. Oh,
but being able to call out the turn that he'd pull egg was pretty extraordinary.
Whipkong did had some kind of deep sigh though. I just saw him there, kind of shaking it off a little bit, like dang it, that could have been his.
It was close.
Yeah,
if Voice End didn't have his own egg, that egg would have actually saved the game for Whipkong.
Wow. Egg making the difference for someone here.
I mean, that's the reason we're seeing so much more egg recently. But we're also seeing even more names as well. And I'm pretty sure we know someone up there.
Yes, we do.
We got Stiltskin, Ruwao, Nini Juni, and Viridian Dawn.
Wow.
Congratulations on your primos.
Yes, one of our personal friends is on that list, actually.
Yeah, we're not going to say who, because privacy.
Yeah, obviously, right? But congratulations to you. So don't forget to enter the raffle on the next matchup. You have to do it when the match starts, and there's a limited time to join. So make sure you type in the player name, the person's, not your name, the player that you're supporting, either Udkong or Voice and also your UID specifically.
We're all just waiting for the time when it's one of the caster names up there.
If it's me, I'm gonna laugh. If it's one of our other friends, I'm just gonna say their names wrong. It's gonna be funnier.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like a plan to me. But right now, we are already seeing the makings of a pretty good match here, as both players have secured victory once each. And now, finale is just gonna be taken off the board completely.
Yeah, finally, the finale of finale for this best of 5, but I want to see that Miko play. I really do.
I'm sure you do. I think a lot of us do, actually.
Yeah, it might be a Hu Tao versus Miko play, actually.
That would be funny.
That would be great. We definitely... I don't want to show bias as a caster, right? But...
Oh, I will.
I just say, like, Miko is one of my favorite characters, definitely. And I guess it would make some fun commentary as well. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So the Miko Electro Charge is a variant of the old Agent Electro Charge, where you replace Miko with Fischl, and it was basically the terror of 4.3.
Yeah.
It was so strong that every player would play it in basically every tournament there was, and there was no reason not to play it. It got to the point where they did have to nerf both Oceanid and Agent in quick succession, and then the deck kind of floundered off. Fischl found a new home in Finale, and because of that, we see Miko being subbed in instead. For now though, it's not going to be that. It is still going to be Magistation versus the Hu Tao deck. Hey!
Yeah, hey, there you go. You get your Hu Tao Friends Club coming in.
And more Hu Tao is good.
Yeah, Magistation coming back in. Udkong did a pretty good job with it, and yeah, that egg could have been real clutch, but egg versus egg depends on who got the better egg there, so we'll have to see how this goes again.
So in this matchup, it is going to be aggro versus combo. The Hu Tao deck is a more combo deck because you want to set up Xingqiu's burst first, and typically aggro wins out against combo. I think this is no exception, because staying on Xingqiu for a long amount of time to get that burst built up can be very risky, because a Mona attack into quick swap Signora is freeze, quick swap into manifestation is instant damage across the whole team. So that's something Voice End will have to deal with.
Just to go back on something from yesterday, combo, is that good against stall? Or?
Yes.
Okay, so combo is good against stall. Stall's not good against...
Combo is good against stall. Yeah. Stall is good against aggro. Aggro is good against combo.
Yeah,
that is the trifecta.
Yeah, I'm still trying to remember that. It's still kind of like not living in my head for some reason. But anyway.
This deck has been very successful for Voice End, actually. Like, I have a bias for Hu Tao, but even I was not expecting her to perform as well as she has in the tournament so far. He's played it in 3 games and has won all of them.
Right.
And it's a very good variation on the formula, because both Hu Tao and Chongyun are good anchors. It's not too hard to get Xingqiu's burst set up as compared to, say, Yelan. And the Lithic Spear works here as well, because it gives you 1 shield point for every character that is from the year. Combined with Unseen Razor, there's your defenses.
Man, it's just a solid deck all around. Yeah, these new cards coming in just to kind of revive this this setup here. Actually really cool to see.
Very cool indeed. It's still not a popular one. Voice End is the only player who has brought it into the tournament. But, well, the results do speak for themselves. Udkong did very well with Magistation last round, even though he definitely had the disadvantage in terms of the deck matchup. So this is a deck that has a lot of aggressive utility. You can go from Mona into Signora for freeze. You can go into from Mona into Manifestation for Electro Charge to spread out the damage depending on what deck you are playing against. In this case, they might want to go for freeze onto Xingqiu as soon as possible to stop the burst from coming out. But there are many lines that you can take depending on what Voice End plays.
Yeah, that Mona is definitely going to be really key here for Udkong, just to make sure he can control this matchup here. You could totally try to go for a quick swap and be just super aggressive right away. Just Mona, Manifestation. Just go. Spread that damage around as much as you can.
That is basically the name of the deck. So the typical line is you go Mona into Manifestation when you're up against slower decks, because you want to spread damage with Electro Charge as much as possible. And then you might want to go Signora into more aggressive decks to stop them from getting like an important burst setup, or stop them from doing a lot of damage within the first round.
Yeah. Well, let's see the players. I just want to study their body language here. They look pretty okay still so far.
Yeah, you got to be able to reset.
Yeah, there's
Doesn't matter what happened last round.
Yeah, this is something, once again, we don't normally get to see how the players look when they play TCG, because there's nothing like that in game. You don't get to see the person on the other side, but definitely if you are able to, you can definitely read like a lot of moves that they're thinking just by body language and expressions.
Yeah, but I get the feeling the players would be too focused on themselves to even try thinking about that. Not to mention the eyes of the audience upon them.
Official.
Are you just going to laugh every time we see
I
the
mean, it
official
keeps
card?
going in front of her. It's so funny.
It is pretty funny. It's a great idea.
It goes in front of her, but not Ningguang. It's just,
I kind of want one myself now.
It's just official. It's just so
the
in
list of
character.
items I want that I see in the audience is just increasing every day.
Yeah. All right, Voice End looks right focused and ready for this. If the viewers at home, if you did see the stage, they are kind of across from each other. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen one of them look over to see how the other one's feeling.
Yeah, and they're obviously set up in a way where it's not really going to be viable to do that. And even then, it's not like these players are mind readers or anything. So the better thing is going to be to focus on your own gameplay in response to what the opponent is doing in-game, instead of trying to meta the stage or something.
Well, you can't mind read, but you can definitely try to play some mind tricks on them by just doing things that you probably wouldn't expect to happen. You've definitely seen tons of plays like that. I don't know, just go off go off cue or go off script or do something, right? Yeah, just go off, exactly.
Well, it's gonna be a game 3 now between Voice End and Whip Kong, both players with one win under their belt. Who is gonna be able to break the stalemate? We'll find out. And there's gonna be a brand new raffle for a brand new game as well. Type which player you think is going to win along with your UID in the comments below, and you could be one of the winners once again.
Yeah. Oh, I thought Wukong was going to keep Chef Mao, but does throw him back in there.
Yeah, both players actually had Chef Mao and Sealy with one food in their initial hand. I believe Voice End did keep Chef Mao, but Wukong rolled it back, unfortunately getting 2 gamblers. So that's actually a much worse redraw.
Oh, okay. Wukong had a great roll there with Mona. Voice End not so much yet, does he now? He does now, so Xingqiu can get some combos going, but it was almost another round of dice of cringe there.
Yeah, the goal of the Hu Tao deck's starting roll is to get 5 Hydro, because that would be enough for skill normal attack into maybe burst afterwards.
Yeah.
But unfortunately not quite able to get that, though the minty meat rolls might allow him to build it up anyway.
Yeah. All right, Wukong doing the standard line with Mona. All right, what do we got there? Ooh, Timaeus. That could be quite handy.
Not too sure if you want to go Timaeus yet.
No,
if Voice End really wants to discount his next attack, he could
Yeah.
Chef Mao into minty meat rolls and then basically get a free auto attack here to build up Xingqiu burst. It's not that important to get it set up just yet, but if he really wants to rush things, it is a viable line.
Yeah, probably just want to have him like ready to go and then swap off and wait until it's the perfect time to start using the rain swords here. Looks like he is going to do that. Or he might do it next round. I wouldn't probably do it next round. Oof. Okay, now you might be threatened to do it as soon as you can, so you can make use of those swords here.
Yeah, but he will end turn, play the Chef Mao, just spend the last dice. So with turn priority, Xingqiu is guaranteed to get burst out unless, as long as his dice are not like complete cringe. He needs just 3 Hydro dice this turn, and then that is basically Xingqiu's job done for the rest of the game, actually.
Yeah, Wukong doing exactly what he thought he was going to do. Go on Mona, go to Thunder Manifestation, and just start laying that damage down. Don't slow down, don't let up. Just force Voice End to like heal or play defensively, and you just keep going at it.
Yeah. Whip Kong definitely going to be in the driver's seat in the first couple of rounds. He needs to apply as much pressure to Voice End side of the field as possible before we get to around round 3, because that's where Hu Tao is going to really start whacking. So if Voice End is not able to follow his plan before then it becomes very difficult for him. He unfortunately did only get 2 Hydro dice, but it could have been worse. He actually started with 0, so being able to get those in the reroll is still something.
Yeah, we didn't see Chong Yun do anything yesterday, actually.
Yes.
Right, so maybe it might be Chong Yun's time to like do some moves here.
Maybe.
We're tuning some dice, getting the swords out. I think that's a good move.
I mean, that's the only move you can make. Xingqiu is already guaranteed like dead at this point. You may as well have him eat the lightning rod damage. The triple card draw from Sealy is actually pretty nice. Northern Smoke Chicken, Lotus Flower, and a quick swap as well.
Yeah.
So those are all tools that he can play around with. But sacrificing Xingqiu means that the gamblers will give Yukong quite a good number of dice this round.
Of course, does get the free swap because of that. Does go to Xingqiu. Or sorry, Xingqiu's dead.
Yukong also draws pretty nicely from the
Yeah,
ceiling.
it was. Boysen did keep the cryo die though, so you can freeze Thunder Manifestation here to prevent him from doing anything else. Does play Timaeus, and we'll pull out Gilded Dreams. He's thinking here. He doesn't want to quite give 3 dice and be like down 6-0 on dice here. Not a very wise move, but I don't think there's any discounts for Wukong when he switches, so he would force a switch and would have to eat 1 attack if anything.
I'm contemplating the line for Voisin right now. He has Golden House, which would be able to discount Gilded Dreams 1. So 2 cost Gilded Dreams, 2 dice back. He would actually be able to Golden House Gilded and then get exactly enough dice to do 1 attack again. And then he'd be able to draw off of the freeze reaction. But it depends whether or not he actually wants to go for that. I think it's not a bad idea. But it means that you would have to end your turn there, and Wukong still has enough dice to do 2 attacks.
Yeah, that's why I don't think he's gonna do that. He's gonna freeze. He's gonna force them to swap and waste a die, and then only eat 1 attack. I think that's the best move, because you can equip Gilded for free on the next round, which is probably what he needs to do. He needs to start ramping up right now so he can start making his own moves against the other team.
I think, yeah, that's still a good play here. Electro Manifestation is going to be the highest damage potential on Wukong's side of the board. That's just how the deck works here. Interestingly, going to switch to Mona.
I think that's the right move. You get the Phantom out, and then you have an option on which character to go on to next. Yep.
That is true.
Yeah.
You get Mona skill out, you can guarantee a freeze next round.
Yes,
if Voice End.
A freeze or a really big hit from the Thunder Manifestation. Both are bad. Looking dangerous.
Yep, things are looking pretty comfortable
right now
for Wukong and dangerous for Voice End, as you put it. We've seen Hu Tao pull out some very impressive demonstrations yesterday, but this is an unfavorable matchup here. So we'll see whether Voice End can overcome those odds.
And another quick swap into Wukong's head. It's just looking really good for him right now against this deck. It's gonna be tough.
Pretty good dice rolls from Voice End this round. A lot of dice to work with. The reroll is not so good, but it's still fine. Wukong gonna be looking for some Electro dice because this is a turn that Thunder Manifestation can do quite a lot with. Unfortunately, I can't remember if he has a quick swap in hand. I know Voice End has one.
Sorry, I saw something funny when I just looked over at chat very briefly, but anyway. All right, Voice End. Let's see.
Okay, they both have quick swap.
They can put the Gilded on for free. They do have a quick swap. Tao hasn't done anything yet other than take damage, so that's not a really good sign either. But they do have all the food they need. No other healing food, though. I think it's going to be pretty tough at this point. Only 8 die. You don't want to waste it to equip the pull arm. Oh, I don't know. It's not looking good for Voice End right now.
Yeah, I agree. It's a tricky situation.
Yeah.
He has to consider that Wukong likely has a quick swap in hand. Northern Smoke Chicken into auto attack on Chongyun would actually freeze here.
Yeah. Attack on
Chongyun is still vulnerable though. Quick swap into Manifestation right now would do 4-5 damage with Electro Charge. But actually it's not a bad play because Chongyun now eats the Lightning Rod.
Yeah.
So Hu Tao will be safe.
Still a lot of damage though, and Voice End isn't running an egg in this deck. I think Wukong just goes to Manifestation and just attacks, honestly. Just keep laying pressure on him.
The difficult part is that Manifestation doesn't actually lethal Chongyun.
It doesn't. But
so if he quick swaps the Manifestation, he drops Chongyun down to 1 HP, then Chongyun actually freezes Manifestation again. And then Signora doesn't get to do too much, especially with the dice that Wukong has.
Yeah. You can put Lotus on Manifestation, though, to try to, like, draw it out a little bit longer.
I mean, yes, the Lotus would eat the damage, but Manifestation would still be frozen.
Right.
So that's the big issue.
That's just something that's just gonna have to happen, though. Yeah. Oh, an egg. Wow.
Have an egg. We have the Gilded. No way of discounting it, which is unfortunate. But having Chef Mao and a good number of food in hand means that Wukong still has a lot of dice to play with. And when you have a lot of dice to play with, you don't want to get frozen. That's basically how it works. If he really wants to delay this, he could actually slow swap to Signora.
Yeah, okay. Hang on. So I knew he was gonna play Boar. I knew he was gonna do that. I think he's gonna replace Gilded onto Thunder Manifestation here. Draw the dice and lyre it back out, and then equip it again just to get that dice advantage. So that'll solve his dice problem here.
He can do that, but I think you still probably swap to Signora first, because then that would force Voice End to actually swap to Hu Tao and start getting set up. And then once Hu Tao is active, Whip Kong can then quick switch to Manifestation and do a big amount of damage.
Yeah, well, let's see what's happening here. He does have Mount too, so you can create some more dice. Kong playing the clock here.
As for Voice...
He does switch the Manifestation!
Is it enough damage?
It's not enough damage. I don't think he's expecting to take the kill here.
Unless he just wants to burst.
I think he's going to replace Gilded on Manifestation, though. Because he did play Boar Princess. He's going to lyre it out, actually, first. Okay, that's fair. He could put Gilded on now. He could save it that way. Now he can create some more extra dice out of that. Kind of fixes the problem a little bit. Does throw the burst out. So it'll do damage to both Chongyun and Hu Tao. And then that floating little summon there is going to be a problem. And he knows Voice End is not playing Send Off in his deck.
So with Kong continuing to play the aggressive role here, which is definitely the play to go. Going for the Signora bait line was still a possibility, but yeah, he wants to do straight up damage. He knows that he's not going to lethal Chongyun no matter what.
Oh,
so he goes for the burst instead to try and get end phase damage.
Quick
Voice End
over
with the
to
equip. Hu Tao finally gets a chance to do something on the board. She can also freeze because of the way Chongyun's skill works. So that is one of the additional strengths of this deck. Whip Kong now actually has to be forced to switch to someone else.
Yeah.
If he switches to Signora, his turn is just over. He may have to switch to Mona and sack her. Though she can't eat a Lotus to eat another attack.
Yeah, could eat Lotus here. You only have 4 die left, so 2 more attacks. Yeah, I would probably quick swap to Signora, play Lotus on her, and then just go for an attack. Or maybe just go for an attack now, then Lotus on the next. Gonna be very interesting to see what play is here. I think he is considering it.
I do see where you're coming from. If you quick swap to Signora, get Cryo applied, then you can end the turn on Mona and potentially freeze Hu Tao next turn. That's something Voice End will want to try and play to avoid.
You definitely want to try to draw Voice End's dice out as much as you can here. Yeah, okay, Lotus will go on. Oh, Mona instead here. Oh, that could have been handy a little bit earlier.
He might switch to Mona, then end turn with Libin, so that he can have dice advantage next round.
That would definitely work too.
I'm wondering if Voice End will want to keep Chongyun alive at the end turn. Oh, but he actually can't. Chongyun is already satiated, so Chongyun is confirmed dead. We've already seen Hu Tao solo carry before, but in those cases, Chongyun was still standing behind her. So this will be a different sort of situation.
Elemental skill. Just get some energy and also get the pyro weapon now. Question is, oh, back to manifestation. Okay,
back to manifestation. He's sacking manifestation, really.
Whip Kong does have an egg, but now Whip Kong gets the free turn here.
He actually does get extra dice as well because of War Princess. So now he has even more things that he could potentially feed to live in.
Yeah. Interesting. Ooh, I think he's trying to calculate, oh, can I do more damage now all of a sudden? Probably, just gets that. Oh, goes to sea. Ooh.
So Signora will eat the final hit of Hydro. I'm gonna be honest here. I feel like Whip Kong is playing in a way that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Right, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
That's why we're up here.
That's what you gotta do, right? You gotta play off script so your opponent doesn't expect just the usual moves here. So far, it's working quite well. It does the skill to get Sheer Cold on.
Whip Kong does still have quick swap. Perhaps this is meant to out mind game Voice End.
Yeah.
Because Voice End will be thinking that if he gets Hydro applied, then you can quick swap from Mona into Signora. But you typically wouldn't expect the opposite of quick swapping from Signora onto Mona.
Alright, a leap in play to grab that last dice. Puts
I think
Gamblers on Signora.
This is going to be a very difficult situation now for Voice End because The freeze is basically guaranteed now this round. Voice End will get to hit one.
I see what he did there.
Yeah, Voice End has turn priority, so he gets to hit once, and that's probably going to be burst to heal Hu Tao back up to 9. But then she'll get frozen, and Whip Kong does have quite a few dice to play with this round.
Yeah, he does have that egg still. Wait, does he still have that egg?
Oh, even more now that he's got Yayoi Liar Song.
Oh boy. All right. Yeah, that other pole arm not in Voice End's hand yet, so you can't get that extra shield. Does he want to burst down Senora right now?
I think you may have to Lotus into Hu Tao burst, because Voice End has to be aware that the quick switch into Mona Freeze is very likely. Just look at the size of Whip Kong's hand.
Just burst instead.
No Lotus. That could cost it. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah. There's a quick swap to Mona. Here it comes.
I think this could be it for Whip Kong. He has Adeptus in hand. He's got so much dice with Yayoi and Liar Song.
Maybe you could even burst a Mona just to like really seal the deal here.
Yeah, I think Whip Kong could actually be getting the first win against the Hu Tao deck.
It's not completely over yet. Let's see here.
Does Whip Kong have enough dice left to break through 10 points of HP? Mona Burst with Adeptus is like 6 or 8. I can't remember if Mona Burst was 3 or 4 base. I'm gonna need to check that. Mona is 4 base, so it's actually 7 damage with Burst. And then after that, Signora can't just attack. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Whip Kong has already won this round.
Yeah. Trying to look at their dice here. He only has 6 dice though, so he has to stay on Mona to do 2 attacks. It's gonna be kind of difficult.
He has Liar Song.
He does have Liar Song. But
I'm pretty sure Gilded is on Signora, right?
No, it's I believe he put Gamblers on there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wait.
All right, we're tuning Yayoi.
If he doesn't have Gilded, he cannot actually finish off Hu Tao this turn, can he?
I'm pretty sure
he
Gamblers
can.
went back on there.
No, he still can, because Mona Burst would be 7 damage. It doubles the next attack. Oh, it's not enough.
7 damage?
Mona Burst does 4. I thought with Adeptus it would do 7, but then Adeptus would take away the dice as well.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not enough. He's going for egg.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think that's the play. Because now that Xingqiu's burst is gone, Voice End needs 1 attack per character. Voice End really needs Unseen Razor.
Yeah, Voice End. And yeah, you keep the Hydra on Hu Tao here too, which isn't very fun.
Oh, he does get Unseen Razor. Is that enough?
Yeah, just to like make it last. He's gonna get frozen here again though.
Ooh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, just from that Hydra.
It's a tough matchup because when you're left with 1 character against a very consistent freeze composition.
Yeah. Oh, this is a very close match though. Crimson Witch is here too.
He doesn't get frozen anymore, but Crimson Witch can vape with Mona Burst.
Yeah, oof. And you got Adeptus Temptation too, so we might see a really big hit here coming up. And yeah, Ito.
Signora doesn't have Burst yet, so Adeptus doesn't come into play.
But
but
Voice
Ito,
End,
if he kills Mona.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see Voice End. Hold on. Lotus gives 3 shield. If you Unseen Razor Delitic Spear, it's another 3 shield.
Yeah.
That would be 11 HP total on Hu Tao. 11 HP. Can that survive a hit from Signora with Burst? Signora Burst is 6.
All right, let's see this.
With Mona Burst is 12.
Mona goes down.
With Vaporize is 14. Yeah, he's not surviving this.
Let's see. Adeptus Temptation. Ito.
That is a lot of damage
coming in, and it will do
16 damage! Holy!
God dang! Woo!
We got a new record here, travelers.
Jesus, Hu Tao gets sent to her own funeral parlor at 50%.
That's rough. Even I, as a Hu Tao fan, can only accept that is the end result there.
Wow.
Very well played by Whip Kong.
Yeah, but at least Hu Tao gets to come back. But for me, I get to see the Miko deck.
Ooh, that's true.
Yes.
Whip Kong's next deck is now guaranteed, and he is 1 game away from potentially going into the grand finals.
Yes.
Here's our winners for the next game. It's gonna be Adore Kitty, Cube Master 92, Roxiel 04, and Ven Castle.
2 people from the US and 2 people from EU. So congratulations for winning 1,000 Primo Gems each. We're gonna do another raffle each match, so make sure to enter once again. It will tell you when to enter again. We'll tell you at the same time, but it does close real quickly, so make sure you are paying attention for that raffle.
Yeah, I think our audience is keeping a pretty close eye I see how quickly the chat starts to spam once that raffle gets ongoing.
Yeah, there's like an auto message that pops. It's like, hey, time to enter the raffle. Right. So, yeah.
But looks like this match is turning out to be pretty spicy. That's actually the first loss that the Voice and Hu Tao deck has received this entire tournament as well.
Yeah.
So Whip Kong continuing his trend of being the dark horse, of doing the unexpected and overcoming any challenge that comes in his way.
Yeah.
But now, Miko Electro Charge. It is not the most consistent, especially now that Oceanid and Agent have been nerfed somewhat. Agent is still largely the same. He just lost 1 HP, but Oceanid definitely took a big hit.
Yet can't do the 3 summons on field anymore. Only 2 maximum, which directly affects a lot of Oceanid's abilities here. But I'm trying to think the other characters. You do get a totem for 3rd summon, right?
Yes.
And then that could still be enough, perhaps, for the Oceanid to work around.
Typically, the reason why you bring Fischl instead of Miko is because Fischl has that initial Electro application. Miko can only summon and do that damage in the end phase.
Right.
We might see a case of Quick Knit being run in the deck. We'll have to check the deck list just to make sure that once it goes over a certain number of stacks, on declaring end, you get an extra proc of Electro. So that helps, but it means that the deck takes a little bit longer to get set up compared to the previous Agent Electro Charge.
Well, we'll definitely have to see how it plays here. So far, some of these decks here have definitely been able to play a different line and kind of work a little differently, which brought victory to them. Especially with that last match with the Weep Kong there, kind of just bouncing around all over the place with Magic Station.
Voisin has switched deck here. No longer bringing the Hu Tao deck to play here. Since he knows the deck he's up against, he's gonna go for a deck that's more suited against it. Now, Agent Electro Charge is an aggro deck, but it's a very strong aggro deck. It has a lot of staying power because of how strong of an anchor an Agent can be. So Dynamo, although Stall usually has the favor against aggro, is still going to have a difficult time, but I think it has the better matchup compared to the Hu Tao one.
I haven't played the Yai Miko Oceanid Pyro Agent very much myself, or the proper variant of it. I only have experience with Dynamo, so I'm going to rely on you to call the shots on that one. So
hopefully I can. We'll see. It's been a while since we've seen this deck, and a lot of nerfs have hit it, so some changes have come out. But for now, this is going to be Voice N's Dynamo deck. Gonna be sporting a pretty similar deck list to basically every other Dynamo deck.
Ooh, looking at the deck list here, yeah, pretty standard still. You got Paimon running in there for that extra ramp. Both Liebens as well, just in case you don't get the cards you want. And Opera Epicles, because he does have a pretty good arsenal of weapons and equipment.
Yep, so of course this is a stall deck. Compared to other stall decks, it's got a little bit more aggressive potentials because of how much damage and control Jean is able to output, especially if you're able to get Sack Sword on her early on. But the real anchor is, again, Lynette with that Talon, able to do 5 damage on her second skill cast in the same round, up to 7 with Tandori, up to 8 with a weapon. And that is what you rely on to be able to finish off 1v1 duels at the end of the game.
No egg in this deck, though. I was expecting to see an egg, at least in this deck.
Not in this one.
No.
The idea is your characters to just stay alive by themselves, so you don't usually want to rely on it.
But there's an egg in this deck, so that's fun. Ooh, actually, the artifact up there.
Yeah, we got Lucky Dog Circlet. This is typically played when you have these decks with strong anchors, because keeping this on the Agent gives him even more staying power and overall tankiness, so that he's able to win 1v1 duels. We do have the Ocean-Hued Clam as well. It was very popular when first released because it was able to heal 3 HP and provide 1 damage instantly. But because they nerfed it to providing only 2 heal, it's no longer quite as popular as before, but it's still a very good artifact to grab if you're needing that quick burst of healing.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the rest of the deck because I haven't seen that one in play personally myself, so I'm excited to see how it's going to work here. Yeah, and that Adventurer's artifact. I think
Yes,
that's
the
what
lucky
it's called, right?
dog.
The lucky dog, yeah.
Basically, every time you use a skill, the wearer heals too.
Oh, is it a skill?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I got it confused with the normal attack one. Where it
Yeah,
heals.
the normal attack one is the Adventurer's
That's the one.
bandana, I
Right,
believe.
Right, yes.
So we don't get to see these artifacts very often. Even I'm not sure if I'm getting the names correct. I'm sure the comments will tell me.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a rare case where this artifact does have some value because if Agent is able to keep himself topped up, then yeah, it's very good.
All right, well, voice end back in the seat there, looking super serious. Back to the crowd. Oh, yeah, look at the pen lights. The new flashing one there, too.
Very nice. Always nice to see a bunch of lights in the crowd, and
Yeah.
the audience does seem very enthusiastic right now.
Yeah.
We could be one game away from the end of this series,
Yeah.
and that will depend on whether or not Voice End can even things out once again.
Yeah, look at Oikong, though. Super focused. He looks like he's on his game today, actually.
It does feel like he's been
Yeah.
on his game today. He has
Yeah.
not really been making mistakes. The same can be said for Voice End, just the deck matchups haven't been the most ideal for him overall, so
Yeah.
these players know what is at stake here.
Yeah. Just a quick look back at the crowd. Looks like a full house today, too. Yeah.
It does look like it. I'm gonna be very excited to go up there once we are done with this series, and then we can watch the grand finals with them.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely want to keep an eye on seeing what's going on. I also want to see how Blep and Leia cast the finals too. So gotta keep an eye on that. Gotta keep an eye on that along with that. So, oh, looks like we're about ready to go here. So, Staffa, take it away.
It's gonna be game 4 of the lower bracket finals here. Whipkong 1 game up, 1 game away from going forward into the grand finals. Voice End, will this be the end of his story? We will find out very, very soon.
Good one. Good one.
Yep,
Just
thank
makes
you.
the puns for us.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Both artifacts right off the bat for Whipkong. They're the
yeah.
two new ones that you wouldn't expect, but here they are.
Yep, once again, the raffle is ongoing as well,
Yeah.
so you can start the spam, everyone.
Yeah,
Prepare your umbrellas, everyone. It's
Let
going to be a
me-
rain of UIDs in chat very soon. Make sure to type which player you think is going to win. Put your UID along with it so we know where to send your Primo Gems if you're selected, and maybe you are one of our lucky winners for this game.
I'm just making sure I got it down in there too. Yes, there we go. Okay. All right, let's see. They're both just staring and considering what to bring with them on this next turn.
We have a lot of Dunyarzards on
Yeah.
the screen right
Yeah.
now.
You only need-
Probably a bit too many.
Okay, so Ocean Hued Climb goes
Apparently
back.
not.
Not anymore. So, all right, Dia leading out. Who do you lead in? Okay.
You always start with Oceanid
Okay,
in Agent
Oceanid.
Electrocharge.
All right, all right.
The typical idea is to get Oceanid summons out, then you switch over to, well, normally actually it would be Fischl.
Right.
Since you are running Yaimiko here, you start with Oceanid, because you start with Fischl, you get Oz out, then you summon on Oceanid to combo the summons together. Honestly,
Yeah.
either one starting still works. It kind of depends on what your starting dice are.
Yeah.
But Kong does not have good dice
No,
at all.
He elected to keep the Geodai though, because I think he wants to play the Paimon one right
Most
now.
likely.
Yeah. So, but which move will he do? I think he was hoping for at least one Hydro. Unfortunately, he won't. He will have to tune something. Wukong's side, or sorry, Voice End's side though. Looks okay, yeah. You got your 3 Pyro you can use, but missing that one animal. He does play Paimon. There's
Ooh.
another Lieben, actually.
Actually has Lieben as well, so he could greed out and go full ramp, but I think you gotta get at least one summon out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one to call your. You don't want to switch either.
Probably not. The dice make it kind of difficult. Actually goes for the normal attack. Wow, you would never see that on Oceanid.
Yeah. Once again, though, you gotta play a different line just so they aren't used to what's gonna come here.
I think more likely than Voice End thinking, what's happening here? It's gonna be Voice End thinking, oh, he doesn't have good dice. Because these players are used to these situations. There is basically zero reason to ever go for normal attack on Oceanid, and the only time you do it is if you have terrible dice, which Whipkong does.
Well, we'll see how this goes then. Wukong has rose above all else when things don't go his way still. That's the reason why he's here, and we've definitely seen some dice of cringe on his side. Plays the Lieben to gather the 2. Actually, Voice N also has his own Lieben. But he
Voice N either goes Liben or just equips like both Vorukashas here, which I think he doesn't really need to.
I mean, you don't want to waste your die either. You might as well. Probably at least get one of them on there.
Goes to Lynette. Yeah. So what has happened here is that Whipkong has definitely started out a little slower than you ideally want. With the recent adaptations to the meta, the game state definitely goes a lot quicker than it did before, which is why we see the prevalence of mainly aggro and stall, which directly counters aggro. We don't see a lot of combo anymore. So you really want to be able to get off the ground running as fast as possible. And it's because of how fast the game is going nowadays that summon decks are no longer quite as prioritized, with Finale being the only exception. So if you're not able to get a summon off, even in like the first round, Whipkong is already starting at a pretty bad pace. Remember, Voice N wants to just drag out the game as long as possible since he is playing the stall deck.
Yeah, but stall deck does have that temptation of being pretty aggressive at the same time if you can find opportunities in there. So it's going to be up to Voice N to see.
Ooh, look at his dice.
Yeah, that's some really good dice right there.
Whoa, that is... Oh my goodness.
Both of them have pretty good dice, actually.
Voice N's dice are just unparalleled, though.
Yeah, that is really, really strong here.
That's basically the dream for every TCG player ever.
All right, so does Whipkong stay on Oceanid and let Pyro Swirl happen, or do you just get your 2 summons out?
In the past, Agent Electrocharge would typically want to just greed out and go for the 5 cost to get 2 Oceanid summons instantly. But with the recent nerfs making it so that Oceanid can summon a maximum of 2 of its mimics at once, nowadays, with the quicker game time as well, you typically want to just go for the single summon.
Yeah, that's probably the best move you can do here. You can also heal yourself. You put the artifact on right now, too.
You usually don't put the artifact on Oceanid. It's almost exclusively for Agent.
Ah, I see. All right, I'll follow your lead on that one then. Whipkong is trying to make that decision here. Running the clock once again. Switches to Yai. Okay. Let's see how this goes then here.
Voice N has even more ramp. I actually drew a second Lieben earlier, as well as Chef Mao. Unfortunately, no food to combo with Chef Mao. I think he either can greed out here for multiple attacks in one turn, which wouldn't be too bad.
Right.
Or he can actually go for a good amount of ramp.
Yeah. Do you do that, though? Do you greed and go all out? It is a stall deck. You don't have to do that. You can just play the game. Just, like,
you definitely want to play defensively if Kong was able to get, like, say, both Oceanid and Miko summons out in round 1, or at least by now. But because he doesn't actually even have a single summon, Voice N can actually afford to go a little more aggressive.
Right. Let's see, Kong. What do they got here? They do have a bunch of Electro die. I think not quite enough to get her burst ready to go.
Yeah, the thing is about Miko is that you don't usually want to burst on her because it takes away the summons, and this is a summon based deck. You want her summon to stay as long as possible with Oceanids.
I feel like Whipkong is going to do something completely different, though. He knows that right now. He doesn't have his summons out, so he's going to have to try something else.
Yeah, but bursting on Miko is basically never it's not even really a last case. It's more of if you can end the game with burst, then you burst. Otherwise, you don't burst. That is the if condition.
All right, well, he does get a totem out here. So, let's see what he does next. Voice N back has all the Omni and the Animo. Could ramp up here. Could play Stove God to see if you can try to draw out the talent.
If you draw Lynette talent right now and Tandori, it's enough to lethal Miko, but the chances of getting that is unlikely.
Very unlikely. All right, off to the Fatui agent. This is like
so the Fatui agent switch here is specifically because he is expecting Voice N to potentially skill, and if he skills on agent, it switches to Oceanid, and then he can get the free switch and then summon. Voice N realizes this as well, so he's not going to skill. He's just going to basic attack. And I get the feeling that he'll probably want to Liben and then end turn once it goes back to him.
feel like Ukan's gonna tune something here. He might play Guoba just to see what he gets. Oh, he switches back to Yai. Interesting. All right, back to Voice End. He plays Lieben. Really good move. He's gonna have plenty of dice next round. Kong goes back to Rodea.
Goes back to Oceanid. Probably get the summon out here and then enter in as well.
It's a frog too.
Ooh, gets George. That's nice.
Is that his name?
That is his name, yes.
Oh,
you can ask Blep and Leah about this. It is a widely accepted name in the GITCG community for the Oceanid frog.
Interesting, because there is a frog Oceanid creature that does appear in a lore quest.
I know that most of the mimics actually do have official names in game now.
Yeah.
But for a very long time, the Oceanid frog in TCG has been George.
George.
Goodbye,
really?
George.
All right. I like that. George. Okay. Let's see. All right.
A lot of Hydro here for Kong. I don't know. Oh, he is going to keep it. And a Pyro as well. So we might get to see... Oh my goodness, look at those dice. Okay. Ooh, Voice End did just draw Lynette Talon. Both players have a lot of dice. We are going to see some stuff happen this round. It's just what's going to happen. Stove God going to be used. Looking for a weapon, ideally. No weapon. He might have to play the Wagner gacha. He does get Tenacity, though, so that's not too bad.
Well, what are we on right now? Voice End here. Sorry.
Yep, it's a tense situation right now for sure between these two players, because Whip Kong has definitely been slowed down in terms of the momentum that he would want on Agent Electrocharge. Remember, this is technically meant to be an aggressive deck, but he hasn't been able to pressure Voice End at all.
All right, back to Oip Kong on Yai. Does play the Stove God. Oh, there's that Ocean-Hued Clam, though.
Ocean-Hued Clam. Now, we don't get to see this card as often anymore. I did explain it during when we saw the deck list initially. When it was released, it was super popular because the way that this artifact works is for each 3 points of healing it gets, it actually provides 1 damage to the character that's wearing it. And when it was released, it actually provided that 3 healing up front. It just healed you 3 health and then gave you 1 damage for only 3 dice. They nerfed it because that was too strong, and it was in every single deck with Liar Song to get 6 healing every round.
Jesus Christ.
And now it's only providing 2 healing on play. It's still pretty good, but it no longer gives the direct damage.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what line Wukong can play here. I haven't played this deck, so this is very interesting for me, because to me, yeah, I wouldn't do that, but it might be the right move. Back to Jean. Yeah, you can force Jean to swap back over the ocean so we can get another summon out. So yeah, that's probably a good move there.
Yeah, it's the same situation. Obviously, you don't want to allow the swirl, but with no quick swap and wanting to get more Oceanid summons onto the field, it's basically all he can really do right now, because he's already been put definitely on the back foot overall. And that is actually pretty bad for Whip Kong, because Dynamo, again, stall deck. The longer the game goes, the better it is for Voice End.
Yeah, oh, okay. We got a quick switch off to Lynette. Oh, this is actually a pretty good move here. Yeah, skill. There's a lot of cards in Voice End's hand right now. The Whip Kong's gonna definitely think the talent card's in there.
Yeah, this is now actually very scary for Whip Kong, because Voice End has Lynette Talent in hand, and that makes her skill do 5 damage.
Yeah.
And look at Whip Kong's side of the board. Everyone is on 5 health.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, not looking good for Whip Kong right now. Maybe not the right deck to bring to the tournament here.
Maybe. There is a reason Agent Electrocharge is no longer the deck that terrorized TCG like before.
I wonder, is there a matchup for that deck against any of the current meta right now that you could do?
I'm not really sure, because this particular variant with Miko instead of Fischl as well is already a weaker deck in general, because of how it takes longer for Electro to be applied as compared to if you were running Fischl.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see here. Off the Uip Kong. Really got to start using all those artifacts there. Oh, goes to Gilded on Yai. All right, let's see here. What is the play? Extend the totem, perhaps? You're gonna get destroyed here, though, for sure.
I remember from the deck list now that there was no quick knit, right? So you would ordinarily see some quick knit being run in a deck that focuses on Yai, because for those of you who don't really know, if Miko's summon duration is 4 or more at the end phase, then it actually pops an electro damage just from declaring end. So you get 2 hits from the summon per round if it has more than 4 duration. Yeah. That's why you see quick knit sometimes with it.
All right, interesting. Okay, what's happening here? Okay, all right, like you said, that goes there.
So he played Ocean Hued Clam to get the 2 healing, then played the Liar Song to equip it with Lucky Dog to get even more healing onto the Pyro Agent here. And that will put him very easily out of the range of Lynette's talent, even if they happen to have Tendori as well.
Let's see, off to Voice N. This is very much like watching a golf game right now.
A golf game?
Yeah. Don't you watch golf?
No, I do not watch
really?
golf.
I do. I like a lot of sports, but regardless of that, yeah. No, it's just very slow, very calculated, very thinking of like what line you're gonna play.
I feel like you'd usually equate that to chess.
No,
not golf.
Chess and golf are kind of the same.
Oh.
A lot of people in chat might yell at me right now because of that, but I think they are. But that doesn't matter here. Voice
chess and golf are kind of the same thing. Rin Tai Show 2024.
All right, we see a Lotus being played into Lynette. Draws a bunch of food.
Voice-In still hasn't actually pulled a weapon out of his deck. It's actually kind of insane.
Yeah.
He doesn't really need to look for it right now because he is still in the driver's seat in terms of how this game is progressing. He even has a Wagner that he hasn't played in his hand for quite a very long time, so it shows that he doesn't really need the weapons. Though the extra damage is always good.
Look at all those equips. At this point, would you just like, no, resign, just move on to the next match?
I will also say right now that even if Whip Kong got good dice in round 1 and was able to get a bunch of summons out, this is still not a very good matchup because end phase damage from summons is very easy for Stall to deal with. You're basically giving them all the information they need to decide who's going to eat the damage and how they're going to handle it.
All right, well, let's see what happens on this next match, or next turn here.
We've going to draw out the Gilded Dreams here. He did already use a Lion Song earlier to equip the Lucky Dog, so one of those is gone. Plus, he doesn't have any way of discounting it, so I don't think we're going to see any magic engine happening here. Does get the egg, but I think it's a bit too early to need that.
Egg? I don't know. This is turn 4, correct? I believe it is. I'm just kind of surprised seeing no one taken out yet on Wukong's side. Then again, it is a stall side deck. So.
It is a stall deck. Right. There's no reason for Voice-In to force kill. Yeah. He just has to outlive. And right now, he's doing a very good job of that.
Yeah, I'm like, for me, seeing someone with 5 health right now is so tempting to just go after, but we'll have to see how that goes on here.
Let's see. I'm wondering what the play is going to be. Because we did just draw the Sack Sword, so Voice-In actually winning the gacha there. That is, again, the sword you usually want the most in this deck overall. And perhaps that's why we're seeing the switch back to Lynette here. Voice-In might actually start taking some people out.
All those artifacts.
Okay, actually, I just realized Whip Kong actually can play that Gilded for free. Yeah. So... yeah, he's got plenty of dice. He's got even Chef Mao, though only the egg to combo him with. There's still plenty of options for Whip Kong. Yeah. As for Voice-In, the scariest part of this deck to deal with is going to be that Agent Burst, because that is going to be the biggest source of single target damage that is available. on the side of Whipkong's board. It is actually 5 pyro damage. It's not a lot, but with stealth, it's 6. So if you combo that with anything like Adeptus, then it becomes 9. So that is legitimately a threat.
Yeah, especially with the low energy cost of that burst here, there's definitely a threat. So yeah, you definitely don't want to 1v1 him when it comes down to it.
That's why he's an anchor.
Yeah.
Basically, the idea of anchors in most decks is just, do you want to fight this person 1v1 in a dark alleyway? And if the answer is no, congrats, they're an anchor.
I don't think any of the characters on Wukong Steins you want to meet in a dark alleyway.
Probably not.
No, especially Yaimiko.
Well, that's subjective.
I don't want to get into that right now, so let's go to voice end here. Chat's gonna flay me alive. Don't chat. Leave me alone. Okay, anyway. Voice end on Lynette. Has the talent card still. Could probably just start cleaning up here.
Actually, with Miko now on the voice, I can't remember if Lynette has skilled yet this turn.
No, not yet.
Not yet, right?
No.
So he's not going to use skill because it wouldn't quite be enough damage yet.
No.
Whipkong actually choosing to sacrifice Miko here. I guess it's not too bad since we've already got 4 duration on her summon.
Yeah.
It's probably the end of her tenure here. I don't think she needs to do anything else.
No, definitely want to get rid of her now, because even if you do let her burst, it's gonna leave some lingering damage, especially on the
Okay,
switch.
you don't want to burst.
I know
on
you
Miko.
don't want to burst.
You do
on
not
Miko.
burst on
I
Miko
know you don't
in this
want
deck.
to, but again, you might have to do that. You might have to work around something.
If Kong bursts on Miko, he loses the game.
All right, well, let's see what happens here. I think he probably is going to lose this match considering the situation right now. Yeah, does skill on Miko, so she does leave. Who do we go to next here?
I think you do go... Actually, going Oceanate is risky as well. Because now Lynette does have the talent damage potential. It's still only 5. And although Voice End has a weapon, he doesn't have enough dice to equip it and play Lynette talent. So I guess it's still fairly safe to go Oceanate. Ooh. Is he gonna... He's not gonna burst, right? No. He goes to Oceanate just to play I haven't lost yet and then switches the agent. I mean, I guess that's the safest you can go, but I think you do need a Mimic on the board somewhere.
Yeah. There's Wagner drawing the... Oh, man.
Aquila. Yeah, Voice End can now equip one of these for free next turn. I'm pretty sure you just go Saxword.
Yeah, it just
You're not at any risk.
Yeah, Voice End just looks really set up here. It's definitely going to be tough coming back. But Wukong, I believe, is the player that does like explore every line possible without giving up. He will take this right to the end.
Yes.
That is the reason why he is here today, because he's definitely been in matches that really forced his back to a wall, but he did come out of it on top as a victor.
We see Lynette finally getting equipped here with the talent. Hold on. Did he tune Saxword? I think he did.
Yes, he did.
Ooh,
Yes,
he's keeping Aquila. Okay.
I think that is the better sword still. That's definitely the sword you want to keep if you want to stall the other team out.
I don't really think you need to stall anymore at this point, though.
Right, but you don't want to get too greedy either at the same time.
Okay, that's fair.
Right.
That has actually cost Voice in some games
that
in the
has
past.
cost a lot of people different games.
Kong going to get that 5 cost skill out. Gets the squirrel and the bird. I don't think there's community names for them. I know there's official names for some of the mimics, but I don't know them for here.
The squirrel does show up in a quest. I believe their name is Captain Kate. That's what it was, actually.
Oh.
I'm not Colonel Kate or Captain Kate. One of the two.
Tell us in the comments.
Yeah,
we're not up to date.
It's from the Narcissen's Kreuz quest. The flying bird though does not have a name.
Oh, okay. So it's just bird.
Yeah, it's just for now it's
That's
bird.
easy.
But the squirrel does have, I believe it's either Colonel Kate or Captain Kate. I can't remember.
So it's just Kate.
Yeah, Kate for now. I think the title is nice for it though.
You know what? Yeah, if you work hard enough to have a title, you should be referred to as such.
Have a nice title for it. Okay, so I believe Voice End swapped over to Jean here, correct? Yes.
Yeah, so Oceanate Burst as well has always been very scary in the past. It was nerfed a little while back, but it's still not bad. It's 400 damage and then +1 for every friendly summon. So with 3 summons right now, that's actually a 7 damage burst. Not quite enough to finish off Jean, but enough to be a threat. I wonder if you do end turn here to get Prio, but then you would get swirled by the Lynette summon.
Yeah, Wukong played Mao to buy some time here. Now he's still considering what to do next. Time is running out though. Oh, it did end. He just let it go, I think.
Jean gonna eat a lot of damage here from the electro charge, but not to a point where it would be a threat.
Yeah, he hasn't moved. Oh, he's so in focus right now.
Because the Lynette summon absorbed electro, that is now actually an overload reaction. Actually, Kong might have predicted that.
Yeah.
I think he actually stayed on Oceanid to get overloaded onto Agent.
Wow, that's not a terrible move, huh?
Agent skill.
Wait, now Hydro is on Jean.
Agent skill does 3 pyro. It would be enough to lethal Jean actually.
Oh. Wow, I'm impressed.
The way you said that sounded kind of...
No, that's genuine. I'm actually impressed. That is something I didn't even think of because I forgot the Bogglecat could absorb elements there. Oh, that's really interesting. Okay.
Jean has 1 shield. If Agent skill does 3 damage, it is 5 with Vaporize. I'm not too sure if I'm calculating this correctly, whether my notes are updated, because I do know that characters received recent adjustments, and I can't remember if that was one of them.
Yeah, do you play Lotus on him here right now?
You almost certainly do.
Yeah, because you'll be okay, and then you can burst Lynette or Dia if you want, because you're probably going to lose him. He does have that artifact equip one, right? The one that heals? So he does skill heal himself too at the same time.
Yeah, he'll go out to 6. Oh, it's not quite enough damage.
But he does have his own
like
cloak
my notes
on.
are wrong.
he has a cloak on though, so that does help him out.
I couldn't remember if it did 3 pyro with stealth or without stealth, so I'm gonna assume it is with stealth here. Aquila gonna come out onto Lynette. It seems to switch over to her now. So this is going to be an anchor duel now. Agent Burst, like mentioned before, does 5, I believe 6 with stealth. But Lynette has effectively 12 HP.
I wonder if he might gild it, perhaps, maybe on someone.
I mean, you can definitely gild it to get extra dice.
Definitely want some extra dice here. And he already, like, how often does that artifact heal it? Once per turn?
Once per turn, yeah.
So maybe he might replace it with gilded, just so you can get some of his dice. I don't know if he'll burst though. That's the question here.
I don't think you replace Lucky Dog with Gilded. I can't remember what artifact was on Oceanid, but you usually want to keep Lucky Dog around, because that 2 healing every round is very valuable on Agent, especially now that it's a 2v3 and Ocean is only on 2 health.
He does do his burst. Just to get some pyro on, I think that's the right move.
So that's 6 damage to Lynette. Lynette heals 1 afterwards, thanks to Aquila as well. Lynette has enough dice to do 2 attacks. Eats the Lotus. 2 attacks on Lynette with talent equipped is 8 damage. So Agent needs to heal more than 2 health here to survive the next hit. Actually, no, more than 3 health because of the weapon to survive the next hit. So even Lotus is not enough to actually keep him alive here.
I think what Wukong was trying to do is do a quick swap over to Ocean, equip Gilded, and do a burst. But because that Lotus is there now, that is going to cause some problems. And Wisen does have
the
6
Lotus
dice.
just got... Oh wait, did he just eat the Lotus?
No, not yet. He is going to quick swap though.
Quick swap into Oceanid Burst actually kills here, right?
No. I meant the Lotus went on Lynette.
The Lotus went on Lynette.
Yeah, so she's effectively 12 plus.
I'm starting to lose track of time. I'm going to be honest.
That's okay. That's why I'm here.
Where am I?
Yeah, I follow the finer little details of the fight. Let's see.
7 damage with 3 summons. 9 with Vaporize. Right. So if Lynette does have Lotus...
She has Lotus and she has the Bogglecat damage.
Oh yeah, you're right.
As well.
Lynette totally survives this.
Yeah. She will survive it, but it will do a lot of damage. It's just that Voisin has 6 die. So yeah, he does put Gilded on.
Gilded would only be enough to get the burst out. I think after that, Voisin can just end the game.
I think he can, yeah.
Because Lynette gets the kill onto Oceanid here. Ooh! The Lotus top deck, actually. Okay,
no
Voice
dice.
End can no longer end game this round.
No dice though.
Ah, no dice to play it.
Yeah,
You're right.
Yeah, I don't.
I
think,
always forget.
It's okay.
You gotta pay dice to eat.
All right. Well, yeah. So Voice End does take this match, so we do go 2-2.
Ooh, history repeating itself. The last time these two players went up against one another, it was a full 5-game series. And now in the lower bracket finals, a single game will be the difference between third place and top 2.
This is very exciting to see. They have matched up against each other, and now they're matching again for the final spot in this whole tournament. But regardless of that happening, the one that does lose still places third and still pretty good prize money.
I mean, okay, it's pretty good, but you don't want to end your
you
journey
don't
when you're
want to.
this
You
close.
don't want to,
right?
for sure, yeah.
But we have 4 more raffle winners. Congratulations to Gela1108.
Don't read all the names. I'm just saying. Don't read
Yeah.
the last one.
I can see that.
Okay, I was just making sure because.
But it's a good pun. I will give them that.
It's a very good pun.
Crescentia Ale 27. I actually don't think that's a 1.
Yeah.
And good pun.
I hope you're proud of yourself, though. You
Very
can
proud.
Enjoy your
Honestly,
Primo Gems.
you should be proud of yourself.
Oh, well, anyway. But yeah, if you're using those Primo Gems, you might be in debt anyway. But whatever. So what? 2-2.
2-2. And now we know precisely what the final matchup is going to be.
Yeah.
It's Hu Tao versus Agent Electrocharge.
Yeah, my team versus your team.
Is it your team versus
well,
my team?
My bias is with Yaimiko, so it has to be.
All right, we
Yeah,
have
so-
biases against one another
Yeah,
here.
right.
You know, I think we wouldn't want it any other way
Yeah,
for our
it had to
last
be.
cast here at the Asia Invitational.
This is actually the perfect ending.
Yeah.
Because right after this, it will go to the best of 7, and Blep and Leo will be casting that. I think it's very fitting for them to do that as very prominent members in the TCG scene. So.
Yeah, I can't believe it's come down to this already. Guaranteed last game that we are casting here after 2 weeks.
And the best part is, it is neither of the more common decks that we've seen.
Yeah.
Completely different decks.
Yeah.
So, and we've seen the Hu Tao deck lose. We haven't seen the Miko deck win yet. So, something different might happen here. Something different might happen here. So
I'm very excited.
Yeah,
it's gonna be game 5.
Yes.
One of these players will encounter LL Rise Falcon in the grand finals, and the other will unfortunately falter right before the finish line. Voice End gonna be bringing the Lear Friend Trio once again, the Hu Tao anchor deck here. I think we're pretty used to this by now.
Yep, sorry. I was swallowing some water at the same time. Yeah.
Remember to hydrate.
Yeah, I gotta keep hydrating. But yeah, it looks pretty good here. We've seen this deck before, and we've seen Hu Tao definitely carry it too. We've seen Chongyun just chill back and just kind of watch what's going on.
It's a strong deck in general because it has a lot of tools, the Lithic Spear combos for defensive potential, and as long as you're able to get Xingqiu Burst out, which is not too difficult to achieve since it only costs 2 energy, then you can actually combo that with Freeze on Chongyun's skill or Vape with Hu Tao normal attacks.
All right, so let's review this deck again. What was the main issue for Udkong in that last match of this one?
Bad dice in round 1.
Just bad dice? Okay.
Saving dice to ramp on Paimon against a stall deck is a little bit greedy. And because of that, he wasn't actually able to get any summon damage out. Not to mention that summon damage is kind of slow in general.
Yeah.
So not only does it fit well into the current meta, it's not a good matchup against Dynamo in the first place. Against the Hu Tao deck, it definitely is a better matchup because Hu Tao does take a little more time to get set up. But because a lot of the damage here is front-loaded onto Agent, we know how vulnerable decks with solo anchors are to freeze.
Yeah, but there is one card in that deck that might change everything.
You're gonna say egg, aren't you?
I didn't say it, you did.
Okay.
As expected, expected, you get it? So
expected.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Hu Tao doesn't have an egg in their side, so it might come down to that. You never know. We've seen some crazy egg plays,
true.
right? If it does pop up, I will scream egg. I'll do it
We
again.
do need protein.
Yes.
Protein is very good. It keeps you alive.
7 grams of protein in the average egg. I know, because
How do you know this?
I study this a lot. I do a lot of
Why?
nutrition things, so yes.
Ah, okay,
Yeah.
because you actually live healthy. And I don't. Yeah, actually, that's why. That's a pretty good
Eat
reason,
your
honestly.
eggs. Eggs are great. Only one, though. Of according to this game, you can only have 1 egg. Actually, can you run 2 eggs in a deck?
You can run 2 eggs.
Oh, that'd be funny.
But just like any food, you can only, you know, eat 1 per turn.
1 per turn. Remember in the very first game we saw before, Yelan and the egg? Remember that one? We thought it would be like a great match, that egg showing up, but then it just fell short because they were full.
I remember that now, yes.
Oh, it's Goro!
Ooh, we got Goro with Guava in the back with all of our audience. I'm very excited to go up there and watch what... Ooh. I feel like we've seen this before.
Yeah, we have definitely seen this before.
Whip Kong is in his most relaxed state right before the game.
Yeah, sleeping.
Hopefully he does wake up once we jump on into Game 5 here.
How is voice and feeling here? Oh, he's shaking a little bit.
Both players are going to be pretty nervous, going to really need to get their game face on here.
God. My heart's pumping for them too. Just right at the end.
Whip Kong definitely has a deck that matches up well into Hu Tao, but it's also not really the meta for this deck anymore, so it's not as strong. Therefore, I think it's a pretty even matchup.
We'll have to see here. Oh, I'm feeling for them right now because, yeah, final, like the absolute game that you have to win. You lose, you lose. You win, you get 1 more shot.
Yep.
Yeah.
The raffle hasn't started yet, everyone, but do tell us in the comments right now who you want to go through into the grand finals. Shout out your support. Show these players your love because they need all the energy they can get. The final game in the lower bracket finals between Voice End and Whip Kong, who will move on to become our 2nd grand finalist.
Oh, man, here we go. What do we got here for cards? Raffle started, so get those in right now.
You guys know the drill. I don't think we need to tell you guys how to do it anymore, but just in case, tell us which player you want to win and the UID.
What is Whip Kong doing? He looks like he's meditating right now.
Is he meditating or nodding off?
I hope he's not falling asleep.
I'm going to be honest, he kind of looks like he's falling asleep.
I
but
hope he's not having...
he probably isn't. I think he is meditating.
Right. I just hope he's not having like a panic attack or something either.
No.
Yeah. Have to see what's happening. Maybe just going over the possible combinations right now.
Yeah, I think he is thinking, he's meditating, he's considering all his options, taking all the time that is necessary because it could be either of these players' final time on this stage.
Yeah.
Does choose the cards to switch out. Gets Cox and the Ocean-Hued Clam.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure both decks are still going to start on typical openers. Xingqiu already selected for Voice End.
Yeah. All right, Oceanid 2 as well. Hydro on Hydro.
Now, in the typical Agent Electro Charge deck, you'd actually be able to threaten Xingqiu to some extent, because if you had Fischl, you'd be able to apply Electro and then Agent could instantly overload. But Whip Kong not getting the dice that he needs right now.
I see that very pained like sigh that he's going through right now, not getting the dice he wants on the first turn. But he can still re-roll, so we'll see what happens here. Voice End with a good roll himself. Just being patient. We haven't actually been paying attention to their heart rates too closely at all so far.
Yeah, I don't think they've gone up very high compared to what we saw during the group stages, but it definitely does seem like Whip Kong is very nervous right now.
Yeah.
We can see it on his face. He's not feeling very natural about the situation.
Deep breaths here. Oh my. That's the most I've seen him just kind of break a little bit. All right, let's see. What does he get? Oh, okay, kind of.
That's not
quite
really what you want.
Right.
At least he has enough to get a summon, but you don't really have any reason to go to Agent this early on. Voice End having really good dice as well.
Right now he's just going through the motions right now, getting the Hydra out. Got the Sealy out too, so he can draw some more cards really quickly. Whip Kong now. I guess his only line here would be to summon, right?
I think you do have to summon. Dunya Zod can be set up, and then Liban does offer some ramp potential. It's easier to go for some ramp in this game compared to the previous one because you are somewhat okay with matching the pace of the combo deck.
Whip Kong's not looking too good.
Yeah, he's not looking very good at all.
His heart rate is climbing too as this goes on.
Hopefully he is able to keep himself calm here.
Yeah.
I can understand that there would be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he's sweating. Yeah, Staff is with him right now just to keep an eye on him.
Hopefully he'll be doing okay. We want these players to be able to compete at maximum potential here, considering what is at stake.
And I'm a little concerned, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, cameras had to go off.
We gotta make sure to give the players the time and space they need to make sure their heads are in the game.
Yeah, this is a very like high level competition. Very difficult.
I can only imagine how I would be feeling if I were in either of these players' positions.
Yeah.
This is part of the experience of being on a stage like this with a competition with stakes this high. So make sure you guys are able to give not just Whipkong, but Voice Hand your support as well. Shout it out in the comments right now. We don't know which of these players is going to be going through just yet.
Yeah. So back to Whipkong here. Ocean had already taken some damage. Did summon the Raven Bird thing, the hawk.
Yeah, you definitely would ideally want to summon on Miko here, but it means that he'd have to tune
2 cards.
Yayoi, probably.
Probably artifact, maybe, or put the artifact on Yai right now. And just hope for a better next turn. Or you have Lieben too. You have that option as well.
He could end turn here and hope for something better. But Xingqiu will be able to get burst out next round. And once that happens, then the Hu Tao deck really just gets running. Because either Chongyun or Hu Tao can make very good use of that burst.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Wukong's heart rate is going down, so hopefully he is calming down a little bit and he can get back into this. So he does play Yayoi.
It's a scary situation to be in right now. Yeah, okay, so Kong is gonna go for the ramp here. I think that is basically the only option you have. It's way too early in the game to be tuning basically your whole hand. So at the very least, with some extra dice and extra cards next round, he might be able to do something here. The raffle has now officially ended, so you guys, you can stop spamming your new IDs. You can actually start spamming the players' names because we gotta give him our energy.
Yeah, keep
everyone
sharing them on the chat. Give us your favorite emotes, your favorite character lines, everything. All right, Wukong's got a better hand though right now. 3 Omni, an Electro, and a Pyro. Boysen got enough to get the swords off on the next round, and he could start going on to Hu Tao right after this too.
Yeah, Boysen just needs 3 dice for this round in order to get the Xingqiu burst out.
Yeah.
And then after that, anything that he could use on Hu Tao or Chongyun are good. As for Whipkong, still probably gonna be looking for some Electro dice to get the Miko summon out. But with all the dice from Liben and so on, it should be quite easy to do that. Unfortunately for him, the Xingqiu burst is basically guaranteed at this point.
Yeah. So I'm just taking a look at what else Voice N could run here right after that. He does have enough Pyro die. He's got minty meat rolls ready to go. He's also got Northern Chicken, so he could just do like a quick normal and just kind of set up for the next. Wukong on the other hand, he's got some pretty good die to get something going, finally.
Looking at what he has in hand, that Chef Mao would be handy if he had some food. Because I do think that Whipkong needs more options right now.
Yeah.
I like, now that we are seeing it in action, it's becoming quite clear the issues that this deck is having in this current meta. It just doesn't apply enough pressure to actually force your opponent into uncomfortable situations. The nerfs on Oceanid have hit pretty hard, and without Fischl to directly apply elements, there actually isn't enough to go for reaction damage.
Yeah. Right, back to Wukong. Probably just got to get a totem out here, correct? At least start getting the summons going as best as you can.
And an argument could be made to go for like basic attack to start doing electro
start
charge,
doing some
but
damage.
I don't think it's gonna be good enough here.
Okay. Let's see.
It's a tricky spot because Agent Electro Charge is still a deck that has difficulty, and while Hu Tao is not as meta, we've already seen the track record overall of this deck here. It did lose one game for the first time earlier in this series, but it's had a 100% win rate until here, and I still do think that despite it being aggro versus combo, it's actually the Hu Tao deck that has a certain degree of advantage.
Yeah, Wukong doing what he does best is to run that timer and think of all the possible lines you can run here. And right now is definitely the most important time to do it on the final round. Does play the totem though.
Totem's basically the only thing you can do here. Yeah, like I did suggest auto attack, but that wouldn't really be a good long-term investment. Basically, you'd be wasting the only hydro application you have right now on a single burst of damage, and it's not going to be enough to threaten Voice End in any way.
Right. So, Xingqiu getting equipped with Vorukasha. Was that Vorukasha or Kavarana?
I believe it was Kavarana.
Okay, so at least it can get like a heal. It's a heal back, or is it a card draw? I believe it's a card draw.
It is just the card draw.
Yeah, it's a card draw upon hits. So Whip Kong, he could like add more charges to his totem here if he wants to. He's got enough die for it.
I don't know. Okay, so this is a very not good spot to be in because I'm going to be honest here, and this is not me speaking from bias because of Hu Tao. This is just
is
me.
That what he just did though? He did, right? Okay.
He did top up the usages. Yeah. But what I'm thinking here is that I don't really see the way that Whip Kong's deck wins against the Hu Tao deck. Like, he would have to catch Voice in a really bad spot where Hu Tao somehow gets picked off by either Oceanid or Agent Burst.
Yeah.
And neither of those are quite ready yet, nor do I think Voice End is going to put her in such a spot. He's been very smart with the way he's piloted this deck in the past.
Yeah. All right. He did play Guoba. Still not a lot of options there. He can equip that artifact to wrap up the rest of this turn. How does the Ocean Hue artifact work exactly again?
So it heals you 2 health upon play, and for every 3 points of healing that the character receives, it actually gets 1 damage.
Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting.
It is an interesting artifact. I think it's an example of the exploration that the design team has basically been doing in terms of TCG, where cards are starting to become a little bit more complex.
Ooh, Paimon coming in. I mean, you could top off Yai right now, because I believe Voice End is very likely to swap over to Hu Tao and get the work here. And yeah, having a Hydra on you is not the best thing at the moment.
I'm trying to think. The dice right now for Whip Kong are not the best. It's 3 different elements, and unfortunately he doesn't have Libin anymore to be able to eat it. Yeah, he might have to tune.
Is he going for the burst, or is he going for
No, he's going for the summon.
A summon? But he's already... Oh, he's on Oceanid right now.
Yeah, he's on Oceanid.
Sorry. Yeah.
He got confused because they both have Hydro.
Yeah. Does he tune? Those are all really hard cards to tune, too.
I think you might tune Paimon. I think it's reached a point in the game where Paimon doesn't have much use anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
We get George.
George.
George. Honestly, I love the name. I haven't been in the community long enough to know where the name came from, but I love the name so much.
Yeah. Nice. All right, Hydro. Oh, look at okay, this is pretty good start.
So this is where you see the damage come out from Agent Electro Charge. The summon damage is actually pretty notable. As we know, George doesn't do damage until he has taken some himself.
Yeah.
So no more Hydro there. In terms of the dice now, Voice End gonna be looking for as much Pyro as possible. Not the best for him. Whip Kong, I think he probably wants to start playing a bit on Agent as well. So I think he probably wants to reroll for some Pyro.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Whip Kong's dice. Too bad that Paimon wasn't there now. But yeah, probably not the best card to have at this point.
Ooh, okay. At least he can. He can't play on Oceanid.
Yeah, he could play.
But he can't really summon anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't summon here anymore. But hey. Hu Tao ready to go. Tough one here.
Yeah, what are you thinking about the current state of the board?
Actually, damage-wise, it's pretty even. But definitely Hu Tao having all the things that she needs. Things are about to shift in Voice End's favor here. Whip Kong has a lot of Hydro die, though. He could either refresh his summons or do a normal attack and then burst. He might be able to live this hit.
It depends on where, because Voice End didn't manage to set up Chongyun's skill. He actually went into Hu Tao straight away, and Hu Tao needs 1 turn to set up her skill as well.
Yeah, so that still needs to happen here.
Oceanid can actually guarantee an attack into a burst.
Yeah.
And that would be 1 damage from attack, 7 damage from burst, so 8.
It's too
which
bad.
is not enough.
It's too bad Wukong didn't have any Electro Die, because if Oceanid was to go down, Yai could easily follow up with an attack.
That would actually not be a bad time to go for Yai Burst. Like I mentioned, that it's not good in the it's not good in the last matchup. In this matchup, if you can kill Hu Tao with Yai Burst, it's worth doing.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're going to get that setup.
No. All right, but we do go to the agents. No Pyro Die though, so you have to tune something. Or you can recall the Gilded, I believe that was equipped earlier?
I believe it is a Gilded. Liar Song would allow for some tuning. Yeah, Agent is in a pretty safe place right now because you have 9 HP. What you want to avoid giving Voice End the chance to do is to just attack multiple times on Hu Tao, because there's almost no doubt that there is going to be like a Minty Meat Rolls or something in Voice End's hand, and we can see that he does have 2. So the more pressure you can put on Hu Tao at this point, the better it is for Wukong. But with the Lithic Spear, that is the reason why this this particular weapon is so effective in this deck. You don't have a lot of defensive options without it, but with it, Hu Tao actually has a lot of staying power.
Attacking though would trigger George to attack on the end of turn here, so
that's not really a big concern.
Not a concern, but still enough damage to be thrown around, because if say they were to stay on Hu Tao, the Electro Charge would get applied after the Totem and the Frog go. So we'll just see what happens here.
The reason this particular order of the Agent Electro Charge summons is actually very good, because as I mentioned earlier, as long as Miko's summon has 4 usages or more, it actually pops 1 electro damage on end phase, like before end phase.
Oh, before end.
So it would be 1 electro from the summon into the bird, into the totem again, into the frog, therefore proccing Electro Charge 2 times. So while Miko is slower than Fischl, it has more damage overall if you're able to get those usages on the totem. It doesn't look like Voice End is going to be particularly worried about that though. So as for the Liar Song on Gilded to get more dice, and we are going to see a lot of attacks this turn.
Yeah, at least, all 3 for the full Minty Meat effect will go here. Yeah, here we go. Hu Tao getting set up.
I don't think you can afford to stay on Agent right now, but both Oceanid and Miko have Hydro on them. I wonder if the play is to equip Ocean and just tank it, but no. Yeah, I guess Yai has already done her job here, basically. And it actually kind of poses a threat on whether Wukong might decide to burst on Hu Tao here. It's not something we see often, but Voice End's not really concerned at all.
Yeah.
Miko will drop to 1 HP.
They can switch the Ocean and play the Ito card for a burst. Oh wait, no, Yai didn't go down.
Yeah, she didn't go down.
I thought she was going to go down. Never mind.
But I still don't think it's the right time to Yai Burst.
No, I didn't say Yai Burst. I meant Oceanid Burst. But
I'm just pointing it out.
It was going to go down. I think that might have been a good time for it.
Ooh, Gilded is pretty nice at this point, since he did already have Liar Song in hand as well. Now he has another 7 dice, I think, potentially.
I think
6 or 7.
You definitely want to probably try to sacrifice Miko here, but make sure she gets like an attack off. Let's see what's the plan here. You liar it and bring it back?
You definitely don't burst. You want to keep all those usages. So a normal attack might be pretty good to just overload off of Hu Tao.
I'm trying to think here. So Yai normal attack does 1 damage, right?
Yes.
And then the burst does how much? 3?
The burst does 4 damage, and if it destroys the summon, the next it will proc another 3 damage before your opponent chooses their next action.
Right, and that does 3 damage, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's 4 damage initial and then 3 damage later.
And with that pyro there, I think. Yeah.
Ooh, he's gonna burst. Okay.
Burst. So that will do that. But now you have that threat of, the totem being there.
Yeah, that does get rid of all the totem usages.
Really good draw too right now.
It's not the worst trade because Voice End actually doesn't have enough dice to switch back to Hu Tao and attack again. So it's a bit of an awkward spot for him, not to mention he doesn't actually have a quick swap.
Yeah, but whoever he switches to, he's going to have to switch again because those Hydra are going to spread electrocute or electro charge across everybody. Let's Unseen Razor. Okay, that's a good play to get the polearm back on, to get your shields back up.
I'm wondering if he actually intends to switch back to Hu Tao. I don't think so. You probably just re-equip the weapon and then stay on Xingqiu the end turn so that he eats all the Hydro.
Yeah. Well, that bolt's going to come down on after this turn ends.
Yes.
Yeah, but who does he decide to do it on? Does he do it on Xingqiu? Or does he do it on Chongyun?
Yeah, it's Voice End who basically gets the option of choosing here.
Okay, he's going to let it hit Xingqiu then.
Yeah, Xingqiu basically, the job's done after he burst the first time.
Yeah.
If he's able to get a second burst, it's massive, but usually you don't need it.
Yeah, Miko could get another Totemo too, and then that could be her full job. And then keeping her as the active character, you have a chance to play the Ito card the next turn too.
That is fair. Unfortunately, the dice right now are not ideal for summoning another totem.
No.
So, yeah, just get some healing in.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty good too. All right, well, good job, Miko. You did it. Proud of you.
Yeah, it's not often we get to see Yae burst here, so that's definitely a surprise. And the Blood Blossom does end up taking her out at the end phase.
All right, well,
her job is basically done at this point. She was able to do a good amount of chip damage to Hu Tao, all things considered. But without the Electro application now, this deck is going to be very heavily reliant on Vaporize. Ooh. I thought Voice End might want to eat the damage onto Chongyun instead, so that Hu Tao is not at risk of Agent Burst.
Yeah.
But if he's doing that, now I'm kind of wondering if he might be deciding to actually anchor with Chongyun.
Yeah.
Whoa, look at his dice. What? What is that? That's gross.
Oh, that is very gross.
Ooh, and Whip Kong did not roll well.
Yeah.
Got a bunch of Electro, but Miko is already dead, and he obviously doesn't have Egg in hand.
Yeah,
Larsong gonna come out. I think a Hu Tao basic is actually enough to kill Agent as well. And if Agent goes down, I don't think Oceanid has what it takes to be able to finish off the game. So I think this might be it. Voice End could be securing victory here.
It definitely does look like that.
Ooh, even Burst is enough. Yeah, that's it. No summons means that Oceanid Burst as well, even if he had it ready, which he can if I haven't lost yet, is only actually 4 damage.
Is there any food left on Wukong's side? Yeah, there is, right?
Yes.
You could potentially just try to draw the egg out again.
Technically, yes, he could pull out the egg.
The egg?
No, no egg.
No egg.
It wasn't meant to be this time.
I guess not. You can play the Ito card to get your burst, and then you're going to have to tune a couple things here.
It would have been an awesome way to end,
What's
though.
up? Let's see.
I think we could be witnessing the end here of this match of Whip Kong's journey in the Asia Invitationals.
Yeah, there's the tuning.
He's put up such a good fight.
Putting up the bird.
But Voice End definitely has more than enough tools in hand to finish this off.
All right, well, oof.
I definitely have a bit of bias here that I'm gonna finish my cast at the Asia Invitationals with Hu Tao.
Yeah, Wukong just said he forfeits right there.
That is it. One final hit.
Win. Wow.
Travelers, your second grand finalist, who will be meeting LL Rise Falcon in the final match of the Asia Invitationals, is none other than Voice End.
Wow, 3-2. Very, very well fought between both of them. I hope.
A big hug on the stage as well.
Love to see the camaraderie there as well. Wukong finishing third, still very good. Right, third place is nothing to like.
It's no easy feat.
Yeah, exactly, for sure.
And Whip Kong has already surprised us so much this tournament, because he definitely wasn't one of the favorites going in, considering all the other like Prince Cup champions that were playing. But to make it this far, definitely massive respect to him.
Yeah.
And of course, to our raffle winners as well. Congratulations. We got VT, Shy, Dullin, Gluffs, and Bismuth.
I almost said Gulfs.
Gulfs?
Gluffs, you're right.
It is Gluffs, yes.
All right. So I'm surprised that we actually went all 5 rounds, which is good for the viewers and good for us because we get to see more exciting games.
That is true. And remember, the last time these two players met up, Whip Kong won 3-2.
Yeah.
So Voice End has been able to make up for his previous loss, and in perhaps the most important match as well.
So, best of 7. Falcon versus Voicen. Exciting, actually.
Ooh, very exciting.
Very good. I'm very happy to watch this.
These are two players that have been very clean and honestly kind of intimidating to watch ever since the start of the tournament.
Yeah, both very common collected players. Falcon having a great run so far on this tournament here, but Voicen showing some amazing play. I think yesterday was he the one that had the Mew deck with the Eula 12 hit? That was probably my most favorite match to see. Voicen was the one who made
the Eula comeback.
Yeah, that Eula comeback was amazing. So, best of 7. We're definitely going to see a bunch of new characters coming up here.
I'm so excited.
Yeah. Who are you who are you excited to see possibly show up? What deck?
I've already got all I need.
Well, you got your Hu-Tao.
That's all I need.
Someone else, right?
Okay. If anyone else, I want to see Nilou.
Nilou, right? Yeah, the Bloom kind of meta for a while was really strong. So yeah, Nilou, Baiju, and I think another Hydra would work best with that team.
Yeah, that's usually how that deck works out.
Right. I believe we haven't seen like Ayaka Yoimiya. That used to be a pretty strong deck
true,
too,
yeah.
right? Or maybe we can go back to the classics and do another Mona Dilu kind of situation.
Oh my god. I think that's too classic.
Yeah, that's too classic. But do you remember back in the day where people posted their like 42 big burst hits?
I do.
I miss those days.
Those were the good old days.
That would be amazing to top off this competition, but we probably won't see that.
But it's also incredible to see how far TCG has come compared to those old days, where we have massive stages like this with players competing for huge prizes, and Voicen being the one to come out on top in the lower bracket finals here. Definitely, we had quicker games overall, 4.4 average rounds. Otherwise, the numbers are pretty average, honestly.
Yeah, looking pretty good here. Yeah, nothing really stands out to me.
I think it shows that both players were very evenly matched.
Yeah, actually. I think, it could have gone either way with those two. Yeah, every time Upcon kind of gets pushed into a corner, things start to like show up for it, but unfortunately not quite enough toward the end there. Maybe the wrong deck to bring into the competition.
I do think that the deck choice did end up costing him just a little bit, but what an amazing showing it was from him regardless. Looking at the average heart rate of both players here, we knew going into this competition that Voicen had one of the lower heart rates of all the players. So the fact that he is like, he doesn't have a single average heart rate over 100 is very impressive.
Yeah, like, on the lowest end of his heart rate, that's pretty normal for most people. It's just, it's not you're working out or it's not you're tired. It's just a regular
It's just the day-to-day.
Yeah, so he's definitely like focused in on this tournament here. So hopefully he can keep that cool going into the finals.
I think Rick Kong as well did very good. An amazing job done by this player that has definitely endeared him to the hearts of many more fans out there. But with that done, we officially only have one more match in the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals.
Falcon versus Voicen.
Ooh, that's exciting. There it is right there. Our grand finals, best of 7. Even more decks, even more TCG action. But all of that is going to be us passing off to Blep and Leah. That's actually it from us.
Yeah, that's it for us. It's been a wonderful opportunity to cast for the biggest TCG tournament ever, I think, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
It's been great to work with you. It's been great to work with Blep and Leah. I want to extend my thanks to the production crew as well for keeping things under control and making things work for us, and the viewers at home watching this, making this all possible, honestly.
We thank you all very much for joining us so far. Make sure you don't go anywhere just yet, because the big finale, the big highlight of the day is going to be coming up after this, and I also want to show my appreciation to you, to Blep, to Leah, to everyone watching, to all the production, to everyone who supported all of this and made all of this possible. Thank you very much. And yeah, we'll be looking forward to watching the grand finals right alongside all of you at home.
Yeah, and make sure you do watch, because remember, we're still giving away Primo Gems. Each match, 1,000 Primo Gems for 4 people, and you want them to go all 7, right?
Imagine that.
Much to the emotional damage of everyone that has to sit through that. We might see some of the classic stall decks like Ningguang Double Hydro. We might even see the Diona Freeze stall deck, right? We saw that one about a few days ago being played by Crimlet, and that deck is really dangerous to play. Obviously, Danamo is really strong. Finale,
So many different decks have been played here.
Yeah, maybe Yilan might make a comeback. Maybe Fire Station doesn't get banned this time.
I do want to see some Fire Station. Some good old aggro is always fun to watch.
Yeah, naming the decks are really fun, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, coming up with new names like the Shenhe Superconduct. I personally like to call Cryden because Cryo and Ride kind of works together. And the one that you named with Ajdaha, Klee, and I think it was Manifestation, right? You called it Volcano.
Volcano, yeah.
Yes. You know
Very
why?
fun.
You know why it's a great name for it? Ajda's literally your mountain.
Yes.
Right? Bennett, obviously, or Bennett or Klee or whatever. Pyro, fire, right? But when a volcano eruption is happening, a thunderstorm is also happening because of the ash.
Ah,
right?
that's
so
true.
It's
That's
really,
true.
really good name that you made for that. So.
Well, I don't know if it'll catch on, but who knows, right? If you guys are watching this, hope you guys use it.
Yeah.
You got the stuff, a guarantee, and even the Rin seal of approval.
Yes, my seal of approval for sure.
But it has been a very fun time casting here with all of you guys, casting for all of y'all as well. Hopefully, you guys have been enjoying our casting. Both of us are definitely the less experienced TCG casters of the group.
Yeah, definitely trying to learn along the way here as we go. I know chat's loving like roast me alive here whenever I fumble up, but that's keep doing that. It makes me like want to do a better job when I do this. So
I think you've been doing a great job.
Yeah,
and I think chat knows that as well.
Yeah, I didn't really fire off as many puns as I wanted today.
It got very intense.
Yeah, I wasn't able to overload them with all the puns and aggravate them by quickly firing them out as much as I could, and probably melt and vaporize their brains as they're watching.
Sounds like you really got electrocharged at the end here.
Yeah. All of a sudden, my brain just superconducted and thought of some cool things. Sorry about that, guys. I just had to do it.
Yeah, now their brains are burning.
Yeah. Love it. Oh my god, how many more puns could we do?
We gotta fit them all in now.
Yeah, I know. We gotta do it now before we get kicked off here. I know Blef's been practicing, so I hope he gets some really good ones in as well.
Yeah, we're gonna be listening very closely.
Yeah. Actually, what are we gonna do after this?
Well, obviously we want to watch some stuff.
Yeah.
We're not gonna be here for very much longer as well. We're gonna have to fly home after this.
Return to
better get all the shopping we can done while we're still here.
Yeah, definitely. I've had a great time in Shanghai. It's a lovely place out here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, first time over here. Actually, first time for not just you, probably some of the players too, actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, just having the opportunity to, just by playing the TCG, Invokation TCG, sorry, got them to come participate in this really big event for some really amazing prizes.
Yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised by my time here as well. First time flying over for an international cast, so very exciting, lots of fun, and I've really enjoyed like bringing all of you guys watching at home all the commentary for this TCG tournament. Hopefully, I get to do more with the rest of y'all as well, and make sure you guys continue to show support to the TCG community. For those of you who are watching who haven't tried out the game or maybe dropped it a little while ago, maybe it's time to pick it back up.
Yeah, and more cards just got added from the 4.4 preview. You got Toma, you got Sayu, the Cryohypostasis, and the Primordial Sea Horse.
Yes,
definitely gonna shake up the meta for sure, because usually along with characters, more cards do get added. And generally, a lot of the cards that are in the game are from like World Quest events, like the stuff from, what's a good one? A lot of the Melusine cards are in. Mamere, for example. Mamere! I want to see Mamere in one of these decks.
We haven't seen any Mamere!
Yeah, Mamere is probably my most favorite card in this TCG.
We can't end the tournament without Mamere.
We need Mamere played. Please, please, Falcon, please bring Mamere.
We gotta go order like the Mamere card cosplay right now.
Yes.
Get it delivered within the hour.
Yeah. Just to explain to the viewers right now, Mamere. Mamere is a Melusine. What she does when you play her, I believe it's a certain amount, a type of card. I think it's
if
like
you
event
play
and food,
like
right? Locations?
Food, location, companion, and
can't remember the next
event.
One. Yeah,
there's one more. I forgot.
Yeah, but basically what happens is Mamere will bring out another card up to 3 times, once per turn. But it could be anything. Might not even be something in your deck, which is what makes it a very fun and surprising
we've
card.
seen it. We've seen Mamere pull out so many eggs before. You've been on the receiving end of that.
Yes, yes.
Hopefully we get to see that because right after this, it is going to be the grand finals where we crown the champion of the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals. Once again,
that's it from me, Stuffa, as well as Rin Taicho. It's been an honor casting for y'all, but Bleb and Leah will take over after this for what will be a very exciting end to this amazing tournament. Thank you everyone for watching. Make sure to join us later if you want to win some primos as well. And we will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Exciting.
Have you ever heard of wushu dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Light should change in turn.
Wushu dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just waiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again. That our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare mine innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Judex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Have you ever heard of wushou dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushou dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just awaiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare mine innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Way to the Adeptus!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most spectacular show in the history of Fontaine. Please put your hands together for our national icon, Fontaine's biggest celebrity, one of the 7 archons of Tibet, the Regina of all orders, kindred, peoples, and laws, Farina de Fontaine!
vocal cords ready, blood sugar replenished. Let the show begin!
Have you ever heard of wushou dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushou dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just awaiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare my innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
Have you ever heard of wushou dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushou dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just waiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare mine innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
Journalism is a dangerous profession for anyone who pursues the truth wherever it leads. But no one embraces the totality of danger and truth, quite like the Steambird's poster journalist, Ms. Charlotte.
Let's get this interview started.
Wherever there's a lead to a new scoop, you'll likely find Charlotte and her custom-made camera companion, Monsieur Verite. So if you're ever on a fact-finding mission, consider inviting her along. She will, no doubt, be of great assistance. Charlotte's normal attack can combo up to 3 strikes, taking aim at targets with Monsieur Verite, then dealing cryo damage. With her charged attack, she consumes a set amount of stamina and, after a moment's preparation, deploys Monsieur Verite, dealing AoE cryo damage. Periodically, after Charlotte uses a charged attack, a Spirit Breath Thorn will descend, piercing enemies and dealing Numa-aligned AoE cryo damage. When her elemental skill is tapped, Charlotte's dauntless determination as an ace reporter kicks in. She snaps a quick photo with Monsieur Verite, dealing AoE cryo damage to enemies in front, and applying Snappy Silhouette to a limited number of them. Snappy Silhouette periodically deals cryo damage to affected enemies throughout its duration. When her elemental skill is held, Charlotte opens Monsieur Verite's viewfinder and enters composition mode. In this mode, the viewfinder range gradually expands until it reaches its maximum size. Charlotte can move freely and change direction during this time. When the skill is released, Monsieur Verite deals cryo damage to enemies locked in the viewfinder and applies Snappy Silhouette as if the skill were tapped. If the viewfinder has reached its maximum range, Focused Impression is applied instead, which deals greater damage and has a longer duration. Composition mode can only last for a limited period and affect a limited number of enemies. After unlocking the talent Moment of Impact, Charlotte's elemental skill cooldown is reduced when enemies affected by Focused Impression are defeated. The amount by which the cooldown can be reduced in this way within a certain duration is limited. Charlotte's flair for photography is the finest feather in her journalistic cap. After activating the special analysis zoom lens, holding her elemental skill does not trigger composition mode, enabling her to take photos in a rather unique manner.
Hard-hitting exclusive!
Charlotte's elemental burst forms a steambird sign from condensed ice, creating a newsflash field and dealing AoE cryo damage, while healing all party members by an amount based on her attack. While the newsflash field is active, Monsieur Verite will periodically attack opponents inside, dealing cryo damage. In addition, active characters within the field are continuously healed. The amount of HP restored is based on Charlotte's attack. Different people with their diverse perspectives offer fresh angles of approach on breaking news. After unlocking the talent Diversified Investigation, Charlotte gains a set healing bonus for each Fontanian party member other than herself. For each non-Fontanian party member, she gains a set cryo damage bonus. Reporting the news takes Charlotte right to the scene of unfolding events, and with her wealth of experience, she knows to expect the unexpected. Charlotte's elemental skill is her primary means of assisting in battle. By holding the skill, she can target more enemies and apply focused impression to them, periodically dealing cryo damage, and creating excellent opportunities for elemental reactions. When energy is full, Charlotte's elemental burst can quickly heal all party members to keep them battle ready, while also creating a newsflash field. Thanks to Monsieur Verite's periodic attacks, she is able to collect crucial evidence from every angle before it disappears for good. Journalism is said to have its roots in the business of intelligence trading, driven purely by profit. In stark contrast, today's journalists are expected to hold themselves to a set of high ethical standards: integrity, veracity, and impartiality. I do not believe people can be truly impartial. What is true to one person may not be so to another. My words, for example, contain numerous subjective opinions, which may sound like nothing more than a tall tale to others. If Charlotte were willing to interview me, I'm curious to see how she would deal with my subjectivity. I'm only joking. My story would bring her nothing but trouble. What she doesn't know can't harm her.
Have you ever heard of wushou dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Light should change in turn.
Wushou dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just awaiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare my innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
Lady Farina's dramatic twists never fail to amaze. You can never predict whether her next song will be a rousing soprano or a melancholy contralto, nor where her whirling dance will next lead the audience's gaze. That was a snippet from one of the most popular editions of the Steambird.
I knew you'd miss me.
Farina has an entourage of hydro-proficient companions to assist her in various capacities. To show her gratitude, she occasionally invites them to her tea parties. With the world's doors open wide before her, the notion of a stage is not so narrowly defined. While Farina is in the party, the cooldown of xenochromatic Fontamer aberrant skills is reduced. Farina's normal attack can combo up to 4 sword strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Using a charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina to unleash her Pas Seul aura, dealing physical damage to nearby enemies, and changing Farina's Arca alignment. Periodically, when Farina's normal attack hits, a Spirit Breath Thorn or a Surging Blade descends on the enemy, dealing Numa or Usia-aligned Hydro damage based on her current Arca alignment. Her elemental skill invites the guests of the Salon Solitaire into battle to support her performance. When Farina's Arca alignment is Usia, she scatters a spray of celebratory bubbles, dealing AoE Hydro damage based on her max HP, and summons the 3 members of the Salon Solitaire. Namely, Gentilhomme Usher the Ball Octopus, Surintendant Cheval Moran the Bubbly Seahorse, and Mademoiselle Crabaletta the Armored Crab. The Salon members periodically attack nearby enemies, prioritizing the active character's target, and deal Hydro damage based on max HP. When a Salon member attacks, the strength of the attack increases based on the number of nearby party members whose current HP is over a certain percentage, and consumes some HP from them. The more characters that meet the requirements, the greater the increase. When Farina's Arca alignment is Numa, she summons the Singer of Many Waters, which periodically heals nearby active characters by an amount based on max HP. If Farina's elemental skill summons are on the field when she uses a charged attack, the lineup switches to match her new Arca alignment. The Salon members and Singer of Many Waters share a duration, so when the lineup changes, the new guests inherit the remaining duration. While Salon members or Singer of Many Waters exist, Farina can walk on water. After unlocking the talent Unheard Confession, Farina's elemental skill is enhanced in 2 ways. Damage dealt by Salon members is increased, and the interval between heals from the Singer of Many Waters is decreased, both scaling with max HP. The maximum buff that can be obtained this way has a certain limit.
Time to shine!
Harnessing the spirit of revelry, Farina's elemental burst creates a stage of bubbles and foam that deals AoE Hydro damage based on her max HP, and causes all party members to enter the Universal Revelry state. While in Universal Revelry state, each time a nearby party member's HP rises or falls, Farina gains 1 stack of fanfare per 1% of their max HP that is gained or lost. The damage dealt by, and incoming healing bonus of, all nearby party members will be increased based on Farina's fanfare. When the duration ends, all stacks of fanfare are clear. The tides of life ebb and flow like an endless waltz. After unlocking the talent Endless Waltz, when the active character in your party receives healing, if the source of the healing is not Farina herself and the healing overflows, then Farina will periodically heal a nearby party member by a certain percentage of their max HP for a short duration afterward. While Farina prefers the Opera House stage to the theater of combat, she has some insight into the common ground between battle and acting. Just a little fanfare can turn an impromptu performance into a tour de force. Farina's primary tool in combat is her elemental skill, with which she summons her entourage to assist her in battle. By switching between her guests with her charged attack, she can change her Arca alignment to suit the demands of the battle. When energy is full, Farina fashions a stage out of foam and bubbles. As she accrues fanfare from her fellow party members, she bolsters their combat capabilities, building up to a glorious finale fit for the finest opera. While I can't claim much expertise when it comes to opera, I have heard that actors often rehearse in front of the mirror. On the one hand, they need to immerse themselves in the character and the scene, and on the other, they must see themselves from the perspective of the audience to decide whether their act is emotionally compelling. I'm sure that Farina, too, has spent time adjusting her technique in front of the mirror all alone. But I wonder, who is it that she really sees looking back at her?
Have you ever heard of wushou dancing?
Liyue Harbor is always changing, so it is only fitting that Lantern Rite should change in turn.
Wushou dancing is famous in Chunyu Vale. Performers might be invited to promote the opening of a business or to spread good fortune during a holiday season.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Is that so?
You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
How about we grab some dim sum from Shinya Kiosk? My treat. Congratulations! Up to it, Manzai!
A kite is always tied down no matter how far it flies or how high it soars.
O kite born of paper, flying true and sound, a lone traveler wanders, just awaiting to be found.
I always believed we would see each other again, that our days of separation would finally end.
Lantern Rite should be a day of reunion.
I don't know. I don't remember.
You chose a path without a future.
Spare mine innocent child. I alone am the source of this sin.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace. Make way for the Adeptus!
LL 喜忆夜莺，不知天高地厚的夜，福来众生的音。Voice and what an incredible performance! Voice and up there later.
Hello, travelers, and welcome to the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational Finals, the grand finals. We're here!
Yeah, it's been a really long journey for not only the players, but for us here. But yeah, we are here on the final day.
I am so excited to watch these games coming up. This will be a best of 7, the only best of 7 in this entire tournament so far. You know, this week has been eliminations, but first, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And I am Blep at Blep the Cat. Yeah, we're so excited here.
We are very excited.
Didn't lead without introductions here, but you know, if you've been following Genius Invocation for quite some time, hopefully you recognize us by now. But very big thank you to, of course, Staffa and Rin for taking the first best of 5 there.
And before we get into the actual games coming up, there is a QR code on the screen here. If you scan it, send us your feedback, whether it's positive or negative. It really, really helps us shape these live streams. So if there's anything you liked, anything you disliked, anything you think is missing, please scan that and tell us exactly what you think. If you like these Prima Gem raffles, we're going to be having Prima Gem raffles today.
Yeah.
If you like those, you can say that in the QR code feedback form as well. So yeah,
And
tell us what you think.
You definitely should say anything you want. If you think the stream is perfect in every way, you should definitely mention that too. I mean, Leah, you and I have been with the Prince Cup, the Astro Carnival, for quite some time. We've seen them kind of build up to this like grand show that is the Asia Invitational. You know, we started off very early on with the North America, Europe Prince Cup, and you know, every one we've been to, they've gotten progressively better and better with, you know, the intros and all these things. And really, that is your feedback that is, you know, contributing to all of that.
Definitely, like the production value of this tournament has been amazing to witness. You know, that entire video before we came up here, and we were sitting here watching, like, oh, the trophy's lowering. It's,
I know.
It's awesome.
That was quite the stage entrance there.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
was really awesome to watch it from here, but I just can't imagine how nervous the players are feeling being that, and wow.
And here we have the player data. I believe this is from these games.
Yeah, I think it might
past games.
Yeah, I think it's from the elimination stage specifically. And I think we saw this yesterday. We saw Voice End's kind of graph kind of fill up the entire thing. He's been breaking records.
I mean, Voice End has been basically the standard, I guess, to compare to. LL Rise Falcon not far behind there with these statistics. Strongest single strike being 12 from Voice End, that's the highest, except we did see 16 earlier from Kong.
Yeah, I'm also, so to point out, it was 16, but it was through 6 shields. So there was actually 22 total damage.
Well, you're right.
Yeah. So Kong does take it as the highest damage, but let's jump right into the decks.
Yeah, here we go. So of course, this is a best of 7 conquest format. They bring 5 and they will ban 1. So there is not a lot of different things here, except for that one that Voice End brought. Shenhe SC with Gianna instead of Chongyun. What do you think is going to get banned here?
It's really up to... So, first of all, these two players have played together and against each other for quite some time, so they all know each other's preferences, what decks they're strong with. For Voice End, okay, I was going to say, we've seen Voice End consistently bring that Bennett manifestation deck. It's been banned pretty much every single time, and same with LL Rise. Really has favored that Ningguang deck in a couple of matchups. It's going to get banned. I think this makes sense. You want to ban out the stall decks if you are on Voice End side.
And here we go, LL Rise Falcon for the first game, and this is the hardest one to pick into, right?
Yeah.
Bringing that Bennett Kaching, basically Pyro Kaching, very classic meta deck with Ace Taha for that magic engine that is very new to patch 4.3.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen this deck a couple of times. It wasn't really picked at the beginning, but I think as players are adapting to the metagame, it's become a very popular choice.
There
and wow,
is the Shenhe SE. Okay, so normally this is also like a very standard meta deck, except that Diona pick is it's so interesting. This makes it a little bit more stallish. It's gonna have more survivability, and you know, Shenhe SE kind of fell out of the meta, I believe, because everyone started taking Send Off, which you know, if you play Send Off into Shenhe's burst summon, it just kind of erases the meaning of the deck, but no one's bringing Send Off.
No, there's really no room anymore in the decks for Send Off. You see like how many artifacts everyone is bringing. No one is playing it right now.
But for now, I think we're about to get into this first match, so let's throw it to the stage. Oh my gosh, the Ayaka mask. Oh, the Newfoundland cosplayer, I saw it earlier in the audience. It was so good. I love all the cosplays we've been seeing. And I think this is the fullest the audience has been.
It has. I mean, it is the finals. You know, this is what the whole 2 weeks has been building up to. We have seen so many players come through here. There were 16 of the best players from Asia competing.
Look at that trophy. I mean, so both Voice and Ella Rice Falcon did qualify for this tournament through the Dynamic Cup. So, I mean, they have played against each other before, playing in that tournament, you know.
Exactly.
And also, so Ella Rice Falcon is qualifying through the upper bracket finals. He's played the least games out of everyone in the entire tournament.
He's going to be the most rested player. So, I mean, the mentality is important, right? You know, Voice has had to fight, you know, really claw his way through the lower bracket here, trying to, you know, keep himself in the game. But now that we're at the final stage, everything is evened out. You know, Ella Rise didn't get to use his second life, but that doesn't matter here in this final best of 7. It is back to essentially a single elimination. So whoever wins this best of 7, no matter how the outcome is going to be the winner of the Asia Invitational.
And it's definitely been an uphill battle for Voice and Degay here. He kind of had a comeback against Wukong earlier. It wasn't actually a rematch.
It was.
Very close, both the first time, because Wukong knocked Voice and down to the lower bracket in the first place. And then they faced off again in the lower brackets earlier today to get seeded into the grand finals here. And Voice came with that 3-2 comeback.
Yeah, and Wukong definitely, you know, taking 3rd place, definitely a very good finish here. So congratulations to him. But we're going to see who is going to win the grand prize. And just so you know the stakes, they are playing. So for second prize, they are guaranteed 80,000 yuan, which is about 10,000 US dollars. But they are playing for an additional 170,000.
Here we go. LL Rise, Falcon versus Voice End. And of course, if you see that graphic at the bottom right there, there is a raffle ongoing. There are Primogems at stake here for you, the audience. So if you put the name of the player you're personally rooting for in chat along with your UID, of course it has to be on the Astro Carnival Twitch channel, you'll be entered into a raffle to win 1,000 Primogems. There will be 4 winners for each match.
Yeah, I mean, things have been going very quick, but yeah, greetings to everyone watching here on Astro Carnival, on the main Genshin, on YouTube as well. But the raffle is only on the Astro Carnival Twitch. So if you want to join in and take part, 1,000 premium charges, 4 winners as well for each of these games.
Yes, 4 winners. So I am looking at the initial hands here, by the way. I see Bennett Talent. Of course, LRS Falcon's keeping it.
Bennett Talent, obviously very powerful here. I mean, you know, I haven't seen this Diona variant of Superconduct played before. It is going to be a little bit slower, but because the damage comes out a little bit slowly, Bennett is going to be very powerful at healing up all of that damage, especially the AoE damage that you get from the Superconduct reaction.
Yeah, I don't think Voice End's really going to be able to stop Bennett's burst from coming out, right? Because you start Raiden skill, you go to Shenhe, right?
So there is a first turn kill potential from this deck, I believe, with Moon Piercer. I think you might need to start on Shenhe though. I can't quite remember. It might depend. Going Raiden into Shenhe, depending on who goes first. Since LL Rise is going first, he should be able to maintain turn advantage. So I don't think the first turn kill is going to come up, but he's got a little bit of an awkward hand.
He does. Also, the dice on LL Rise Falcon's side are not ideal. I think we're probably going to see... Oh, we are just going to see a skill. I guess he's going to have to tune for normal attack.
Yeah, we might see him tune that Storm Terror. You know, usually you bring Storm Terror's layer 1, and you guys had a few versions ago to search up talents on your deck, but having drawn the better talent already, may opt to just go for it.
Wait, that was Borokasha tune instead.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would have to check, but I do believe that in this deck you were running Asia has talent as well.
True.
So maybe you want to be playing Storm Terror rather than tuning it to get that discount as well. Yeah.
And
so,
we are... second talent.
It's a free tune. It's a free tune.
It's a free tune. I mean, it's not what you want. You know, Ace of Talent is going to be will be great eventually in draws it. But Voice does have that Moon Piercer.
Does have the Moon Piercer and is able to go for an elemental skill because, of course, it discounts your elemental skill by 2. So 1 dice is enough there for Shenhe.
Yeah, so Moon Piercer essentially being like a 1-cost weapon since it discounts by 2, and then you have 1 for the skill.
And the raffle has ended, by the way, just for this match. There will be raffles during every single match in this best of 7, so make sure you're paying attention for our queue. We'll be announcing the winners at the end of this match.
Yeah, and 4 winners, so hold on tightly because we're going to be in for a ride as this match kind of ramps up. The first round both players just setting up, but we will see the Bennett Burst come out from LRI's, provided his dice agree with him.
Wait, look at those 4 Omni for voice end.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to point out, so the difference in heart rates here, if you look underneath the names of these players, like face cams, you can see 141 for LRI's Falcon and 82 for voice end. Voice end has proven himself to be a very calm and confident player, I believe.
Well, actually, LL Rise throughout most of the elimination bracket has been actually pretty calm as well. This might be the highest heart rate he's seen in the record, and that makes sense. You know,
yes,
he doesn't have that second life anymore. You know, one set loss is all it's going to take to knock him out. But let's see how he plays. Ooh, drawing pretty well.
Yeah, round 2 stove for LL Rise Falcon, drawing 2 cards because it's round 2. We do see Gilded.
Yeah, Gilded into a Yayoi as well. It's going to be very powerful. He's probably wishing he did not tune the Vorikasha there, but I think he just want to make the most use of his dice with that Storm Terror's Lair.
Here we go. Bennett's Burst coming out, of course, with his talent. This is an ideal start for LL Rise Falcon. Storm Terror's Lair does decrease the cost by 1.
Yeah, so kind of ramping it down a little bit there. So essentially being 1 cost. But unless LL Rise does draw that Esther talent, he would have been much better off with the Vorikasha.
I'm looking at Voice Sense and is 2. Where is the Unseen Razor? So he could have 2 1-cost elemental skills if he wants to.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards. You know, when we've seen Liasong so much on camera, but before Liasong, we did have Where is the Unseen Razor. I experimented heavily with that. So I really love that Voice End is bringing essentially what we call the weapon package here in this deck. It plays very differently from the Gilded Artifact combination because it is all more aggressive, right? Weapons innately come with that +1 damage, so they're more suited to aggressive strategies than defensive ones.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. So if your Voice End here... Alright, so LL Rise Falcon is swapping to Aishtaha. I think we're going to see an Elemental Burst coming out of Shenhe.
Yeah, Shenhe Burst is almost certainly coming. Aishtaha probably here to grab an additional dice, of course. When he crystallizes with the skill, he does that. We'll probably see a Gilded equip, actually, now that I think about it, because his dice, LL Rise's dice are not very good.
Yeah, not very good, but of course Voice End doesn't know that.
No.
As the viewers, as the casters, we get to see everything. But here we go, Shenhe's Burst coming out. This will be buffing cryo damage as well as her Icy Quills.
Yeah.
It's basically +2 for any cryo damage.
So Voice End has to be very careful here. With that double, sorry, not Voice End, LL Rise, with that double Unseen Razor, Shenhe can actually use another skill this round and might actually be enough to take out Aishtaha end of round here.
Yeah, so Unseen Razor works very similar to the Lyre Song magic we've been seeing.
It does.
Instead of artifacts, it's weapons. So here we go. Where's the Unseen Razor? Taking back that weapon, and we're going to re-equip it for 1 cost, and then it's going to allow Shenhe to do another skill for 1 dice.
Yeah, just 1 dice. Oh, he's going to tune the second one. Interesting. I guess prioritizing the other cards in his hand makes sense. You know, next round, Shenhe is most likely going to go down. And
it's true. You wouldn't need to equip it on Raiden for her skill or anything like that, right?
Hanging on to that dice. So LL Rise will make a decision here. If he does he swap off to save Aishtaha here? Ooh, is gonna so that will protect.
Lotus.
And with that Bennett Burst, this is gonna be a really difficult round 2 for Voice End because now that Aishtaha is protected and LL Rise has maintained turn priority, he's gonna be able to start the round with a skill into a heal. That Bennett Burst, you know, the heal, people focus a lot on the damage of Bennett Burst, but really a lot of the utility is in that healing. Being able to just continually heal damage is what lets you overpower your opponents.
Yeah, breakpoints are really important in this game, right? Do you want to explain a little bit about breakpoints?
I mean, it's a bit of an advanced topic, but basically, you know, because you can only deal damage in certain increments, right? Healing your characters above a certain threshold is particularly important, and particularly for playing a stall deck. You know, we saw players throughout the group stage playing expertly in the stall deck, always being 1 HP away from certain death, but that was very calculated, and it's those types of calculations that you need to really make it here. Like LL Rise and Voice End has both shown that they can make those calculations, that they can do the math in their head to be consistent.
Yeah, I mean, so 2 points of health doesn't seem like too much, right? But it can make the entire difference for the game.
Yeah.
Look at all these Geo dice, by the way, that Voice End's roll. Wait. No.
Ooh.
Yes. What? So
Wrong
many
way.
That is on the wrong side.
That is on the wrong side. Luckily, though, he did draw the King Squire. So one of the great things about the weapons I like from this is because they discount your skills, they're great ways to kind of fix your die in a bit of an unusual way, right? You can spend 3 elements, in this case Geo, to equip that and only use your skill for 1 cost. So it kind of acts like a bestest in that sense.
A-Star's talent coming out. I mean, it takes an entire turn.
Yeah.
But it does just generate 1 dice of each element of your corresponding character. So that's why you take like a rainbow deck here, right? That's why you have Pyro, Geo, and also Electro.
Yeah, and with that Storm Terror's Lair there now, getting that second dice is very crucial. The unfortunate thing is Voice Send looks like it's going to go take down H2, but because H2 has not absorbed Cryo... Oh! Normal attack. Okay, very, very heads-up play. So the reason that happened, H2, of course, every time it absorbs an element will generate additional dice. By using a normal attack there instead of a skill, does deny one of the dice generations from that absorption.
And that normal attack did so much damage before because of the weapon that Shenhe has and also her burst summon buffing that physical damage, so...
Yeah, really powerful here in this deck. You know, Shenhe actually... you see Shenhe so much setting up for Chongyun in the classic Superconduct, but you kind of forget how much damage she can do herself.
What food is that in Voice and Sand? It
should be a Tandoori.
It's Tandoori, okay.
Yeah, 2 cost unaligned should be a Tandoori. Makes a lot of sense for this deck. So Voice is going to have to decide where he goes.
I haven't lost yet Burst.
Yeah?
I haven't lost yet Burst.
The thing though is, against Bennett Burst, you really don't want to bring them down super quick. Honestly, what we might see...
Oh, it's Adeptus!
Oh, it's Adeptus.
It's Adeptus!
Oh, that's enough.
Wait,
that's actually enough. He can do it. So Voices has to consider. That is going to take his entire turn. So Bennett, with the burst up, is actually going to be, I think, might have enough to finish off at least Raiden and
that
maybe
one stack as well.
Diona.
Oh, going Diona, interesting.
Yeah, we might see a swap stall here or a shield. So it is going to be a shield. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
King Sparker, that is a lot of damage. I mean, Icy Quills, right, is still active, and also Shenhe's burst summon, so that's +2 cryo damage.
And then +3 from the weapon, yeah.
Yeah, plus
But yeah, Voice Head not going for the Adeptus Burst. I kind of like that play. You know, even if you take out Kaching here, Bennett with his burst up is going to be able to just skill twice and then refresh his burst at the beginning.
Wait, but Diona can go for Woven Skill now, right?
Yes, I believe that would be enough to take out Kaching.
Wait, that's exactly what we're going to see, I think. Tuning Live and don't need it anymore. Here we go. Elemental Skill. Exactly 5 damage on Kaching.
So Rise is in a tricky spot. He does have that Gilded, though, which will let him get 2 more dice. So he actually has 2 attacks this round, which critically brings him up to 7 health. So that Adeptus is going to be very key, though. I think if Voisin ends with I haven't lost yet, he can Adeptus Burst on Diona, and that might actually be what he needs.
Voisin is out of dice. He's going to have to survive. Oh!
Yeah, he might not survive this round. This is what I'm afraid of with those 2 extra dice, and this is why Bennett is so powerful now with the magic engine. The more dice you have, the more powerful and more heals and damage you can get at Bennett Burst. But I believe this is going to be enough to...
I think that's enough, yeah. Because +2 damage from Bennett's burst, that is 5 on his skill. Congratulations to Rise Falcon for taking the first match very quickly.
Quick. Yeah,
very quickly.
I mean, maybe we've been just so excited watching these matches, but definitely seemed like it went by in a blink of an eye. I mean, it was still very close, right? Rise did need that Gilded in hand in order to generate that critical 2 extra die required right at the end in order to do an additional skill. If Bennett had not had the dice for that skill, then the game would have immediately been in Voice End's favor.
Rise Falcon is proving why he's a Falcon soaring to the top here. You know, he qualified for the finals through the upper bracket, and he's definitely taking the first game very confidently, right?
Yeah, very confident. So. I do think the Bennett deck there does have the advantage, but I think, you know, that probably is one of the more scary decks for Voice End. You know, it matched up very well into quite a few of them, but in this Conquest Best of 5, it is actually really important which decks end up playing against each other early on, because as the Conquest kind of progresses, as you lose more and more decks, you do become more predictable, but not all of your decks are going to match up well into your opponents, and if you have the wrong matchups, that could actually lock you out of being able to win.
Right, and so before we talk a bit more about that, we do have our first 4 raffle winners in the finals, so congratulations to Lexion, What's Up, Glocky, and IHX Italu. You have won 1,000 Primo Gems. If you missed this first raffle, when we get into our second match, we'll tell you how to enter. So just stay tuned for that. But congratulations, 1,000 Primo Gems for you 4.
I'm sure chat's very happy how quickly the games are going, because that is just even quicker that they get their Primo Gems. But
definitely.
Yeah, neither of us have managed to win so far. We've been entering, hoping to get our names read out by Rin and stuff. But
it's not necessarily for the Primo Gems. We just want to see our names up there and see their reactions. be really funny. Maybe they're trying to get in
Oh
on
no!
it too.
I mean, we saw Rin actually entering while she was casting live on stream, so we're not doing that though. We're but yeah, I mean, it's really tough. I think in the stage, you know, taking a loss in the first game must be a huge mental blow, and of course, Voicen having just come off of his own 5-game set must be under a lot of pressure and must be a little bit fatigued.
I mean, so in this conquest format, just to reiterate for the audience what this means. So because LL Rise Falcon won that first game, he can no longer use that deck. And so you have to use every single deck that isn't banned in this tournament. You have to win with it to beat the best of 7, right?
Yep.
So you were kind of saying a little bit earlier that basically it gets harder as the game goes on. You start losing decks because you're basically stuck with this one deck you have to win with no matter what.
Yeah, well, actually, I think being stuck with that one deck tends to be an advantage because in general, that deck should have a good matchup into at least one of your opponent's decks. So if you get into a situation where you are on your last deck, as long as you haven't already, or your opponents haven't already won on the good matchups for that deck, you're really favored. Like you're extremely favored, you know, and it's so tactical. And I think, you know, if you look at who has made the top 4 here, we actually have 3 players who qualified to the top 8 from the Dynamic Cup make it in the top 4. And part of that, I believe, you know, the Dynamic Cup was played in this Conquest format, although the Prince Cups that we are used to casting for weren't. So that actually makes a difference. There's a lot of different strategies you can employ with a slightly different way of the tournament setup.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, you know, thinking about the decks that these players brought, what do you anticipate they're going to be playing next?
It's so hard to predict because, again, these 2 players have played before, so they know each other way better than we know them. I mean, we've only seen them play in a pretty short amount of time over the last 2 weeks. I mean, I did take the time to kind of look back through the decks that they chose. One notable exception, though, that we see missing from both sides is both players started the tournament out playing Mew, and they've not chosen to bring it in this best of 7.
Here we go, though. So LL Rise of Falcon bringing Danimo for this second match in this best of 7 finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is a deck that's slowly started to creep up in popularity. I think at the beginning of the tournament, not a lot of players were bringing it, but the players that did bring Double and Emo, I believe, won out of the group stages pretty consistently. It has a very good matchup in what started off as the 3 most popular decks. We had finally Mew, the Mona Wanderer deck, and Yelan One-Turn Kill, or some combination of Thunder Manifestation Signora.
If I remember from the statistics that we saw at the beginning of the elimination phase this week, we basically were shown like what decks are performing really well and how often they were picked. Oh, and this is a mirror matchup. Danimo here for Voice End, but this had above a 50% win rate, I believe.
Yeah, this had a very good win rate despite not being picked very often, whereas I believe Mew was the opposite. It was one of the most played decks because it wasn't banned very often, but it was brought very often. But it didn't do well on camera. I think with a 33% win rate.
33% win rate for Mew.
Both players have forsaken that deck in the top 7, in this best of 7 in the finals.
I think that makes sense, and I do believe we haven't seen, you know, Yelan OTK or that Thunder Manifestation core either in these decks, right? So
no, I mean, I believe LL Rise did bring the Yelan deck. I don't think it got banned out, so I'm excited to see that one on camera. It is one of my favorite decks to watch play. But yeah, hasn't done that so well because the meta has been so aggressive. And you saw how quickly that last game ended. You don't really have time to set up for a long time. And I mean, the games are very fun to watch though.
It is very fun to watch. And I mean, I think this one is going to go a little bit slower. Of course, Danimo, Dia, double Animo deck. It is a stall deck, but it's kind of mid-rangey stall, right? It has aggressive elements to it, especially with Lynette's second skill cast with her talent. So you should see the players setting up here, by the way. I love the smile that is always on LL Rise Falcon's face. I feel like he's so confident coming into these games.
I mean, he has to be feeling very good. Again, he's had a very good run. Currently still undefeated in terms of sets throughout the tournament here. And winning that first game already is starting off very strong.
And here is Voice End. I love how expressive Voice End has been. I really want to see that Hu Tao deck come out in this best of 7.
He did bring it.
It should come out at some point, right? Because I think he's 4-0 with it. He has a 100% win rate with 4 games.
Yeah, I really think that's a sleeper deck in the metagame right now. A lot of the players have been busy testing the new characters and cards, and that one was around quite a few versions ago, but wasn't quite strong enough. But this new Magic engine with Gilded Liaison has really showed the potential of some of those older builds.
Right. I mean, regardless of who wins this finals, I really hope Voice End takes the win with that Hu Tao deck, just so we see him go with the Hu Tao like claw.
Yeah, he had that pose, and here we have the audience once again.
I love the cosplays in the audience.
I love that Nouvellette has like not moved and has just like stayed straight staring every single time. Like it is very in character. Like whoever is doing that cosplay is on point. It's brilliant.
Also, I love the, I don't think we've seen it yet while we've been casting today, but the official card cosplay, but I did hear the music change, so I think we're about to get into the second game of the finals here. LL Rise Falcon versus Voice End in a mirror match, Dynamo versus Dynamo, fight.
Fight. I believe this is the first time we've seen this specific mirror match on camera, now that I think about it.
Is it? Oh. There is a raffle ongoing, by the way. Just another reminder, there are 1,000 Primo Gems at stake for 4 of you in the audience. Make sure you make your way to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel. If you put the name of the player you're personally rooting for along with your UID, you'll be entered into that raffle. We'll announce the winners at the end of this game.
Yeah, 4 winners announced. And looks like Voice End is starting here. So the starting player is very important because the starting player generally is going to be the one to end first, which means they can avoid the Pyro Swell coming off of Dea.
Yeah, I mean, the cost for skills tends to be pretty even, right? Unless you have those discounts. So if you go first, you're going to spend your dice first, you're going to end first.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, Voice End will have to tune in order to use Dea's skill. But I do see 3 Dendra there. He's going to have a pretty good turn. Be able to equip Tenacity, which I think is a really key card in this matchup. You know, it sets up your defenses. It allows you to tank more damage than your opponent and generate more dice over the long game.
Yeah, I mean, in these decks here that are pretty stallish, you know, your goal is to build up your characters with all their equipment, right? So getting Tenacity in the first round is pretty good. Of course, LL Rise Falcon does have Wagner, so there's the Tenacity equip onto Lynette. That will give her 2 shield points.
Yeah, unfortunately, LL Rise is going to have... You can see the surprise on his face. So, you know, his opponent, Voice End, has passed with 2 dice. I mean, I think that's the correct play, but it's really painful for him not to have another way to spend those 2 dice. But LL Rise is going to be able to use up all of his dice with that Liben and Wagner.
Liben Wagner, I mean, that is a lot of ramp, actually.
It is a lot.
Playing a weapon is essentially a form of ramp, right?
Oh. Those are really late.
Oh, I could have had a mirror. And anyway, so the raffle has ended, by the way. If you didn't make it, we'll cue you at the start of the next match. There is a raffle for 1,000 Primo Gems every single match.
Yeah, this one could go a little bit longer than the last one, though. We saw a blisteringly fast matchup in the last one, but this one is almost certainly going to be slower unless one of these players has a really aggressive draw. But wow, LL Rise's hand continues to get better.
Both these players have really good dice here. I do see Quick Swap coming out of Voice End onto Lynette for her skill. Of course, we know he doesn't have her talent, but LL Rise Falcon doesn't know that.
No, doesn't know that. I mean, definitely need to be playing around that talent. I like that from Voice End. You know, he is the one with the initiative on Swell, so he's not only being able to avoid his opponent's Swell with that Quick Swap, but has already guaranteed his own Swell. Because obviously, you know, if Voice End slow swaps, then LL Rise can have the option to slow swap off. So Voice End has the initiative right now with start going first and getting that initial swell, but he doesn't have kind of the better hand.
Yeah, LL Rise Falcon having that Wolfen in hand, it also Sack Sword and Light of Foliar Incision for the discount. To see a slow swap onto Jean. Yeah,
we'll probably see a tune. I think Voice End is going to have to stove here because I think he wants to tune a card.
There it is, stove.
But he doesn't want to tune anything in his hand.
Oh, Akila. Don't think that's what you want right now.
It can be okay. I think with the Tenacity start, you might be... I mean, he has... So I think Voice End is almost certainly going to tune that Vorukasha and then play Wagner after skilling again on Lynette and then hope to probably draw Sacrificial Sword.
And there is the Wagner. This will draw another sword here, but it is not Sack Sword.
Oh, he's going to
play Liben and pass. Is that a little bit risky?
Yeah, I would have expected him to go for another skill here. So I think he's trying to build up more momentum because he did give up a lot in those early rounds here. Even though he's got that initial swell going, he's not really at risk. I think he's going to try and deny the second swell from Dea. So he's going to try, because he started off behind, leave that Pyro application as long as possible. So by going first, next round, we're almost certainly going to see Voice End go to Jean and not let LL Rise take advantage of the Pyro.
How many times does Light of Foliar Incision refund a dice on normal attacks?
It's 3 times.
3 times.
So Jean actually has 3 normals here, yeah.
And then it'll refund another, and then there's a Woven in hand as well. So
yeah, this is actually enough. Voice End's gonna lose
This
Lynette.
is not good. Oh no. Each normal attack is 3 damage because...
Your Voice End's praying now that there isn't a Woven, but we know, we can see the cards in the hand. LL Rise has that Woven.
You see Voicen's reaction there. He's very disappointed. He took a risk there. That DS summon is going to be enough.
Oh yeah, the DS summon. Yeah. Interesting. I would have expected a skill just so that the Pyro could be left on Jean instead of a normal. He had 3 Anemo, so there wasn't really a huge reason to go for a normal there.
I really love Hellrise Falcon's reactions, by the way. He looks like very like lean forward and put his chin on his hands.
Yeah, he's got a very specific pose, which we probably can't reference right now, but I'm sure people in the chat know what I'm talking about. With his hands.
Voice Atari is still pretty low.
I mean,
Hellrise Falcon's almost double.
Yeah, we've seen this before. When players get a little bit discouraged by how the game is going, their heart rate does tend to drop there. I mean, losing Tenacity is actually just so critical here. Like, it's one of the most important cards in this matchup, and Hellrise does have his own Tenacity in hand, so at some point we'll probably see it equipped. And once that goes on, there's almost no coming back here, because Hellrise is basically an entire character ahead at this point.
Though Voicen does have all weapons from the Wagner weapon banner. Also Tandoori in his hand.
He
so,
does.
I mean, Jean is still pretty strong on her own. You don't have Lynette's talent, but is there a chance for Voicen to make a comeback here?
I mean, there's always a chance, but, you know, the chance is pretty slim at this moment. The only thing you have going for you is your opponent isn't able to swallow you just yet. So your damage is a little bit more efficient. But outside of that, there's just, I mean, even if Voicen does a significant amount of damage, Hellrise has that Gene Burst ready, and he is the one in control, so we're probably going to see him slow the game down a little bit. Jean is not as big of a threat as Lynette because there isn't that talent, so he's got more time to work with, can go for a burst here, maybe even just equip Tenacity, and just slowly build up to a second weapon. I think as soon as that second weapon from Wagner gets equipped onto Lynette, the game is going to be over.
Here's Sack Sword coming onto Jean for Voicen. Opera Epicleus will actually be a dice fixer in this case, and we're going to see Jean's elemental skill that will push Rise's Falcon Jean onto Lynette. And refund a dice.
Refund a die, yeah. I mean, that's what he needs to do, but, you know, I think in this case, Rise can just go to someone like Dea and just swap stall a little bit, and then heal up all the damage at the end with a Gene Burst or something similar. But he's very far ahead. Fortunately, though, for Voice and Rise will have to commit an artifact if he wants to trigger his own Opera. But since he has Borukasha, it's going to be very easy for him.
Stove coming out for Rise Falcon. It is round 3, so he draws 3 cards. Ooh.
Second Tenacity.
And Paimon, I wonder.
Yeah, probably not going to find time to... he has Dunyazad.
He does have Dunyazad.
Based on his dice, we might see Dunyazad into Paimon. One of the things, though, he wants to be careful of, he gets too greedy with his equipment and spending dice on equipment. That is one way for Voicen to come back. If somehow Rise invests a lot into his characters and Voicen can take one out, but Rise is not playing it at all.
I want to point out, by the way, this Opera Epicleus battle going on here. Rise Falcon equipping the Vorukashas just to proc that.
Yeah, I mean, it's important, right?
Yeah, it is important.
Yeah, you play, I mean, it's basically free to equip that Vorukasha there for Rise and acts as a dice fixer.
Yeah,
you know, they're both at the opera, they're taking turns, they're singing their hearts out, they're playing their games. This is a musical battle.
Anyway, so if you are new to Genius Invocation TCG, I mean, Opera Epicleus is a new card in patch 4.3. I can't believe you said that.
Well, we have voice end, right? Like he...
Anyway.
Go on. Finish your sentence.
If the cost of your equipment is greater or equal to your opponent's, you actually get a dice back. Here we go. Gene's Burst coming out of Rise Falcon.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I said earlier. Like, one of Rise's very easy plays, going to Dea, forcing Voice End, because Voice End pretty much can't go to Dea at this point. Dea really, in this deck, is only for her skill, and so there's nothing he can do.
I've noticed Voicen does this pose when he's thinking, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at his camera. He's very focused. His hands are folded over each other, and he's just thinking. And I feel like I've seen very many good comebacks from him when he's been in this state of, like, deep thought, so...
Yeah, we'll have to see, though. Rise does have both a pizza and a hash brown in hand. Voicen is trying to put the pressure on. We're almost certainly going to see Chef Mao come down this turn for next round, and he's going to try and Tandoori skill, maybe get a kill on the Jean or Lynette. But Rise is, I believe, going to end first here.
It looks like Elrise Falcon is not going for the Tenacity equip right away.
No, I think it's too greedy.
Yeah, going for Dunyarzad and Paimon for some ramp, and Voicen ends with Chef Mao.
Ooh, but Elrise drawing his own Chef Mao with the Dunyarzad on field, he's going to very quickly be able to draw a lot of food. And with those defenses, I don't think Voice End can recover from that.
It's really, really hard to say. I mean, so swirl damage would not be enough to take out anyone here.
And that Anima Resonance from Elrise is going to be very critical because I think Voicend is going to start by pushing him onto Dea, but Elrise can then force Voicend off of his own gene using that Anima Resonance.
Yeah, Animal Resonance is a quick swap. Whoa, look at those dice rolls for Voicend.
Coming a little bit late, though.
It is coming a little bit late. Does have a woven hand, so essentially 3 actions here.
Yeah, I mean, what we're really seeing here is the game kind of snowball out of Voice End's reach just based on that first round. Wasting 2 die on a first turn in such a critical point of the game is really hard to overcome. You have to really hope your opponent gets equally unlucky, but unfortunately, Elrise has a great hand right now.
Yeah, this is what you typically see in stall matches, right? Especially, you know, stall versus stall. It's really about who builds the resources the best over the time of the game. It's like a very slow end. You can see it coming far in advance, but it takes a while to get to that last point of damage, right? So
yeah, and if you look at the matchup here, at this point, Voicen is behind by 5 die, right? He wasted those 2 die at the beginning. He lost Lynette with that Tenacity equip without really getting value from the shields. And so with that, he's basically playing from 5 dice deficit, and that's simply way too much unless, you know, Elrise has a similar amount of loss on his side. But
I think Elrise Falcon played the Chef Mao dice gacha and lost. He got a pyro, I believe. But it doesn't matter. We do see that quick swap coming out, and there is Jean's elemental skill sending Voicen's Jean into Dea.
And Voicen does not have his own quick swap here, so he's gonna be forced to stay on Dea or else risk losing Jean. And this is one of the powerful things Jean does. So, you know, forcing Voicen off of Jean here, if Voicen swaps back to Jean, Elrise just skills again, pushes him off. And then at that point, Jean cannot take the field without being killed, and Voicen is basically forced to sacrifice her. So he's really, I think it's just basically checkmate. I mean, here you're going to have to skill on Dea. There's no other moves available to you. You have to run your opponent low on dice, but they, having played Paimon, I think Elrise very astute playing Paimon over Tenacity because he recognizes the dice is going to be more important than the defensive.
I think, I don't know. Voicen does have Jean's burst up. It could be possible that we might see a Jean burst to... Oh, just a normal attack.
Conserving dice.
Voicen's.
Okay. I think I like that. He's saving his Omni die there. Honestly, Dea's skill doesn't really do anything, right? Like, you want to be aggressive. Dea's skill is delayed damage. Only 1. It's actually less than what you would get with a normal attack. So I like this normal attack a lot better.
But with all of those Omni die, does he need to save them? I think he's just going for the extra damage.
The extra damage, yeah. I mean, honestly, if the game goes one more turn, Voicen is basically going to lose. He needs to finish the game this round. And so I like that. Yeah, the normal attack also puts Jean low enough that Dea could actually, we could see, are we going to see a Dea burst?
Wait.
This is the first one on ever, I believe.
It's 4 costs, which would bring Voicen down to 2. But
he does have a Woven.
Know he has that Woven. Yeah, he has the Woven in his hand, so...
It might not be enough. Oh, he's going to pizza. Okay.
We get an animal die. Wait a second.
Okay, here we go.
Burst. It's going to prepare his skill for the next turn. I love that animation. It's enough to take out Jean.
Yeah, and that one health is going to be critical because Elrise is 1 turn away from equipping a weapon on Lynette. And so Lynette won't be able to actually take out Dea before. So Elrise will either have to commit a 3 dice for a weapon, and he might still go for that here. I think that's probably worth it. You know, equip something like Aquila or Sacrificial Sword, and then just go for a skill on Lynette. Is probably the right play here.
And he does choose Lynette here, not going with Dea. I wonder if we're going to see that equip into a skill. Oh, here's a tune.
Was he just going to tank it? He's just going to tank it.
He's
okay.
Interesting. So yeah, that pizza on Dea was enough to just save her. And there's her prepared burst, the second phase of it, 3 damage onto Lynette.
Yeah, we might see Elrise then. If he's breaking this line, I think he's almost certainly going to go Tenacity.
Yep, and that's exactly what we see here. Tenacity replacing, I believe it was Vorukasha.
Upgrade. Upgrades, people, upgrades. Very important upgrade in this deck. You know, Vorukasha is very strong. It's almost as powerful as Tenacity, but being 1 cost, is really critical in the early game. But once you generated enough value off of it, very good to re-equip it here.
This is rough. So because Elrise Falcon ends first, I think his Gene Summon is going to take out Tia before the Mushroom Pizza comes into effect, right?
Yep. And
so
yeah, and actually Voice End has no moves left. If he swaps to Gene, the Swall is going to take out Dea. If he stays, he basically has to stay here and end, but that also wastes those 2 die as well. So every step of the way, Elrise, you know, one of the things we've been hearing about Elrise, he's a very tactical player.
Yes.
If you look at his deck choices as well through the group stages, they've been changing up based on his opponent. And I think those are very intentional choices. But in this best of 7, he's basically brought a lot of similar decks that he's played before, with the exception of Mew.
Voice End changing things up as time goes on, right? We have seen that Hu Tao deck just very consistently not only brought, but played and performing well.
Well, yeah, Voice End actually has really consistently brought finally the Pyro Manifestation deck and I think Mew, and then slowly been adding decks. So in the best of 5, he added that Hu Tao deck, and in this best of 7, he added the Diona deck.
Voice End drawing that Tenacity of the Millilith, but it is way too late to equip that. I did notice he didn't play Junior Zod because he's just going to try to tune it, I think.
Yeah, it might be more important at this point to have tuning. He rolled really great dice last round, but does not guarantee him good dice this round.
Well, if he equips that Tenacity... No.
Oh, LL Rise during that Lynette talent. That's going to be lights out.
That's the nail in the coffin, isn't it?
It is the nail in the coffin. The perfect timing with LL Rise drawing a lot of his cards. I mean, you just go back to that first round, how perfectly he was able to use up his dice. Even though he's starting from behind, that's the kind of opening you need to come back from being second in this matchup.
And here we go. Lynette equipping that Sacrificial Sword. It will refund 1 Anemo dice with her elemental skill. That is the first cast. And then when she plays that second cast of her elemental skill with her talent, it will do an additional 2 damage, I believe.
Yep. But Voice in here does have a Mao into Tandoori. Oh, he's going to go for Hash Brown.
Gene Burst? Ooh, those dice are not what you want. You want Anemo, but are we going to see a Gene Burst here?
I don't even know if you can go for... If you go for Gene Burst, you're going to lose anyway. You're going to use up too much of your dice. This is really his only play. He's going to try... Okay, with 6 dice, he can keep LL Rise off of Lynette without a fast swap.
And LL Rise Falcon does not have one at the moment. He used one earlier. I don't...
No, but he's... I mean, LL Rise, yeah, has a very easy line. He's going to normal attack into Gene here. This is going to force Voice End's hand. Voice End has to take down Dea here, and there is no other option.
Oh, there's the Woven. It is going to be a tune into Gene Burst.
This makes sense.
Oh, you tuned the Tandoori.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to. I guess he's going to go for that Tenacity equip and try and win next round. But now, if you're LL Rise, I think you can safely go to Lynette.
What is the food in Voice End's hand?
I
is
believe
it another pizza?
It's a Hash Brown.
It's a Hash Brown.
Yeah, he's going to try and save it for next turn. But Voice End here doesn't have the dice to push LL Rise off of Lynette. It is going to be lights out pretty soon. We're going to see the Tenacity equipped shortly, but LL Rise will be able to finish with that Lynette talent.
But he plays Tenacity the Millilith, and he gets the 1 dice back to play Hash Brown. Oh no, he's satiated. He's satiated.
Yeah.
That's it.
That is it.
That is it. That's exactly the amount of damage he needs, I think.
LL Rise still playing in case his opponent has something, but this is going to be the finisher.
I see LL Rise Falcon's reaction there. He's celebrating a little bit. 6 damage is just enough to take out Gene, and LL Rise Falcon is 2-0 in this finals best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think there's anything really Voice End could have done in that matchup. You know, maybe considering, I think he knew there was the possibility of that Woven. You know, you saw him in that second round at the end of his turn. His hand was in his head. He was praying that his opponent didn't have that Woven, because he had already calculated perfectly that Woven is exactly what LL Rise needed to take out Lynette there. And had LL Rise not have Woven, he would have been in a very good spot. But sometimes, you know, you take these risks, and really, if you play things too safe, I don't think, you know, you can really make it to the stage, because if you play around too many cards, there's not always going to be the right decision. So we see these players making these risky moves, and sometimes it doesn't work out. But sometimes that's still the right move.
I'm remembering sometimes it didn't work out here, but for now, we do have 4 more raffle winners. Congratulations to Beyond, 1A2R, 3A4M, Denny, and Cherim. Congratulations, you've won 1,000 Prima Gems each. There are 4 winners, of course. If you did not catch this raffle, there will be another one coming up at the start of the next match. I mean, hopefully we go see all 7 games today, right?
But
I mean, Rise Falcon already 2-0.
Yeah, he's making a really dominant. I mean, I guess he's really showing why he came out as the upper bracket finalist, you know. And I mean, again, part of that last match was really down to, you know, the hand that Voice End was dealt. It was not good. There was really no way for him to use up those last 2 dice and still maintain the lead. If he swaps off and does anything with that die, then that allows LL Rise to take initiative, apply the Day of Pyro, and start swelling.
You know, though, I feel like despite, because he lost Lynette very early, right? Took a very risky move by ending with Lieben in passing, but you know, El Rise Falcon having Light of Foliar Incision and refunding those dice with normal attacks and taking out Lynette, that was a really crucial moment for him. But Voisin played it very well after the fact. He almost had a comeback.
Almost. I mean, I think it definitely. I feel like it looked closer than it might actually be. You know, El Rise is still trying to maneuver himself into a winning position here. We'll have to sacrifice characters every now and then. But you know, with the hand that he had, it was just slowly building up advantage over time. And yeah, that's kind of how, you know, those stall decks tend to win, and we saw a brilliant execution there by Falcon.
Oh, and here we go. Okay, so Voisin is going with the Shanna SE deck again with that Diona pick. I'm so excited to see that deck again. Of course, this is a Conquest format, so El Rise Falcon can no longer play Danimal and also the first deck he brought, which was...
Yeah, we're slowly whittling down the options. The last deck in El Rise's repertoire is that Yelan OTK deck. So he's going to have to, I believe at the very least, that one is going to have a favorable matchup into the double Anemo deck. So assuming that Voice End doesn't get a win on the double Anemo deck within the next game or two, then it could be a difficult, you know, thing for him to overcome.
It could definitely be difficult. I mean, El Rise Falcon having that Ningguang stall banned out and not having Dynamo at his disposal anymore. No more stall for El Rise Falcon. Okay, so El Rise Falcon going with Finale. Actually, Voice End is picking Finale here. There was a slight error in the graphic earlier. So this is going to be another mirror matchup.
Another mirror match, yeah. Very interesting. I wonder if there's this intentional strategy here by Voice End to try and do that, or they're again mind gaming each other, and you know, one of them is maybe a step ahead here. But it is going to be a mirror match, and we'll see the deck list shortly to see if there's any differences.
We're like being thrown back and forth. The first game was so fast. The second one, you know, slowed down a bit. Now we're going to go into very, very fast game again. I think, you know, both of these, it's a mirror matchup between two aggro decks, right?
Yeah, so. And we've seen this deck quite a few times on camera. You know, if you're just joining us though, first of all, welcome. You picked a good time to join because we were watching some very high level TCG here.
Here is LL Rise Falcon's Finale deck. Of course, you know, Finale meaning Fi for official, Na for Nahida, Li for Linny. It is Linny's Finale. It is the finale of the finals.
Yeah, but not, of course, the final match we'll have today. At the very least, we will have one more game, even if LL Rise does win this one. But we'll have to see. Going first in this matchup is going to be pretty critical because you do want to be one step ahead of your opponent.
And here is a Voice End's deck list for this finale mirror match. There are slight differences. I do see Golden House there.
Yeah, Golden House is an interesting choice Voice End has brought in. Interestingly enough, if you look at the list, Golden House is literally only there for Gilded. And that really shows you the power of that one card. That players are bringing not only 2 copies of Yayoi to discount Gilded, but they also have Golden House. And, you know, I personally think that's a little bit greedy. You know, I think there are better cards for using that slot, but of course Voice End is the one on stage and not me, so he probably knows better than I do.
Explain why you think it's greedy. I'm really curious.
Yeah, I mean, it has more potential to have good openings, right? You have 3 chances to draw a card discount Gilded instead of 2, but there's also more opportunity that if you don't draw that Gilded, you have, you know, your Liar Songs are dead, your Yois are not very good, you could have Golden House that is unusable, so you're really kind of you're taking a trade-off. You're trading off kind of consistency for more explosive power.
So I guess what you're saying is he's looking for golden opportunities.
I knew you were gonna make some kind of fun. Yes, you know, sure. Voice End is looking for golden opportunity because he is the user of Golden House. He has 2 in the Hu Tao deck too.
I love these cosplays so much.
Ooh.
I feel so good.
Yeah. I feel like I'm cosplaying a little bit today. I have my little bow tie, you know, to
like
mimic Prince.
Prince.
Yeah. Looks
I
good.
love all the bows I'm wearing
You have a
today
lot
as
of
well.
bows.
I love the bow in my hair.
Yeah.
So happy. But look at these players getting set up for this third match. It is not the final match, but it's very close to being, especially if Elrise Falcon manages to take the win here.
Yeah, oh, he's starting to get a little nervous. It looks like he was very calm and confident earlier, but maybe this is not a good matchup for him.
Of course, all of the fans in the audience, we do have a live audience here in the venue holding up signs supporting their favorite players.
Yeah.
Here's Voice End.
And those signs, you know, I believe they are made by the audience themselves. They're not provided by the staff here. So players are very serious about TCG.
It's very, very serious, and that trophy is beautiful. I love it. It's like an actual die. There's all the elements on it.
Yeah.
The Omni right and center. But I do hear the music change. We're going to get into this third match. This is the finals here of the Asia Invitational. LL Rise Falcon versus Voice End in a finale mirror match.
Yeah, and I also like how mirrored their poses are. LL Rise Falcon, of course, has his like falcon claw hand, but Voice Hand in a fist, because maybe holding a microphone.
I think it's fitting. So there is a raffle ongoing, by the way. For those of you waiting for your Primo Gems, here you go. If you put the name of the player you are wanting to win, you're rooting for, maybe you think they're going to win, and also your UID in the chat, you will be entered into a raffle for 1,000 Primo Gems. There will be 4 winners. We'll announce it at the end of this match. Good luck.
Yeah, definitely. And if you like Primo Gems, you are definitely rooting for Voice End here to win some more games, because every game Voice End wins here is one more game now that will have a raffle here.
True, we are already 2 games in.
We're 2 games in.
This is the last set we're casting.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is going to be the last game of the Asia Invitational, or the last set of the
last
Asia
set, yeah.
Invitational. So, yeah, it's
Here
been
we go.
quite a ride here for all these players. They, you know, they've had to battle out through the group stages, which happened a week ago. So they've had a long time since starting this tournament.
2-week tournament, you know. It has been quite the ride here. Of course, so in terms of this game, Voice End and Elrise Falcon both starting off on official. Of course, you see the official skills coming out of both these players. A little bit of magic happening on Elrise Falcon's side to manipulate dice. I do think it was Yayoi Gilded.
Yeah, Yayoi Gilded, of course, playing Vorukash's Glow on Nahida preemptively in order to discount. So that let him basically play out his entire hand. So he's going to have a very good first round. Not going to need to tune anything. But he is one step behind Voice End, because Voice End did win the die roll, and that can be pretty critical, but he does not have as good die rolls.
Yeah, he doesn't have the right elemental dice, but Voice End did go first in this matchup. So, I mean, I wonder if we're going to see what we've commonly seen. We've seen this mirror matchup a couple times in this tournament where, and most of the time, these players will start on official and go to Nahida.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a mirror matchup yet where they go to Linny.
No, I think, especially if you're going first, you will want to just go to Nahida, because that is the standard opening. I mean, either way, you have 1 Pyro, 1 Dendro dice. Going to Linny wouldn't really make any difference. If you had more Pyro, you could consider it, but because you're going to have to tune the same amount of cards anyway, I think you just go to Nahida. But Voice has to carefully think what he wants to tune, because he does have 2 very good food in his hand for this matchup with Adeptus and I believe a Tandoori.
Yeah, I know that some players have opted to take 2 copies of Adeptus, so but I don't think either LL Rise Falcon or Voice End took 2 copies of Adeptus Temptation. You see Yayoi coming out. It is going to be a free Vorukash's equip onto Nahida and a swap. So it looks like those cards aren't going to be what gets tuned. That means, is this going to be round 1 stove?
It could, you know, there's not really any point to round 1 stove here, because even if you draw a Gilded, you're not going to replace it here. If Voice End was going to stove round 1, he would have used it already to look for a Gilded before making that play. But I think he's committed to tuning the 2 food here. I think that's okay. Adeptus isn't really the most important card in this matchup. It does... Oh, it is
a normal attack.
Okay.
Oh, I see LL Rise Falcon shaking his head.
This is a rough opening again for Voice End.
It really, really is.
Wow.
And you know, LL Rise Falcon is going to be able to spread those seeds that are currently on Voice End's Nahida at the start of next turn. And every time an elemental reaction occurs, each of those characters are going to take a point of damage from that. It puts Voice End behind, actually. Also, the raffle for the Primo Gem has ended. So if you missed it, we will queue you for the next one. There will most certainly be another match.
Yeah, you'll have to wait for the next match, or drawing more food but no other things. He's going to really have to hope for something good off of Stove here. But Voice End is certainly behind. You know, missing that Nahida skill is not only just the 1 extra damage from her skill, but Voicen would have spread Seas over to both Linny and Fischl, and that's 4 damage is going to be missing for this game. And in an aggro mirror matchup, every point of damage certainly matters.
Here's Stove coming out of Voicen immediately. I mean, look at those dice.
Yeah, I mean,
look at those dice.
We're probably going to see a strategize here.
Most likely, yes.
Because I think he needs to find other cards.
I see some players notes at the top right here. So we haven't really talked about this today, but we have highlighted this over the course of this tournament. So these players, you will see them twirling around their pens and taking notes of things. They're keeping track of what their opponent has played and what they've already played.
Yeah, and you can see, I actually kind of caught a glimpse of that, and I could actually read some of that. I believe there was a cat for the Diona deck. I believe that is how it's referred to. That's really cute. But yeah, the players are taking notes on what has been played. So they're able to get the deck lists before the games, but they don't get to refer to them once they sit down. So players will often take notes and memorize which key cards are in which decks, and then make those notes there so they can keep track of it as the game progresses.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Voicen, just having played against Chef Whipcon, and very close battle between them in a rematch at that, had to submit his decks after he won that, right? So, yeah, they really did not have much time to review the decks.
No, I mean, LL Rise has a lot of time to think, but yeah, Voicen did have to do that. Although I think he pretty much bought the same list, except adding that Diona maybe as a surprise. You know, maybe that Diona list may be being saved for some specific matchups as a favorable one. But yeah, Voicen's dice, once again, he will probably need to go off of Nahida here.
It's LL Rise Falcon's turn here. He is going to play Opera Epiclase as a sort of dice fixer that will enable him to do a 3-cost skill on Nahida. And I think the point of that was to conserve an Omni, right? So is he going to go to Linny, or?
Yeah, most likely going to go to Linny. I mean, that's usually the line here. You could burst on LL Rise's side, but with the dice and being ahead, you could definitely take the time to go to Linny. You know, maybe trying to avoid even more seeds if possible.
So if you're Voicen, do you play Boar Princess here?
Only if you know, tuning 3 to burst could be pretty expensive. You do take out Nahida here, but like I said, LL Rise is perfectly content to go to Linny and not burst in this window. He kind of can go either way, right? If Voicen chooses to burst, that's fine for him because he can just start skilling on Linny, maybe generate additional die, especially with that Gamblers can get 2 skills off on Linny this round. But if Voicen neglects to take out Nahida, can just safely go to Linny himself.
Voicen could play Strategize here to look for Gilded. Yayoi's passive is up this round, so now we're going to see a slow swap onto Linny.
Yeah, I think based on the dice that he's probably calculated that he really needs... Ooh.
Adeptus Burst. Here we go. Tuning those 2 Pyro die. LL Rise Falcon is going to be casting Nahida's Burst. That's a lot of damage here. -8 on Linny.
Yeah, and this is going to basically take out Linny unless Voicen swaps off. In fact, not even Nahida is safe. Voicen's going to have to be forced to end on Fischl if he wants to survive this onslaught here.
Linny is normally your finisher in this deck, even though that didn't finish Linny.
Oh my gosh.
In the finale, anyway. Even though it didn't take Linny out.
But Nahida does go down here. No Gamblers, of course, for Voicen, unfortunately. Again, LL Rise perfectly happy to sacrifice Nahida there after the burst. He's in an extremely dominant position here. Just going to decide who to go to. I believe it'll be Fischl, though, because that Overload will let LL Rise, start on Linny next round at full health.
Yeah, choosing to end on Fischl, going to eat Oz's electro damage, and then that Overload, as you said, will send Fischl onto Linny.
Honestly, there's no better position LL Rise could be in. You know, he's got Nahida's burst off, so he has that buff. You know, the elements on Voicen's side are perfectly arranged that Linny can just start sweeping. And Voicen's own summons are going to work against him here because it's going to put LL Rise onto Linny. And we're going to see Linny do what he does best and kind of take over the show here.
I mean, in a deck like Finale, it is so crucial to have good dice rolls and good card draw. And Voicen didn't really have either of those things. I mean, maybe his card draw was a bit okay, but his dice rolls were just brutal to watch. There's Gilded. Hang on, there's Gilded.
There is still a chance.
Wait, there is still a chance.
I don't know. I mean, LL Rise has not yet even used his Stove, so he's going to get 3 new cards on top of the 2 that's going to get, plus that Gamblers is going to start taking out characters very quickly. So even though Voicen does draw that Gilded, which will be a lot of dice for him, LL Rise has an equally good amount of die in his hand.
Yeah, gonna have to look at these dice rolls here. You know, if Voice End doesn't roll good this turn, I think that he really needs some good dice rolls here. Manifest good dice rolls.
They're okay. It could be better.
It could be better. It could be better. Has enough for Nahita's burst.
Unfortunately, he does not have a quick swap, which is going to make it very difficult for him to get onto Nahita to burst here. Oh, LRI's drawing his egg.
Oh. Also, see Dispensary and Chef Mao.
Yeah.
Like, it's everything. He's getting all the discounts.
Yeah, like I said, LRI's is in a great position here. We're going to see... Oh, actually, okay. So, Fischl, at the very least, is going to let Voice End potentially overload. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I think this is what Voice End wants, actually. You know, LRI's Falcon's Linny overloading Fischl onto Nahita. This is going to enable Voice End to go for a burst. It's not going to be enough to take out Linny, though, but it will certainly be a whole lot of damage.
Oh, Linny being at 1 here is actually really painful, because if Voice End bursts here, Linny can take out 2 characters, and with that Gamblers, that's going to be 3 extra dice. So I think, yeah, you have to Lotus here at the very least. So
or
I
Hash.
Think, yeah, Lotus or Hash, one of the healing cards. Because if you don't protect Nahita here, although maybe you protect Linny. I think you Hash Linny.
I think you would Hash Linny in this case and go for a burst. Here's Boar Princess. I mean, Voice End is anticipating Nahita's going to fall. We do see the Gilded coming onto Linny, free equipped for 2 dice. Hash onto, yes, Linny. And
I think it might be an Adeptus burst here. I think you want to pile on damage here and threaten Linny.
I would agree with an Adeptus burst.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to see. Voice End is thinking really hard right now.
Yeah, he needs to calculate whether he can afford to Adeptus this round, because he has 9 dice, which is 3 actions. So playing Adeptus here will deny him 2 actions unless he can generate more dice. But I think he can. Between Boar Princess and Liasong, both of those should be at least +2, if not more. And so I believe he has the time to do that, because he's already eaten food on Linny. So if you're not going to use more food on Linny, I believe you do want to just use Adeptus now.
There it is. Adeptus coming down for Voice End. This is another Adeptus Nahita burst. -7 onto LRI's Falcon's Linny, leaving him at 2 health. This is very much a no you.
Yeah, this is a no. Yeah, LRI's is actually in a real of a tough position. Like that forced overload onto Voice End is gonna give him kind of the perfect setup he needs to try and mount a comeback. But we'll have to see. That Egg, we've seen Egg make such a good comeback several times today on stream. This might be another opportunity, a time when Egg does do it once again.
Oh, you know, those egg plates from Kong were so fun to watch here. But LRI's Falcon has been watching these players perform for the past few days. Of course, maybe he'll take a page out of Chef Kong's book and go for an egg revive on Nahita.
Yeah, definitely going to be very strong. Unfortunately, no Leave It To Me to be able to swap quickly onto Nahita. That's always a fun surprise. You know, you revive a character, quick swap onto them, and finish with a skill. But he has to also think carefully. He knows his opponent probably is on more die as well. You know, the potential for a Gamblers, it could be Gamblers, Liasong, Gilded, like any of those things. And if he takes Nahita out, is an additional one.
And every time... Oh, that was a prop arrow coming out of Linny to take out Nahita. Did summon a burning reaction with the Dendro.
I like that prop arrow because it kind of just draws that card right away. I'm actually surprised. No, I'm actually surprised there wasn't a Gambler's equip. There probably should have been. That's actually, you know, you have a lot of cards in your hand already. You have Chef Mao and Dispensary with the food to draw more cards. I think you want the dice there. Did LRI's play too quickly?
Maybe, or maybe he sees something we haven't. We do see a Liar Song to unequip that Gilded on Linny. Going to be able to re-equip it for only 1 cost. This will give Voice End 2 actions here. Unfortunately, no Gamblers in his own hand, but if he does an elemental reaction, well, it doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah, so if Linny uses a skill here, is going to go down to Fischl, and I believe Fischl on LRI's side should be able to clean up. I don't see a way out of it for Voice End with the cards in his hand. You know, that Lotus could be the difference, actually. Oh, that Lotus could be the difference. If Linny goes down here, Voice End is going to get 1 more die off of the Boar Princess, which gives him 2 skills plus a Lotus, which might be enough to counteract what the opposing Fischl is doing. But he's going to have to survive the end of this round, which might be impossible.
Yeah,
oh,
I'm
but if he
looking
ends
at those
first.
summons. If he ends first, maybe.
But I think that egg might be too much.
Sweet Dispensary. This is most certainly going to be a Chef Mao, free Chef Mao. So if you play... Oh!
Oh.
Sweet Madame onto Fischl. Is this gonna bring Fischl above a breakpoint, an important breakpoint?
I mean, this lets Fischl skill an additional time here, so Ella Rai really prioritizing. I really wish, you know, if he had that extra gamblers, he would have an additional die here, could potentially have gone up to 5, and that would have given him enough to egg revive. You know, if Ella Rai ended up losing this, I think it's that gamblers equip wasn't missed there. But I believe if he ends first, those summons aren't going to be enough to do it.
It is not going to be enough to do it. And Ella Falcon has plenty at his disposal. I do see that little smile on his face here. He knows he has this in the bag. Of course, Voicen's still going for that elemental skill, but look at his expression there.
Yeah,
look at his expression there.
I think Ella Rai knows if he should play egg, because you should always play egg. But please play egg, Ella Rai. But if he plays egg and just ends, he will win. The summons will be enough to take him out. He's just doing those final calculations. But the egg is going to make it very... Yes! There you go. Nahida Ella rises from the earth, and he knows it. Wow.
Oh, very, very decisive 3-0 from Ella Rai Falcon. This is the finals. This is the best of 7 between Ella Rai Falcon and Voice. And, like, of course, he qualified... to the finals, to the upper bracket. He hasn't been eliminated yet, and he's really proving why he's the best of the best right now.
But, you know, this is still Conquest, and which means Ella Rai is going to end on a pretty risky deck. It is that Yelan OTK deck. It is one of the more vulnerable decks out there to specific decks. The one thing, though, I'm worried about for Voice Inside is that he did bring that double Anemo deck, and the Lynette deck has some tools to disrupt Yelan, but in general, that's not a favorable matchup. So we'll have to see. You know, let's take a look at this first.
Yeah, so first, before we go over, you know, that last match, we do have 4 more raffle winners, so congratulations to C28S, Fedilaya, Renzo Shima 002, and Troy Sun 0. You have each won 1,000 Primo Gems. Congratulations. If you missed the last raffle, we will cue you again and explain how you can enter when the next match begins. But actually, I believe the players are going to be taking a 10-minute break. Of course, you know, if we go into this next match, it could be the final match of the entire finals if Ella Rai Falcon takes the win. So
that would be... I mean, first of all, disappointing for chat because they can't win additional prizes. But yeah, we've seen that. Yesterday, we saw quite a lot of 3-0 sweeps, right? We started with the lower bracket players playing against some people to drop down from the upper bracket. But both of the first games we casted yesterday were 3-0s. Very surprising ones.
Yeah, I mean, the only one that was 3-2 was Kong's match, right? And wasn't that versus Ella Rai Falcon in the upper bracket? Like, Ella Rai Falcon was the one who knocked Kong into the lower bracket, and Kong is the one who knocked Voice End into the lower bracket. It's a very interesting story here, actually. So
yeah, and then of course I think our final game of the day was also a 3-0. So we've seen a lot of kind of dominant performances by one side, but part of that is these deck choices can be very polarizing. You know, people joke about the idea of a triangle metagame where there's kind of 3 points to the triangle and it's like a scissors, paper, rock relationship between a combo, stall, and aggro.
Oh, speaking of rock, paper, scissors, we haven't seen Electro Cube.
We haven't seen Electro
yet.
Cube, no.
We haven't seen... So, Blep and I have this thing ongoing ever since we casted for the first Prince Cup. Whenever we see Electro Cube played, we play rock, paper, scissors, and we keep track of who wins. And then every time, because you know, the Electro Cube has this rock, paper, scissors skill, right?
Right.
Every time it casts that, we do another match of it, and I think we tie most of the time.
Yeah, I think you're ahead of me by a little bit based on the last one. But yeah, I actually found out not many people know, but if you go in Electro Cube, one of its skills, like you can see it kind of turn into a rock fist, and then it'll like slam you with scissors, and then do a paper thing. Yeah, watch out for that. It's actually a really cool bit of trivia here, and they carried it over into TCG. When speaking of Cube, I'm really excited to see what they do with Cryo Cube.
It's an ice cube.
Ice cube.
It's an ice cube. Yeah. You know, Rin was talking about potential deck ideas like in the past couple of days, like after that announcement, and I really like the idea she came up with. I think it's Ilan with both of the cubes, both Electro and Cryo Cube, because it's like gamblers. It's like a true gamblers.
Oh, okay. Dice. Okay. Then you have to place Ilan in the middle, so it's like she's wearing 2 cubes as earrings or something.
Here we have the deck choice, by the way, for this next game. So it will be Ella Rai Falcon bringing that Yelan OTK deck forced onto it because he's won with the other 3 decks. It's a conquest format, so he cannot play those again. Versus Voice End on Finale, gonna opt for that aggro deck again. I think this is his best choice right now.
Finale is the best, and we probably see him go from Finale, and if he wins on that one, probably the Superconduct deck next, maybe the Hu Tao deck. I mean, he's saving that Hu Tao one. We've seen it perform very well on camera. I'm very excited to see it in action once again. Definitely kind of, he's making it his deck of this tournament. He's the only one that's been bringing it, and he has been winning with it time after time again. But Yelan hasn't made an appearance in quite a while, and I don't know if that's a particularly great matchup just because of how quick that deck is with Freeze as well. Freeze is going to be one of the crucial things to watch going to that one.
I mean, so, you know, Yelan OTK is one of those high rolly decks. You really want to get her burst off, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like I've seen the players who perform the best on it, they get Yelan's burst, like all of her energy up in the first turn, and then they're able to burst immediately at the start of the next turn, because otherwise, you know, your opponent is going to know how to play around that. They're going to be trying to put Yelan under threat and shut her down.
Yeah.
So I think it's really going to depend on how well Voice End can play around that aspect of it, because it is a combo deck, right?
Yeah, and Finale has all the tools it needs. You know, it has a potential to start the round on Nahida if you stay on Yelan. It's going to take her out with a second follow-up Nahida skill. You also have Overload for Lini to push her off. So lots of tools to combat that deck. And so, you know, Voice End definitely going to this very favor, and he needs a win. Right, at this point, you're 3 games down, and again, 2 of those games was so difficult because he was just playing from behind since the beginning, and there wasn't a, you know, LO Rise didn't, you know, he played well to not give up any opportunity and not let Voice End come back from behind, but very much in those 2 games, he did start from behind in both of those cases.
Yeah, I mean, especially that Finale game, right? Those dice rolls he kept having to tune, and, you know, I said this earlier, but it's so important that you get out damage as fast as possible on that Finale deck, especially in a mirror matchup, because your opponent is also going to be looking to do that. Voice End did get to go first in that game, but it wasn't enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I have to say this, we could be entering our last game of today. That's very sad for multiple reasons. You know, you and I have been casting for quite a while on Astro Carnival at this Prince Cups. Obviously, this is the Asia Invitational here.
Yes, this is the Asia Invitational in Shanghai. It has been amazing.
Yeah, we're live.
To come out here. We are live in Shanghai. I mean, what have we done in this past year? Because when you think about it, we have started the 2024 season for Genius Invocation TCG in the pro scene, but okay. We can talk a bit more about that later, but looks like we have the deck display here from LO Rise Falcon. Of course, you know, being forced onto that Yelan OTK.
Yeah, pretty no standard choices. I really like the inclusion of NRE here instead of a Sealy. So NRE recently buffed, because it costs 1 now, can be discounted with Seed Dispensary. So if you haven't played with NRE before, it's actually pretty good. It draws you a food every time you play food. So what you can think of it as, it's essentially like a Sealy, but for food, right? Instead of drawing a random card from your deck, it'll continually replenish food, and food is one of the really powerful things in the OTK deck.
They've changed Chef Mao too, so when you play a food card, you also draw a food card, right? So I mean, I know in the past you'd always run NRE with Chef Mao. That was like the food engine at the start of Genius Invocation TCG, but we see NRE very occasionally these days, but I feel like it's still a pretty good inclusion, right? Especially when you have so much food, you just draw all your food, and then you have other egg, right? Egg, highlighter of the tournament. We have so many other forms of card draw to get out exactly what you need. So.
Yeah, before in chat, you know, people are rooting for players with the UID for the raffle. I was rooting for egg the whole time.
Wait, were you were just putting egg?
Yeah. So, well, okay, I entered the raffle for real, but I also put egg with my UID because, you know, who doesn't love a good fried egg?
I mean,
it's so good. Egg has really been the standout of the tournament here. There's so many stories. Like, one of the things I love about TCG not only is just the gameplay, but like the stories you get from moments that happen. And Egg has led to some of the best moments in this entire invitation.
I love all the jokes you can make with Egg, by the way. It's very exciting. Like, you can just crack so many jokes.
Yep. They're gonna,
why aren't you egging me on?
Oh, no. This is turning into
you're chicken.
I think Leah has broken. I may need to take. We might need to bring Rin back in here, because I think my co-caster has gone on a little bit of a tangent here.
We didn't talk about the Finale deck. Did you have anything you wanted to say about it? I mean, we just saw Voice End playing it.
I mean, there's really not. Honestly, this matchup we've seen a couple of times, especially if you've been with us for the group stages. It's very polarizing. It's very one-sided because Finale Okay, so Finale has been the most consistent deck because it's been the most picked and also the most banned, while also having one of the highest win rates, right? Complete opposite to Mew, which has been the most picked, but the most played, but the least successful.
But there's that Hu Tao deck that Voice End has that is 100% win rate. Every time he plays it, he wins up there and he does a little Hu Tao pose
He does.
when he wins. So
yeah, that was pretty cute. But I honestly,
high.
that Hu Tao deck might not have a great matchup into Yilan because of that freeze. So
I mean,
it's possible Voice End is saving it. He might be not looking forward to that specific matchup because that could be the first time that deck is going to lose on camera.
Okay, so counterpoint. I want to make this counterpoint. Shincho Burst is going to get up faster, right? And
True.
you have Chongyun for freeze as well in that
You
deck.
do,
So,
you do.
I mean, I think it's going to depend on who goes first and who has like the draw and the dice to really take that advantage there because
Yeah.
you can also go for a freeze if you're Voice End.
You can go for freeze, but the unfortunate thing, your freeze only lasts 2 rounds or 3 attacks. So once you freeze 3 characters, you're done. But for Voice End, he can freeze as much as he wants in a single round. You know, if he gets frozen that round, then he just goes into the next one. So I do think it's favored in the direction of the Yilan deck. But again, it really does come down to the draws because as we saw, Voice End has been punished so hard
He has
with
been.
terrible hands.
But you can't be unlucky all the time,
No,
right?
you can't. So his luck
can't
hopefully is about
be.
to turn.
And it looks like the players are done with their break. They're getting set up here, so this could be the last game. This could be. I really want to see Voice End playing that deck though.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. Ooh.
Oh,
Child,
look at these cosplayers.
Nahida,
Kaching, Newfoundland.
Look
so
at that
amazing.
stoic face. He's got like that expression down. I really love it.
Also, chat, I personally want to know who you're rooting for, you know, raffle or not. There will be a raffle soon, but I just want to know who you're rooting for in this match. Is it Voice End or LL Rise Falcon?
Voice End. Chat loves their primos. There's no way they're gonna vote for a 4-0 and deny themselves a chance at another 4,000 primo gems.
It's always fun to root for the underdog.
It is always fun to root for the underdog. I mean, definitely Voice End has been bringing very creative decks, I think. You know, he has that
that's
Diona
true.
Super Conduct. He has that Hu Tao one, which again, I think is a sleeper in this metagame. Whereas LL Rise has really proven that he knows how to play the best decks and play them well. Like, he's made the fewest mistakes, I think, throughout the tournament. If you look at his gameplay, has always been solid.
Yes, I mean, he's proven that, right?
Yeah.
He's here through the upper bracket. He hasn't lost a set yet. But yeah, here we go. I think we're going to get into this 4th match here. So LL Rise Falcon versus Voice End Yilan OTK into Finale. This could potentially be the last game of the finals of the Asia Invitational.
Yeah, this could be it. I mean, LL Rise, though, I know he's probably not going to be super confident of this matchup. We'll have to see.
But here, there is a raffle ongoing for 1,000 Primo Gems if you put the name of the player you're rooting for or you think is going to win, as well as your UID into chat. You will be entered into that raffle. We'll announce the winners at the end of this match. There will be 4 of you, so good luck.
Good luck.
Have fun.
And good luck to our players here,
Yeah.
particularly Voice End coming from behind here. Definitely needs something to turn the tides in his favor. Did LL Rise draw a food? He is going first as well. That's actually very important in this matchup.
Going first, it will be important. No, not.
Ooh, his dice are bad, though.
His dice are pretty bad, but he has a chance to re-roll them. So
Yeah.
let's see if he gets that Hydro the Aids and oh.
No. Okay.
Okay.
This is actually a fine. Oh, okay.
Wait, but Voice End's dice are also not good. He does have Gilded. He could.
He does have
plays a
Gilded.
dice fixer.
Yeah, Gilded is going to be very good for him. I think Voice End's going to be able to do a pretty reasonable opener. The main problem is LL Rise did not draw a Minty Meat Rolls or a Northern Smoked Chicken. You need one of those cards in order to actually 3-skill on Yilan turn 1.
Yeah. And this is going to be a really unfortunate start for him. He also doesn't have the Hydro dice to get those breakthrough stacks to draw some cards. He does have Thunder Manifestations talent, though, that will enable him to draw a card here. We'll have to see what it is. Yayoi, not gonna help.
Not going to help. So all he's going to be able to do is drop those 2 Chef Maos. And if he doesn't draw a food other than egg, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
I love these players and their mirroring expressions. You know, they're both like cupping their chin.
I mean, a lot is on the line here. Like, we iterate this at the beginning, but the difference between first place and second place is huge.
Yeah,
It's
it
more
really
than
is.
double. It's 3 times the amount.
Yeah, so first place is 250,000 yuan, which is half of the entire prize pool.
Yeah.
It's roughly 35,000 USD.
Yeah.
And second place is 80,000 yuan, which is roughly 11,000.
Yeah, that is how much is riding on the single game. And LL Rise is 1 game away, but has a pretty poor opener for Yelan OTK and now being forced off of
Oh,
Yelan.
that overload is gonna be so bad, you know, without a quick swap especially, and Yelan only at 5 health. He's gonna have to, like, how is he gonna keep her alive to get her burst off?
The short answer is probably not. I mean, Rise almost certainly needs a quick swap. He needs a quick swap and probably a Lotus. He basically needs a lot of cards now in order to make a comeback.
So the raffle, by the way, for the 1000 Fima Gems has ended. If we do go into a 5th game, there will be another raffle, but we're gonna have to see if that happens, right?
I mean, Voicend has a pretty good shot here. He has, for once, rolled average luck. It's not even been great, it's average. But average is all you need right now because this matchup is so heavily favored for finally.
It would be so impressive to see a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
You know, Voicend is down 3 games at the moment, but if he wins the next 4, he still wins the entire finals, right? So
yeah, he does. You know, yeah, all of those losses. Again, in a conquest format, it really, you know, it doesn't even matter sometimes if you lose your initial matches. If you've predicted what your opponent can bring in perfectly and been able to counterpick just one deck, all you need is to be able to beat one of their decks very consistently, then you can just lose your first 3 games and then reverse sweep. It's very easy to do in this type of format.
do you think that's what Voicend might be trying to do here?
Maybe. I think one of his matchups is going to be pretty difficult, so we'll definitely see that if it comes down to it. But for now, we can focus on this one. Ooh, a slow swap onto Yelan.
A slow swap onto Yelan. Does Voicend have the damage? I don't believe he does.
No, you can't take out Yelan here. So I think Rise, based on his hand, understands that there is 0 chance this game that he will be able to use Yelan's burst.
Ooh. Sorry, that round 2 stove drawing Yayoi Gilded. This could be a really, really strong round for Voicend. Also, I don't know if we're going to see the double Chef Mao and the food instead. There's a lot at his disposal.
Yeah, Voicend's hand is very good, and Rise's hand this time is very bad. So what Rise is almost certainly going to do is just normal attack on Yelan, going to threaten that burst and basically force Voicend to take her out, but really is just looking for that extra card draw and the Hydro application. We're going to probably see him go to Thunder Manifestation just for damage. So he's going to do kind of the hidden mode of the Yelan OTK deck, which is go to Manifestation, Signora, and just go for damage. The unfortunate thing is, if you want to take that line, your best case is if you were able to get 2 Hydro applications off of Yelan at the beginning. But because he was forced to do 2 normal attacks, he's in a very bad position for that line of play.
Yeah, there are no Elemental Auras on Voicend's side here. Of course, did not roll those Hydro necessary. You need 4 or 5, you know. And he didn't get... He had enough to do normal attacks, but I mean, that slow swap onto Yelan could be very dangerous here. Bewildering Lights alone would do 4 damage onto her, so... Oh, the double Chef Mao. I see Rise Falcon smiling here. Also draws the egg. Ooh, what an Adeptus.
Okay, this is going to be pretty big. Yeah, I mean, obviously just playing the Chef Mao's, you know, with all that food in his hand, he's going to have a very good time being able to use those dice. Rise, though, you know, that Minty Meat Rolls is definitely an entire turn late. If he had that on round 1, he at least would have a chance here, being able to threaten Yelan Burst after doing 3 normals. But, you know, if you don't Yelan Burst, one of the downsides of the deck is your Northern Smoked Chickens and your Minty Meat Rolls get a lot worse, right? They don't function quite the same unless you're able to get Yelan's Burst off.
Timer ticking down for Voicend, but he does go for a Prov Arrow on Linny, and Linny's Burst is up. We could very well see, you know, with the Gilded Yayoi, Boar Princess Gamblers, etc., we could see an Adeptus Burst. It wouldn't be on Yelan, but it could be at some point.
So we're probably going to see the burst on Yelan. So the reason I think Voicend went for the second follow-up prop arrow there is he wants to save the Bewildering Lights for Manifestation or Signora. Because after Linny burst, he's going to be at 3 stacks of prop arrow, which means he can take out Manifestation in 1 shot.
So do you... Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Because for each stack of prop surplus, that's another point of damage on his skill, right?
Yep.
Oh, except... Okay. So, Rise Falcon using Yelan's elemental skill here. If Voicend goes for the kill, that will enable Rise Falcon to freeze Linny.
Yeah, but if he freezes Linny, then you can use Manifestation to kind of follow up. I think he has exactly enough die. So we could see Rise Falcon take that route to take out Linny before he can make use of the 3 prop stacks. But if you do that, you do expose Signora a little bit, and you are going to take a lot of damage on your characters. I think you still go for the burst play here, especially if you have Gamblers.
Wait a second. So Voicend used Yayoi, I thought he would go Boar Princess, Gamblers, Yayoi, Gilded.
Well, you do want to keep Gamblers, because Gamblers here is going to be 2 extra dice on Elon. I think you can save Gilded for next turn. You know, if the dice make sense, he will play that Gilded this turn, but I think you definitely want Gamblers here to take out Elon, because that's net more die.
Okay, so playing Gilded first.
Yeah, to generate the die, just to get the extra discount.
This makes sense. Then you can equip Gamblers for free over the Gilded.
Yeah, this is gonna be a huge turn for Voice End.
Huge turn. Linny's Elemental Burst coming out. That is just enough damage. 3 damage onto Yolan to take her out. We're gonna see 2 dice refreshed with those Omni. What will LL Rise Falcon do in response? I see him pulling up his sleeve. He's smiling to himself.
I don't think you can't go Manifestation here, right? Because he's already eaten food. There's no way to keep him defensive. You have to go Signora, freeze Linny to prevent the burst, and then I think you need to go back to Manifestation and skill. Linny has that lightning rod, or that probe attached to him, so Manifestation skill will always hit Linny here.
And that's exactly what we see. You know, LL Rise Falcon going to Signora. I see a Toon. Is he gonna go for an elemental skill?
I guess he's gonna go for the skill, so maybe his plan isn't to actually take out Linny here, which is very surprising.
-3, freezing Linny in place. This is going to force Voice End to swap. Goes to Nahida.
I see LRI smiling. I mean, LRI is pretty calm. You can see his heart rate plummeting. He knows how behind he is in this game, but he already knew.
He did a little blip.
Yeah, I think he realizes that he didn't need to tune there, right? Because I think a normal attack really is fine, because you almost certainly want to prevent Linny from using his skill. If Linny's skills, he goes back up to 6 because he heals 1 HP for each of those stacks, and he gets another 3 damage here. So you almost have to kill on Manifestation.
I mean, we can't get to a finals best of 7 and not have, you know, each player taking 1 win, right? So this might be Voice End's turn. We do see Heart of Caverna's Brilliance, that 0-cost artifact going onto Thunder Manifestation. Is this going to be a slow?
I mean, it has to be, right? He doesn't have anything else. Okay, so he's gonna get the energy on Signora and go to. I like this a lot. Yeah, you want the energy on Signora so she can threaten burst, but you want to Manifestation skill.
Immediately, Voice End responds with Nahida's skill. I love that. You know, we noted like earlier, even in the group stage, when Voice End knows what he wants to do, he does it confidently, very decisively, very quickly. So.
Yeah, LL Rise does want to take some time. You know, he's in a very much losing position right now, but there is still a chance he can come out with the win here. Taking out Linny before he's able to burst, and also denying Voice End that Gamblers now, is pretty big. So I think Voice End made the right play, but LL Rise is not out of it yet. You know, that Manifestation is certainly going to go down at the end of this round. So it's going to be Signora versus Fischl and Nahida.
There's no more Boar Princess stacks, right? Or is there one more?
No, there's no more.
Okay, yeah, Voice End using both.
Yeah, I mean, the extra die at the end won't really matter too much. Voice End is almost certainly going to want to end first at the end of this turn anyway.
Oh, Liar Song. Taking back the Cavarina, almost certainly playing Yayoi, and probably going to play Gilded on Signora.
Interesting choice. You don't need the dice this round, so why would you do that?
Don't need the dice this round.
Oh, okay, so he's just making sure he still has the Gilded for next round. If he lets it, if it goes down on Manifestation, Gilded has a hidden mode, of course, which is anytime you trigger an elemental reaction, you draw a card.
Yeah. So.
Although, what reactions are going to be left?
Melt.
Yeah, so Signora,
Melt?
it's literally going to be a Signora one-woman show because she needs to apply her own cryo to melt in her Crimson Witch form.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, Signora at 10 health. Right now is not going to be transforming into the Crimson Witch of Ember State. Still has that revive going into next turn. She's a very interesting card. If you end the turn on or on the round on 4 HP or less on her, she will transform, right, and lose that revive. But we're not going to see that here. Heart of Caverna's Brilliance coming down on Thunder Manifestation to draw an additional card. And this is going to be enough damage from Miss Grimalkin.
Perfectly enough.
Yeah, perfectly enough.
Ooh.
Gamblers.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Also, free revive, by the way, double shift mount egg.
Yeah.
They
but
both have that.
Yeah, they both have. Voice End has the counter egg. Of course, the only thing that beats egg is an egg, as we saw
earlier between Voice End and Kong, right?
Yeah, that was quite the best of 5 for sure.
I wonder if we'll see something like that again. No, egg!
Shout out to Rin and Stuffa for casting the best of 5s and for the tournament. You know, this is the first time we've had a second set of casters.
Yeah, that's true.
Kind of take the burden of having to cast like 5-6 hour streams here, because each of these days has been pretty long. Our previous 2 elimination brackets have gone to about 9 hours total stream time, and I can't even imagine doing that alone. So
it's
very big props.
It's definitely been a lot of fun being able to cast with everyone. We do see the Hida's burst coming out -5 onto Signora. What do you think Voicen's gonna do next?
I believe Voicen is going to win.
Wait, look at Elrice's Falcon. His expression.
Yeah, he is very much LL Fallen Falcon right now.
He's not used to losing in this tournament, right? I think he only lost 1 or 2 games in the group stages.
I think
he went 3-2 against
He went 3-2 against Colin. He's had some pretty close sets.
Yes, he has.
In terms of games, but he's won each set and come out on top. But you know, I think it makes sense for Voicen to take a game of him. He's just considering his options. Egg is going to be the right play, but of course, Voicen with his own egg should be okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at Elrice Falcon's expression. He played the Chef Mao Elemental Dice Gacha, revived the Thunder Manifestation with the egg, and got 2 dice back, and they're not very useful. None of them are useful except for that singular Electro.
Yeah, I mean he does have gilded. We're gonna see a quick swap probably onto manifestation, equipping that gilded. And then probably a skill. That lightning rod is on Nahida, so it's going to be 4 damage. So he's going to start somewhere. He's going to start dealing damage somewhere. Oh, is it replace?
Going on to Signora, might as well.
Yeah, so he's going to stay on Signora here by the looks of
it. What is this? An Elemental Burst on Signora. This is going to heal her for 2 and also activate her Crimson Witch of Ember State. She loses that revive, but she does have Pyro application now.
Yeah, so LRI's going to forego that revive, which usually is quite powerful. You know, and this is one of the... I think we've seen LRI's make this play in a similar matchup before. He's one of the only players who we've seen actually use Signora's Burst to transform her normally. Pretty much every other time, the transformation does happen either going down to a attack or transforming at the start of the round. But yeah, Voicen does just swap off here.
Yeah, he goes for a slow swap onto Fischl, of course, who has no elemental auras on her. Not gonna see any reactions out of LRI's Falcon. I love watching his player game.
I mean, I think, again, LRI's knows, I mean, he's very comfortable right now being 3 games ahead, and he knows it's an unfavorable matchup. So I think it's a good time to kind of take it easy, play, despite all the stakes, play a little bit of TCG for fun, try and like just think of some creative plays, because it is going to take a lot to get him out of the situation.
It is going to take a lot, and Voicen certainly has a lot at his disposal in this game, at least.
Yeah, he hasn't used his mouse yet, so even though Voicen is at 4 dice, which doesn't look like a lot, you know, he has enough food in his hand to get a lot of free dice.
Tuning into Signora's elemental skill. Actually, I realized he might have went for the burst play there just so we could use those pyro dice.
Could have been.
And here's Fischl's odds. Of course, man, I'm looking at the statuses underneath Fischl.
That's it. This is going to be it.
That is it.
So with that, Sweet Madame, 2 extra dice from those Chef Mals.
And so, yeah, Voicen summons are going to be just enough to take out LRI's Falcon here. 1 damage for Signora, and then Oz coming for Thunder Manifestation. I love how LRI's Falcon is smiling despite taking a loss. This is his first loss in this finals match. Congratulations to Voicen.
Yeah, and congratulations, chat, because you're going to have another chance to win 4 more Primo Gems. Yeah.
4 more.
Sorry, well, 4 more winners, right? Because we had 4
Primo
winners.
Gems?
Sure. I mean, you'll take it. Look, they'll take what they can get.
Okay. So it's actually 1,000 Primo Gems, and there are 4 winners. We're going to be seeing them shortly in a little graphic on the screen.
Yeah,
but
that was quite the match.
Yeah, here we go. So 2 Quantum Bits, congratulations. 1,000 Primos for you. Railu, 1,000 Primos for you. Zentoru, 1,000 Primos for you. And Hamazan Network, 1,000 Primos for you as well. Congratulations. And we're going into another match because Voicen did win there, so there will be another raffle.
Yeah, very unsurprising to me. You know, again, finally is just so... finally is the reason why Yelan OTK has not done very well. I've been reading chat, I've been reading people's comments. People are really confused what the big deal is with this Yelan deck, because, again, on camera it's not done very well. Done better than Mew.
It's like one of our favorite decks to play, right?
It is, yeah.
Both,
it's a lot of fun.
Both yours and mine. It is a lot of fun.
Yeah, when you can really get it going. I mean, okay, LRI's Falcon is going to have 3 more games at the very least to show us just the power of this deck. And even though it does poorly into that aggro matchup, we're about to see probably some matchups where it can really get a chance to shine. And yeah, it was a pretty bad opening from LRI's hand. Unfortunately, I feel like this last series in the best of 7 has been very polarizing, right? We have we have a couple of mirror matches, but the mirror matches were one player
really had like really good dice rolls and card draw, and the other one didn't. Yeah, we saw that happen, especially in both of those games.
Yeah, and mirror match is the worst time for that to happen because you're playing on pretty equal footing. So as soon as one stumble happens, it's really hard to recover. And then in that last matchup, very polarizing the other direction where the matchup is just very poor.
What do you think of that matchup? So LRI's Falcon, of course, forced onto that Yelan OTK deck for the rest of the finals because he's won on Dynamo, Finale, and that Asaha Magic deck with Pyro Kaching. Voice End is picking Dynamo this time, trying that deck again. What do you think about this matchup?
So I think overall that might be one of the worst matchups. And I believe in Voice End's position, you're going to have to play this in that matchup no matter what. You were already pretty tired from the previous best of 5 against Kong, going to 5 sets in very, very close games. This makes sense. You're kind of conserving your energy. If you can't win this matchup, then there's no reason to play the other 2 games. And it's being the most difficult matchup, this is when your energy is at its best, right? If you play 2 more games, even if you win them, the mental tax of all of that is going to mean that this close matchup or this difficult matchup is going to be even worse for you.
So basically, this is mind games. This is a whole lot of mind games. And also, I mean, you have to play this match anyway. So you're just going to go into it.
Just going to go for it, yeah.
Because, I mean, so to explain why this matchup is bad, right? Combo, which is that Yelan OTK deck is very combo-y, right? OTK meaning 1 turn kill, so you're looking to deal all of your damage in 1 or 2 turns with that Yelan burst if you can get it off. It's very good into stall, which Dynamo is. Dynamo, that Dia double Anima deck has aggressive elements, but...
Yeah, it has aggressive elements, and most importantly, it has Jean, right? Jean is the one key piece in that double immune deck that makes this matchup not horrible. And so we're really going to be focused on can Voice End draw a good hand to equip Jean enough or get to a good start with Jean to basically threaten Yelan. If Jean can keep LRI's Falcon off of Yelan for enough turns to kind of build up shields and healing and damage, then that's all the window that he'll need to take over the game. Because this matchup is very winnable. I've definitely lost this matchup before. If LRI stumbles a little bit and Jean can take over with hopefully Sacrificial Sword, we're going to have to see that weapon gacha. You almost 100% want Sacrificial Sword because that lets you 3 skill on Jean.
Yeah, so basically Jean is going to be able to throw Yelan off center because, LRI's Falcon is going to be looking to get that Yelan burst off, right? And so the way Jean threatens her is by using her elemental skill and forcing LRI's Falcon to swap.
Yeah.
And it's going to cost extra dice to swap back to Yelan. It's going to, you might have to quick swap, and she's going to be like whittled down in health, with Jean's elemental skill, so...
Yeah, and that extra dice to swap is actually pretty critical because combo decks, the way they kind of work is they kind of combine a couple of bursts and skills together, but in the end, it's about the more dice you can generate at once, the more damage you can do. So every basically 1 or 2 die tax that Jean can add on to Ella Rise's turns is maybe 5-6 damage. It's one way to even, it's kind of like healing, right? But instead of healing damage that was dealt to you, you're preventing that damage in the first place. So Jean is actually a surprisingly good defensive option, and we're going to probably see her a lot more than Lynette. We've seen Lynette in this deck take the stage quite a lot of times in other matchups, but that's because she is great into more aggressive decks sometimes. But...
I mean, Voice End did perform really well on this deck, despite letting Lynette get sniped off early, did have Jean take center stage and almost got a win.
Yeah, almost. I do want to, I'm going to frame that differently. Voice End didn't just allow Lynette to be sniped off. He took a calculated risk that his opponent didn't have a woven, got punished for it. And sometimes that does happen. So, full credit to Voice End's abilities as a player. Again, he's had a very tough time in the lower bracket, while Ella Rise has kind of soared and coasted in the... Wait a minute. Ella Rise Falcon has just been like flying overhead.
I said that at the start of the finals. What are you talking about? Ella Rise Falcon has soared. He's risen to the upper bracket finals here.
He's never fallen. He's just stayed up on top.
But he had to rise. He had to keep beating people to stay in the upper bracket.
He just started on top.
Listen, it's the pun in his name, LL Rise Falcon. He's a falcon that rose to the upper bracket.
I think we're having a really hard time keeping up with Rin here.
Anyway, so love these audience members. They're so enthusiastically cheering for, you know, the people they want to win.
Yeah.
2 players here in the grand finals. Of course, this could be our last match in this best of 7.
I mean, every match that we go into could be a last match from this point on. LL Rise is at match point here. That's a very comfortable position as a player, especially when you're still 2 games ahead.
And here we go, LL Rise Falcon playing Yelan OTK versus Voicen playing Dynamo, and we do have another raffle ongoing. So if you put the name of the player you want to win along with your UID in chat, you will be entered into a raffle to win 1,000 Primo Gems. There will be 4 winners. Make sure you head over to the Astro Carnival Twitch channel in order to do that. If you're watching from Genshin Official or on YouTube or anything like that, you have to be in the Astro Carnival Twitch chat.
This is your last chance.
This
Or could be your last chance.
It could be.
Could be.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Hey.
Look, I just want to get the the excitement and the limitedness of this raffle going here.
Oh, let's look at these dice rolls.
Okay.
Ooh, Voicen getting 3 pyro for Dia. Not bad.
3 pyro is what you want, and you definitely do want to start a day here.
Once again, LL Rise Falcon losing. The dice
yeah. LL Rise. I should sound too happy about that. So LL Rise's dice actually pretty decent. It's not the worst, at least if you have 2 Hydra, but the one thing critically is missing is a way to do 3 attacks.
Yeah, that as well. But I mean, the flowing rings will enable LL Rise Falcon to draw a card there.
And he has just no way to even use up those last 2 die. Yeah.
I love how calm, like, Voicen is so calm. His heart rate is below 80. I know we saw it dip when he was going to lose, but now it's calm after he's won a match, you know.
Well, I think he needs to stay calm in this matchup. You know, it is very difficult to play this matchup well as a double Anemo deck, and especially without any weapons here. So he's going to have a very hard time into round 2. He's going to be really happy to see LL Rise end here, actually. The one thing Voicen would not have wanted to see here was something like a Northern Smoke Chicken into another attack, because without a 9 dice turn, right? Like, he doesn't have Sacrificial Sword, so without a way to be at 9 dice, he can't force Yelan off enough times to prevent that burst.
Voicen has to stay calm to prevent his voice end. Our raffle has ended, so if you were not able to enter, if we go into another game, assuming LL Rise Falcon does not take this win, if Voicen does,
oh no, but those dice rolls,
there will be another raffle if we go into another game. That's what
but Voicen needs a Nemo this turn because he almost has to gene skill. He's gonna have to draw with that stove.
Ooh, wait, triple Geo, triple Dendro, Voicen.
Yeah, this is gonna be really tough, and you know, this is when it really matters in these high level tournaments because not only does Voicen have to tune, but LL Rise is going to see it. He's going to see his opponent tune 3 in order to gene skill, and that's going to tell him that his opponent's dice are bad and that he is completely safe to go back to Yelan.
Voicen using Stove here.
He has to.
He does have to. He could play the dice gacha with Chef Mao.
Yeah, I mean, the reason, you know, you kind of need to Stove here because there's a couple of cards that could probably save you, but just in terms of quantity, yeah, I think you almost have to go for the Chef Mao here. Yeah, Dunya, Chef Mao.
Dunyarzad, Chef Mao, most certainly going to see a pizza. Who
Oh.
will get the pizza? Probably Jean.
Dunya is going to be the worst card as well. Oh man, this is really tragic. Voicen's draw has been really bad. I think the only way he can survive this right now is to try for something with double tenacity. So there can be a line where you build up energy on Jean, use tenacity to tank the combo turns from Yelan.
Oh,
tune
tuning the other tenacity,
Okay.
tuning that Vorokasha has to. Oh, look at LL Rise Falcon's reaction. He knows that's so bad for Voicen. Tunes so many important cards to go for that skill.
Yeah.
Look at that expression.
Wow, that was a quick turn. But I mean, LL Rise, you know what? LL Rise has been in the seat before, right? Like all of these players who play at this high level have been in the situation where they've had terrible dice. But I think, I mean, it's got to be perfectly safe to go back, right? There's nothing that punishes you here. It has to be exactly Tandoori into Woven into a skill. But you don't, if your opponent just tuned 3 cards, there's no way they can actually play that line. So I think LL Rise knows it's perfectly safe to just go back to Yelan, and we're almost certainly going to see him just switch back.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate. We do see this slow swap onto Yelan. Elrise Falcon has the best dice to go for her burst. Does not need to tune anything in his hand. He's in a very good position here. And I mean, it doesn't look like the Dynamo deck, it has an advantage, right? If you're a new player on looking this game, it might look like Voice-End is even on top of it in terms of health values, but this is Yelan OTK one-turn kill for a reason. She's going to be able to get that burst off and do a whole lot of damage next turn.
Yeah, okay, looks like Voice-End switching here. He is going to get a dice off of Lynette. I guess he wants to be... So now that the Jean push is no longer on the table, then Lynette is the better character to take damage because she does have that 2 healing on her skill at the start of the turn. But I think the timing isn't quite going to work out here.
Yeah, I mean, Elrise Falcon knows that Voice-End doesn't have 3 animal dice to use his skill anyway.
You know, I really wonder if they're... I mean, I think the skill was correct, but I think you maybe didn't want it to tune one of the pizzas here. Because pizza is a card that heals over time, but OTK decks deal a lot of the damage in a single round, so it's not the best healing card. Having the tenacity shields maybe would have allowed him to survive the next round and really wear out the Yelan burst. So I'm not a huge fan. Oh, wait.
Wait a second. Wait, why? Wait.
That is...
Elrise Falcon swapping on the Thunder Manifestation?
Okay,
why?
so the only reasoning I can see for this, he knows Voice-End's dice are really bad, and if he bursts on Yelan this round, he doesn't have any dice to follow that up with. So by waiting 1 round, because his opponent is already behind, this is... Okay, so this is the type of play that really, I think, makes Elrise Falcon, like, really consistent. Because the obvious line is to just Yelan burst, but he's left with 0 die after bursting. Yelan's burst only lasts 2 rounds, right? So by doing that, he's basically wasting an entire round of die. So he has that quick swap. So he's going to end first. Next round, he's almost certainly just going to quick swap Yelan burst, but then he's going to be left with not only that Yayoi reuse, maybe even a Chef Mao, but a lot of more dice to work with. So
Yelan burst only lasts for 2 rounds, right?
Oh, and but so go for a skill here. Okay. I like that though.
This turn is included in that 2-turn duration of Yelan's burst, so I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I wonder if the skill is a little bit greedy because now he doesn't get turn priority, and so Voice-End is going to be able to put some more damage onto Thunder Manifestation. I think if it was me, I would have much preferred to just play Chef Mao, end the round, and then soak up the first hit on Yelan rather than Manifestation.
You know, I think one card that could change the tide here is Lynette's skill, like her talent, right?
It probably won't work out great because after Ella Rise, so because Voice-End's going first, even if Lynette talent, you're going to skill once on Lynette, hit Manifestation for 3, but then they're going to go to Yelan, and Yelan, after she uses the burst, is completely... Oh, Tandori's big, but there's no weapon, you know,
There's no weapon,
If we had a Wagner down, if Lynette had a weapon here, a Tandori skill to kill off Manifestation would actually be really huge, because Manifestation is the main way you deal damage after you get the combo off. So if Voice-End had been able to take her out this turn, then it would have been a huge... one way to come back from it, but at this point, he's kind of forced into this line of play.
Yeah, Lynette going for elemental skill here, and of course we know that Voice-End does not have her talent in hand, but Elrise Falcon doesn't know that. Voice-End did not have to tune also going to this, so...
Yeah, I think Voice-End is hoping that Rise doesn't have quick swap, so he could be at risk if he swaps over to Yelan from a follow-up skill. But with that quick swap here, the burst is going to come off.
Yes, so Yelan, quick swap to Yelan, and her elemental burst coming out. This is going to enable Elrise Falcon to unlock the combo that this deck is built around, right?
Yeah, now we're going to see it in action. We haven't seen it very much. You know, again, the Yelan OTK has played a lot of unfavorable matchups.
Yelan going for her elemental burst. This is going to reduce the damage dealt to Voice-End by 1. Also, I mean, Dia Summon's still on the board, so that's 2 points of damage reduction.
Yeah, it's
right
actually
now.
a lot. This is why I didn't like that skill from Manifestation here from the last turn, because even though you did do a lot of damage in that round, you know, a skill is about as much damage as a normal attack from this deck, and so you're giving up turn priority, which is another 3 damage on Manifestation, and every point matters. Looks like the food.
This is really interesting. So Elrise Falcon played Chef Mao and then used Minty Meat rolls onto Yelan. This is going to discount her normal attacks by 1 unaligned. But why are you staying on Yelan and you have to tune? What do you think's going on here?
So you almost so you do. It's totally fine to stay on Yelan to attack because Elrise doesn't have a quick swap. There's no safe way for him to go to his other characters. So he's going to try and let Yelan take the next hit. I think the Minty Meat Rolls was just trying to redraw a card. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that line of play either. Luckily, that Sealy is going to trigger at the start of next round.
You know, one thing I'm also noticing is that Thunder Manifestation is pretty low. Elrise Falcon does have one more quick swap in his deck, but hasn't drawn it yet. Of course, we know that. Ooh, Voice tuning that Tandoori.
I think that's fine. You don't really need Tandoori at this stage because Manifestation is one of the main characters that Tandoori really matters for. For Signora, you're kind of hoping to get her below 4 to transform before you take her out anyway. You can really eat a Tandoori hit pretty effectively.
No, despite this... Hang on. Elrise Falcon, I just realized, hasn't drawn Gilded.
Not yet, yeah.
And...
that could be pretty big.
Has one more duration round on Yelan's burst, and Thunder Manifestation is already very low, and Signor's at 7 health, and there are those 2 summons on the board for Voice End, and he's very healthy right now.
Yeah, this is why, again, I think it's come back to that Thunder Manifestation play. Like, it's really making an impact because of how low Manifestation has gotten. You can't safely attack, so I think getting a little bit greedy there even. Like, maybe the correct line was to just Yelan burst there. Maybe Elrise has overthought this a little bit, underestimating kind of the damage potential of the double Anemo deck. And this could be pretty bad because this is one of his more favorable matchups. So each game from here, I believe, for Elrise Falcon gets a little bit less favorable. He did draw pretty poorly, though, this round too, so...
I do see Elrise Falcon's heart rate skyrocketing. Well, not skyrocketing, but going up just a little bit at nearly 130. You know, after the first couple of games, it did drop down to about like 100, 110. But, I mean, the nerves are definitely on. This is the finals in the Asia Invitational.
Wow, he's going to go...
Yeah, choosing to go to Thunder Manifestation, taking a lot of time to make that decision. Gamblers equip on Signora and an end.
So this is a sacrifice of Manifestation. So Elrise is going to go for a controlling route, but Jean has been healed back up to 9, and you know, this is basically Voice End has undone all of the damage from the earlier skill, and Signora, while powerful with freeze, doesn't do as much damage.
If Voice End survives this turn, oh no, because if you go for a swirl, it's gonna take the Pyro Aura off of Signora. But I mean, the summon of Linnet's Burst on Voice End's side is Hydro right now. It could have a Vaporize reaction at the end. That's actually it's a lot of damage there.
Yeah, we'll definitely see that come up. I think Voice End might actually want to save that Pyro because it isn't one more damage than Swirl. So basically, Voice End's objective is to survive.
Yes.
If Voice End survives, then he almost certainly will win.
And unfortunately for Elrise Falcon, Signora does not do a whole lot of damage on her own. Even with Yelan's Burst, it's just going to be basically freezing Voice End's characters at the moment. And without Minty Meat Rolls or anything like that, this could be really bad. But he did draw that Gilded, so...
Yeah, actually, I almost think equipping the Gamblers on the last round was a mistake. So Elrise is forced to use Gilded because otherwise he would have replaced Gamblers. But had he saved that Gamblers in hand, he wouldn't have needed to use Liar Song there to re-equip. So tiny decisions like that are going to end up mattering because Elrise's position is pretty precarious right now. Let's see what 3 cards he gets.
Another 3 cards from Sealy. Oh, the double Thunder Manifestation. Look at his reaction too. So I mean, obviously you can't equip those. He can't draw any cards with them.
Whoa. He could if he draws his egg.
If he draws his egg. I mean, I guess so, but...
Egg. Come on, chat. Let's pray for an egg here. Although maybe we want to pray that he doesn't draw it so we can get into another game and another chance at a raffle.
Slow swapping onto Tia. So normal attack coming out of Signora here.
Yeah, I think you want to try and take as much damage as you can. He has an Anemo Resonance.
Wait, there's the Minty Meat Rolls.
Oh, that Minty Meat Rolls is going to be huge.
That is going to be huge.
It's no egg, but it's very important for Elrise here.
And with one more Liar Song and Gilded.
So yeah, Elrise does have 2 more attacks. So the one thing Voice End needs to avoid right now is a Gambler's Trigger. If Elrise can get 1 Gambler's Trigger, he can really snowball that into a 1-turn kill, even on Signora. That's going to be how he's going to get enough damage here. So hopefully Voisin realizes that and doesn't go to Dea and sacrifice her.
Oh, this is so bad. Especially, I mean, so Elrise Falcon could also theoretically play War Princess and replace the Gilded for Gamblers too if he needs that additional dice for whatever reason. Oh, he's going for an Elemental Burst.
Okay. So he's going for the damage. I kind of like this. I think Freeze is going to be too slow. Oh, he drew Covenant.
No way! Wait!
Wait, can he?
Wait, he can't? No, because he can Boar Princess equip Gamblers for free.
Yes.
And he can Minty Meat Rolls and go for 2 normals.
Yes, that is going to have to be the play.
And that's it. Wait, that's going to be it.
I believe that might be it.
Wait, that's literally it.
That should be enough damage. So each normal attack from Signora is going to do 5 damage. So 2 attacks will take out Jean. Yeah, I think that's it.
I mean, Voisin can
no,
only...
but he can't... Well, hang on. He can't freeze anymore. But that doesn't matter because Jean can't take her out.
Jean doesn't do enough damage here.
Yeah.
Wait, but Jean's Elemental Burst, is that going to be enough to... Can Voisin actually protect everyone with Elemental Burst?
That breakpoint, yeah, I think that's the right breakpoint because it's gonna put Jean at 6, which is 1 more. I believe.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the burst might actually do it. Did Elrise make a mistake to transform too early? Should he have waited for another turn?
Normal attack Covenant.
This is gonna be 5 damage on Jean. Jean is gonna go down to 1, but that's not critically going to be able to trigger a Gambler's. And after this, Elrise's burst is going to run out. Voicent, I think, has maneuvered himself into a good position here. I mean...
Wait! A second!
I believe that's it. That was exactly the right amount of dice. And Voicent also needing to have the right dice there, not tuning there, is critical. You know, he was running very low on cards. If he didn't have that, at least 1 or 2 Anemo dice, his hand would look very bad right now.
That Jean Burst just saved the entire game.
Yeah, I do wonder though, Elrise, I mean, I think he had set up correctly, but I believe he really needed in that second round not to have skilled a manifestation and maintain turn priority.
Yeah, and it's without the Gambler's dice refresh. I mean, yeah, so he's gonna Boar Princess and equip the Gamblers. Are we miscalculating? Can he actually take out Jean or?
No, he can't take out Jean. I believe it's 5 damage from the normal attack.
Yeah, it should be 5. It should be 5.
It's 1 off. And 1 off is all you need. We've seen
1 off is all you need.
Plenty of times. No, this is just gonna be 3. He's basically just gonna redraw. But
wait, what is he looking for if he draws? What if he... Is there anything he could draw that could help him here?
Maybe a second. No.
No.
Wait, no. He does have the I haven't lost yet, and I think... No, Manifestation went down last turn, so that card is actually dead.
Yeah, so that Chef Mao...
A little bit late. If he had Dispensary Mao, that might have been the difference.
Because Dispensary Mao Minty Meat Rolls for the extra dice, right?
Yeah, he would have had 2 extra dice this round, but unfortunately... The combo deck drawing its cards in the right order, Voicen barely making it through. And I would have to say, even after... Remember Voicen's round 2 with 0 usable?
Yes!
So he's had to stage quite a comeback. I believe Ella Rise might have misplayed this game, going for very conservative lines because of how ahead he was. But Voicen... Oh, look at him!
Oh, look at Voicen's camera! He is relieved. Oh my gosh, look at the Vaporize reaction dealing so much damage. Jean's gonna heal from her Burst Summon there. And
that's it.
Kill Fafoni. It's way too late. Lynette's telling it. Look at those late cards.
I mean, they're very late. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
I don't think those cards are very good in this matchup anyway. I think Ella Rise maybe got a bit too confident, I'm gonna have to say, because I think he was very ahead going into round 2. But I think he took an unusual line and got punished for it.
I think it's like what you were saying earlier. These players know they have to take risky moves sometimes, and that was a risky move he took, and he lost.
Well, I think it's the opposite. I think Ella Rise was too conservative. I think he took a very straightforward line, but Voicen...
Yeah, this is enough. You know, Voicen going for Elemental Skill on Jean. He does get another win on Ella Rise Falcon. This is 3-2 in this best of 7. Congratulations.
Yeah, we could be the start to see the reverse sweep happening because, like I said, out of all the decks, that might have been the worst matchup out of the 3. And now that it's out of the way, I think the momentum might be building in Voicen's favor. We're going to see which of the 2 he picks. It's really crucial.
I want to see that Hu Tao deck so badly.
Yeah.
Of course, before we get on to those explanations, so we do have 4 more raffle winners, and we are gonna have another raffle coming up. But congratulations to J-Mark Barrett's SCP-63_, Colin513, and Toe Y.
Toe Y with 2
Toe
Ys.
Y.
Why?
Why? Why not?
Why not? I mean, why not have another game and another raffle?
Yeah, another raffle, another 4,000 Prima Gems.
Yeah.
It's 1,000 Prima Gems per winner, right? And 4 winners. So.
Yeah, and that was a very interesting game. I mean, I think in that game you see the power of, or I guess we didn't see the power of manifestation, but that is really the difference between Signora and manifestation. You know, we were a couple of damage off from Signora being able to finish the game, but manifestation does, with Electro Charge, about 2 extra damage per hit. And so that was probably 4 or 5 damage throughout the course of that game. And again, a lot of that comes off of that one decision to skill a manifestation, which allowed Lynette to deal more damage to it and bring manifestation down to 2 and not have safe attacks, right? Because even if you're able to attack 1 or 2 times on manifestation, it really threatens a lot of characters, and then Signora can clean up if a lot of characters have gone down. But you know, that Gene Burst denying the gamblers being exactly enough with all the healing to prevent that gamblers was really what turned the game around.
That was so impressive that Gene Burst came in clutch so much. And here we have our next matchup, by the way. So Voisin is going to play the Hu Tao deck. At the moment, he is 4-0 with it. He is 100% winning over 4 games. Of course, this is Conquest format, so LRI's Falcon is forced onto that Yelan OTK yet again. I wonder if he's getting a little exhausted playing it.
I don't know about exhausted. I mean, if he has as much fun playing that deck as I do, then he's going to be endless. I mean, I think he's just got to be kicking himself for some of the decisions made during that game. You know, I think if you go back and watch, he had a very good window where he was ahead. He didn't get the perfect start, right? The perfect start is when you
have
can 3-skill.
Three energy points on the line.
Yeah, and you have enough dive. But critically, you know, Voicen missed the window to punish that opening by rolling very terribly. He was only able to use 1 skill on Jean and then was forced to go to the net. You know, hats off to Voicen. He did, I think, make the correct call in the end not to go for that tenacity play, and instead aggressively pile on damage onto manifestation and really prevent that combo from going off.
Here we go, LRI's Falcon's deck display with Yelan OTK, Yelan 1-turn kill.
Yeah, we've seen this deck quite a few times. We haven't seen NRE yet.
We have not seen NRE come out at all in this deck. I mean, I think we've seen it played maybe in the group stages.
I think it was played once, but so far, I believe LR Rise is the only player to be bringing NRE in any of his lists.
There is Voicen's famous Hu Tao list. I mean, this is the Leoi trio of friends, right?
Actually, both of Voicen's decks left are Golden House Unseen Razor decks.
I love the combo.
It is, yeah. I mean, I definitely tried that combo out very early. It proved not to be very good and somewhat inferior to Gilded, but you know, Voicen really doubling down on those cards here, running both.
Voicen does remind me a lot of Inzagi's performance in the finals of the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament, where he was also playing a weapons combo deck with a very unusual choice, right? That Child Yoimiya Vape.
I believe that was also the weapon combo. It was running King Squire mainly just for that +1 damage.
Yeah, true.
And the Unseen Razor just as a one-off. But, you know, both of the 2 decks left for Voicen really focus around Golden House specifically. You know, it's very powerful, able to discount not only 3-cost weapons, but more importantly that Gilded Dreams, which has been played so much. You know, most of the time you're discounting it with Yayoi, but Golden House, even that 1-dice discount is very important.
Yeah, it is very important. So, I mean, who do you think is favored going into this matchup?
This is going to be a very tactical game, right? Both sides are going to have very similar openings. We're going to have Voicen starting on Xingqiu, building up to his burst. And very similarly, LL Rise Falcon is going to be on Yelan, building up to Yelan's burst. And they work really similarly, right?
Yes.
Both Hydro attacks on the normal attack. And so we're going to see basically a freeze minigame, I think.
Sorry, I want to interrupt you and point out our lovely cosplayers in the audience. There's so many cosplayers here today. I mean, the audience is stacked. This is a live stage with a live audience in this venue, so...
yeah, and you see multiple cosplay coming in and out, you know, new ones appearing throughout this tournament. But yeah, it's going to be, I think, a freeze battle, right? Because both of these are combo decks, which freeze is particularly good against. So it's going to be, I think, quick swap, leave it to me, is crucial in this matchup, especially for LL Rise, because he needs to stay longer on Yelan.
I see LL Rise Falcon taking notes here, by the way, so they don't have too long to look at these decks, I believe. and they're going to be noting down everything, like all the resources their opponent has and has used over the course of the match to make sure they're accounting for every single little thing. I mean, these players are here. They're the best of the best.
They are
in the
best of the best.
finals.
Yeah, the finals. This is the biggest tournament, you know, of GITCG and the year that's been.
It really is, and it's an honor to be here casting it. But for now, let's get into this next match here. LL Rise Falcon playing Yelan OTK once again versus Voice End and the Leo Friends trio deck combo.
Yeah, so Xingqiu is going to be one step ahead of Yelan because he only needs 2 energy debuffs, and this is going to be very crucial in this matchup.
And of course, because we're going into a 6th game in this best of 7, we do have a raffle ongoing for another 1,000 Primo Gems for 4 winners. The way you enter is if you go to Astro Carnival's Twitch channel, you input the name of the player you want to win, or maybe you think is going to win, and your UID, you'll be entered into that raffle. We will announce the winners at the end of this match. Good luck, have fun, and good luck to our players.
Yeah, LL Rise finally, so after 2 games on Yelan OTK, not drawing Minty Meat Rolls or Northern Smoked Chicken, does draw both. And I saw his hand, it was double Chef Mao and a Sealy. So this is going to be very good for him. Voice End's hand looked pretty average from last look. He has, I mean, luckily he doesn't need to open very differently, you know, as long as he gets some Hydro Die. Ooh!
Oh, Voice End going first this time.
You can see LL Rise's expression there.
Also, Tristan got Chongyun.
Yeah, that's
also interesting pick.
So he needs 3 Hydro here. I think he's crucially looking for 3. If he doesn't get it, there's going to be a very bad line for him to do. Okay.
Oh, these dice are so good, too.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, 5 Hydro.
5 Hydro.
On LL Rise Falcon side.
Yeah, LL Rise opening is pretty insane. So he's going to deploy...
Double Chef Mao and Northern Smoked Chicken and Sealy. Wait, what?
And unfortunately, he doesn't have enough to, I believe, play Sealy and Double Chef Mao here. Unless he goes for Minty Meat Rolls and 3 normal attacks. I think it's better...
He's doing the math. I see him doing the math right now.
Because your opponent opened on Chongyun, I think you go slow because you're probably expecting a freeze, which means you can only get 2 normal attacks off of Yelan. So you want to probably save your Minty Meat Rolls. So I think you play the Sealy here. I think you anticipate your opponent trying to freeze you off of the Yelan combo, and you go for freeze. I think that's the right. Sorry, you go for the Sealy because normally you don't have enough dice to play Sealy in that first round unless you just go for Minty Meat Rolls attacks.
Here's 1 Chef Mao. Here's 2 Chef Mao. And what's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Northern? Oh, it's Minty Meat Rolls onto Yelan. So what food is he gonna get? 2 food. Lotus and egg.
Okay.
It's too early for egg.
So he is just gonna go for the triple normal with Sealy. This is a fine line of playing as well. I feel like this might get punished by a freeze, though.
It could get punished by a freeze, but I mean, I'm looking at Voice End's dice. He's going to have to tune to go for that freeze. LL Rise Falcon not really caring about the freeze threat right now.
I'm so...
Wait, what if Voice End saves the freeze for next turn?
Oh, yeah, that could be happening. I'm still so surprised at that opening from LL Rise because he knows he has the potential to get frozen. And what would he have done with those 2 extra die, right? Like, if Voice End had just skilled there, then he loses 2 die. But I guess maybe he's thinking if he gets frozen, then at least he can get burst off next turn.
No, but he can't because Yelan has Cryo Application.
Has
turn Cryo. So, by the way, our raffle has ended. We will be announcing those 4 winners at the end of this match. So if you didn't get a chance to enter, maybe we'll get a 7th game. You never know. But this could potentially be our last raffle of the day. So just stay tuned. But I was laughing because LL Rise Falcon drew 2 Liar Song and then Thunder Manifestation Talent, which isn't the most useful card draw, I think.
I mean, Manifestation Talent is almost good whenever you draw it, as long as he is still alive. I mean, Voice End's going to freeze LL Rise Falcon off of Yelan this round, but I think he's fine with that. Yelan is going to be pretty low, so the one benefit of this play is Yelan's going to be brought down to 2 health. So LL Rise, in order to safely burst, is going to need to find a Leave It To Me.
Noticing LL Rise's Falcon's heart rate has gone up just a little bit more again. His dice rolls are so good, by the way, this game.
Yeah. Definitely very powerful.
But he's not going to get to use that Hydro there, I think, because Voice End should be going for a freeze. The only thing is that if he freezes Yelan, he's going to have to tune into it anyway, and then he's going to have to tune 3 more dice to go for a burst.
A burst. We might see him slow down on the burst a little bit.
I think LL Rise Falcon is going to need a quick swap to get
Yeah, we're going to find a Leave It To Me. I mean, so he has a Lotus in his hand as well, so that should be able to protect Yelan from most kills. Of course, Xingqiu's Rain Swords do only do 1 damage right now. And so, oh, interesting. A Lotus.
Lotus on Thunder Manifestation and a swap. I wonder why he Lotus. Maybe he learned his lesson from last game where he let Thunder Manifestation get whittled down a bit too much and he's just looking to protect from any damage.
Yeah, well, Shinju's Rain Soul's oh no, I believe it does 2 damage, so this is a fine time to Lotus. You also just get those dice from Chef Mao, so I think Lotusing here is fine. Just doing it preemptively because you know you're going to probably stay on Manifestation here. Your opponent almost certainly is going to use up the burst, but bursting's gonna be expensive. He does though have gilded into a Liar Song.
Tuning that Gamblers. I wonder if he tunes 1, is he gonna tune 2 more? He should, right?
I kind of prefer playing Golden House into Gilded here just to fix.
Timaeus.
Oh, you can Timaeus Golden House, right? Because Golden House is gonna discount Gilded by 2. Oh no, he's just going to tune.
Tuning Heart of Caprina's Brilliance, tuning the Lotus, and here we go. Shinju's Burst is up. I mean, personally, I think this is fine.
So, by taking this line, what Voicen is saying that is he's going to just go for a full combo turn. He's saving all of his dice from this round for next round. Because that Timaeus is going to go up to 3, so Gilded is going to give him +2. He's also saving Golden House plus Liar Song, which is another free 2 die. And so he's going to go into next round with then potentially 14 die with the Xingqiu Burst up. So he's looking for the counter combo play essentially.
Wait, was that a Gilded equip on El Rise Falcon side?
I believe so, probably just to draw cards. I think El Rise right now has such a good setup, he just needs to draw a lot of cards.
But El Rise Falcon is double Liar Song, Yayoi, another Gilded, like, I'm wondering how much effective dice does he have right now, even without Yulan's Burst?
He has quite a lot, but I don't think you want to be dealing a lot of damage until you, like, using up those dice in hand until you set up the combo. But having not drawn into a Leave It To Me yet, it is getting a little bit riskier to go for that Yulan combo. There's not really a safe window, especially having used up the Lotus. And that is one place where Lotus might have been a little bit hasty, because without Lotus, I suppose because of Chongyun's freeze, you're always at risk of getting frozen. But Lotus would have protected Yulan, right? It takes that up to 3 damage from that first hit, which means the Rain Swords will only bring Yulan down to 1, and there's not really a way for Voicen to buff that damage. So I do think that Lotus use was a little preemptive. I think it would have been fine to let Manifestation go down to 8 here, save your die, go next round Lotus on Yulan and swap, and get that burst off.
Oh, what I'm thinking right now is that, I mean, Signora and Thunder Manifestation are a fine combination on their own, right? You don't necessarily need Yulan's Burst.
I think you do in this matchup.
Be using it as a bait. I mean, you do need it in this matchup, but if he's able to do a whole lot of damage right now, so interesting.
He's gonna play Yayoi at the end of this turn. So the reason why I think you need it in this matchup is your opponent's also playing a combo deck, and so it ends up becoming a damage race, right? Both of you are trying to get a lot of damage on one turn, but Voicen has the setup, and El Rise does not.
Okay, so yeah, I see El Rise Falcon ending his turn after playing Yayoi. Does have that, Covenant as well. Has 0 cost Gilded equip. Honestly, has a lot at his disposal, except for that quick swap.
Except for quick swap, yeah. It's really crucial that he's missing a Leave It To Me right now, because I think that would effectively end the game if he's able to quick swap onto Yulan. Also potentially, because that unblocks his freeze, right? Like freeze is really going to be what Voicen has to play around right now, or both sides actually have to play around. But Chongyun's field is down because Voicen led with it in round 1. So he's going to need to reapply it in order to have a freeze combo.
I think this is fine though, you know, so Voicen is going to play this Boar Princess. Just go for a regular normal attack on Signora. He's anticipating Chongyun's going to fall, right?
Yeah, you definitely want Xingqiu to go down right now. I think, so, you know, in the last turn, El Rise had the opportunity to take out Xingqiu, but neglected to do it because he wanted to force Voicen to do a slow swap himself. But Voicen playing around that as well by not getting baited. So, oh, I see. What Voicen's going to try and do, because Chongyun's Frost Field isn't down, he wants to apply Hydro so that when Chongyun does come out with his skill, will freeze Signora, because he wants to lock out Signora from being able to freeze his team.
So basically, Voicen is going for the best timed freezes, and this is going to be like a battle to see.
Well, this is why also, this is why, like, if El Rise had his Lotus here, he could go to Yilan and Lotus and be perfectly safe. Right? There's nothing, I think, in Voicen's deck that can punish that play. Right? Like, Hu Tao's normal, when it's not infused, only does 3 with Lithic Spear. So even that is not going to be enough. Yeah. So I really think Ella Rise, I feel like has been making a few misplays
Yeah.
on this Elon OTK deck, whereas Voice End has been playing perfectly on the other side so far.
Ella Rise Falcon, I feel like, is relying too much on drawing that quick swap, and you know, obviously he hasn't drawn it. He's not high rolling like he's expecting. Voice End choosing to slow swap onto Chongyu.
Oh, and you know another thing. Wow. So another thing that the Xingqiu attack also did was to put the lightning rod on Xingqiu.
Oh, so then if Thunder Manifestation goes for its skill, it's going to go on Xingqiu and not any of his damage dealers, you know, Chongyun and Hu Tao, right?
That Xingqiu is like carrying this entire team right now so hard.
And they're minus 5 on Xingqiu. Like, he just gets a card out of that, right? That's just...
Yeah, LL Rise. Oh, there's the quick swap.
There's the quick swap.
There's the Leave It to Me. Okay, so LL Rise is not yet out of this game, but I think Voice End is quite ahead right now. With 7 die, that's really scary.
It is really scary, but I mean, Chongyun getting that gilded and then a freeze onto Thunder Manifestation draws. Where is the Unseen Razor, but where is the Unseen Lithic Spear?
Yeah. Okay, one of the things to really note, with Golden House and Liasong in hand and that gilded, Voice End has 2 extra dice this round. So he's actually sitting at 6 effective. He can Chongyun burst this round.
Wait.
So he can take out Yelan here and potentially burst either Thunder Manifestation or Signora to take them out immediately. I think LL Rise has nothing good to swap to. This might even decide the game like right now.
Yeah, it might. I mean,
like he's gonna hide it. He's almost certainly gonna normal attack here. Oh, he's gonna play it now.
Liar Song, gilded on Hu Tao, right? Golden House,
yeah,
gilded on Hu Tao
makes sense.
And then Gamblers on Chongyun.
I don't think you have. Do you have? Oh yeah, you can gambles on Chongyun. Yeah, this is perfect. Ella Rise is gonna be a really tough spot. Whatever character he swaps to, it's probably gonna be. Okay, Signora can freeze. So that's his only out right now. Signora needs to freeze Chongyun here.
Signora can freeze.
Does he doesn't have a dice.
Liar Song.
Yeah, he's gonna have to Liar Song.
Gilded to freeze Chongyun.
Wait, but he does no. I don't think any of those are gilded. Oh no.
Oh, wait,
Chef Mao.
He used Chef Mao. Okay, so played Hash Brown to go for the Chef Mao. You see normal attack coming out. Yalan's burst will freeze Chongyun here, leaving him 1 HP.
Oh, actually, now, okay. If Voice End doesn't swap off here, I believe the Covenant Liar Song Gilded is going to be another attack.
So I misspoke earlier. Voice End does have Lithic Spear, so we could see a swap onto Hu Tao with like Lithic Spear, right?
I think you need to swap off for Chongyun here, because I think you need Chongyun to take out and either freeze Signora. I think Voice End's thinking hard. Like, what does he need to play around? What has he seen from his opponent's hand? He needs to be thinking about Covenant. Covenant is the one card. But that also, you know, I think a lot of, again, these players are used to playing against these decks. I think Voice End knows that usually LL Rise will put Covenant back in the deck. So there's not a guaranteed chance that he is holding Covenant right now. But Covenant will, if Chongyun goes down here, it's going to be very bad because it's only when he left on Hu Tao. I think you have to swap.
Even, so with Covenant, Signora played Hash, not meant to meet rules, right? Okay,
no, but it's Covenant Liar Song.
Yeah, okay, true.
Oh, he ended.
Wait, he ended on Chongyun. Okay, so... yeah, Lithic Spear on Hu Tao. I guess he's gonna go for full combo next turn. He doesn't want Hu Tao to take any more damage, maybe?
Yeah, but the Covenant plus the Liar Song, I believe this is gonna take out Chongyun. And without that Chongyun burst, next round, LL Rise Falcon, you can see it that this might be the winning play. I mean, the game is not gonna be over just yet. We're gonna go to the next round, but this is essentially checkmate because next round, Signora can lock Hu Tao out.
Wait, but Voice End has turn prio, and didn't Chongyun use his skill?
Oh, I can't see what I
we
think
can't
there is
see
Frost
it. There's
Field.
like the 2 ... dots, which means there's more statuses that can be listed. But I think Chongyun used his skill at some point, right?
True. There's only 2 attacks left, but LL Rise has an egg, and so he can take 3 hits of Xingqiu's skill. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Frostfield is up. Okay, so
wait, no, he has quick swap.
Yeah.
Wait.
I believe this is it. You can hear the audience clapping, but I don't think there's any way for Voice End out here. Again, freeze was the pivotal thing. Okay, egg. Where is Voice End's egg?
Where is Voice End's egg?
Oh, he doesn't have it. The Hu Tao deck does not have an egg. Oh. Voice egg.
Voice,
no more.
No, that's no. You went too far.
So we're heading. So chat, if you're watching, we're gonna be watching this final game play out, but
Yeah,
with the quick swap freeze on Signora, Ella Rise Falcon already sitting back. I think Voicen, he's praying for leave it to me.
This is it, right? Like, it doesn't matter if he takes out Thunder Manifestation or not, because we are gonna see this leave it to me coming out of Ella Rise Falcon. See, Voicen's reaction in the bottom left there. He knows this is not looking good for him. Signora is going to be able to get this freeze off. Gilded Dreams equipped, just giving a little more dice here, and the Elemental Burst is a really flashy way of freezing Hu Tao, actually. This is gonna lock her out for the rest of the round.
Yeah, if there was an egg, maybe there was a way to punish this, but Signora finishing the game as the Crimson Witch of Embers, this is not enough.
Where is the Unseen Razor to unequip the Lithic Spear, re-equip for those 3 shield points? But look at Voicen in his player cam. He knows.
Both players know here. They've been in before. Chef Mao is not even procced. You know, Ella Rise has 2 more attacks out of
well, that's it.
Signora. This is it.
Hu Tao's only at 1 HP, but of course with 3 dice, Ella Rise Falcon is going to be able to do this last normal attack to take out Voicen's Hu Tao. We see him celebrating in his player cam, and here you have it. Ella Rise Falcon is taking the 4th game in this best of 7 to become the winner, the grand champion of the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational Finals.
What a dominant performance by Ella Rise Falcon. He has come through the winner's bracket, not dropped any sets so far, and has continued his momentum all the way into the finals. And we're going to watch him take his moment on stage here.
Wow, congratulations to Ella Rise Falcon. He proved himself so worthy. He won through the upper bracket to get to this finals.
Didn't drop a set.
Did not drop an entire set.
I mean,
so impressive.
This was, of course, a double elimination tournament, meaning that each player had 2 opportunities to kind of advance. But Ella Rise consistently in the upper bracket, did not drop a game, didn't use his second life, lost it in the finals because, of course, if he had lost there was no second elimination there. He would have been out and come second, but he didn't need it. He won. Congratulations.
It was a very, very impressive performance to watch him throughout this entire tournament. You know, we had the group stages last week, and he did emerge through the upper bracket there. I think both of these players were upper brackets, at least to begin with, coming out of groups. But then, you know, Voicen gets knocked in the lower bracket by Whip Klong and makes his way up, gets the comeback against Klong in that rematch, and faces off against, you know, someone he's played against before. Both of these players coming from a Dynamic Cup, qualifying from there. And it was very close though.
It was very close. Yeah, but again, that's kind of what I was afraid of, you know, with these conquest formats. When you get down to that last deck, if you haven't won your bad matchups against that last deck, it's such an uphill battle. You know, at the very least, we saw Voicen come back in that double and Nemo matchup, but every matchup after that, you know, it's still a little bit risky. And we saw in that one specifically, you know, Freeze able to lock out Hu Tao in those crucial rounds.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about this before that match even started, that Freeze, it's going to be a Freeze battle, right?
Yeah,
it's going to be so crucial. You have to get the timings on the Freeze right. And, you know, Ella Rise Falcon was able to do that.
Yeah, and he had an egg and didn't even need it.
Didn't even need it.
Yeah.
I mean, Whip Klong has proven himself to be the chef, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I guess not needing an egg he's not, I mean, you know, Ella Rise is a very strategic play. Like, I think throughout the group stages and in the elimination bracket, he's mixed up his decks quite a lot to have favorable matchups.
And here we have our final 4 winners of the Primo Gem raffles. Congratulations to Bardegg, Vas HT, Bascat _, and Yozakvra. Congratulations, like 1,000 Primo Gems each.
Yeah, the last name almost sounds like an artifact set. I mean, we've had really struggled with some of the new artifact names because they're really long, complicated from sort like Cavarina or Crushed. You know, it's been pretty difficult casting some of these new cards. But congratulations to our final winners. That is going to be it for the Primo Gen raffle, though. Unfortunately,
that is going to be it for the Primo Gem raffles.
Yeah.
But
sorry, Rin. Sorry, Stuffa. You did not make it on.
Yeah, I mean, neither did we. Neither did we. To be fair, we all tried, but it's okay.
Yeah.
But
wow, we had that was quite. Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming for us right now, because that is the end not only of the players' journeys to get into final, but ours.
Our journey here in Shanghai, you know, this finals match was the last one we got to cast together.
Yeah.
So, and it was also, you know, these players qualified through tournaments that happened all throughout last year, right? And this was like the culmination of all of their efforts up until now. You know, each of them, like, we had 3 different Prince Cup champions here.
Yeah.
And they were knocked out pretty early on. Well, not early, but early on the elimination phase at least.
Well, they all made it to the top 8, right? All our Prince Cup champions did get into the top 8. We're in the lower bracket, a very stacked lower bracket. But yeah, our top 4, you know, we had 3 players from the Dynamic Cup, and Kong is our 1 representative from the Prince Cup Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan. But unfortunately, coming in 3rd, which is still very respectable. I believe 3rd place still goes away with
48,000 yuan, which is around 7,000 USD. There's a whole lot to be taken away for 3rd place. By the way, our 1st and 2nd place winners here, LL Rise Falcon, taking 250,000 yuan as the champion of the Asia Invitational, around 35,000 USD. And yeah, of course, Voice End walking away with 80,000 yuan, which is around 11,000 USD. It's still a lot.
Still a lot. I mean, these are the biggest prizes that I'm sure these players have won to date. This has been the biggest tournament, you know.
It has been,
and again, we've already said it so many times, but this has been a whole year in the building. Of course, like the Prince Cup Korea, I believe, was the earliest Prince Cup last year.
Did not have an English cast, so we unfortunately weren't able to, you know, watch along with you guys. But
yeah, but that happened all the way back in, I think, May or April. It was the first one of this entire circuit, and then, you know, progressive throughout the year. You know, we've gone to North America and EU, which of course, but actually, let's hold that thought. Let's celebrate LL Rise here.
Yes, this is his time to shine. He is the Falcon that has risen to the top and beat Voice End to become our champion of the Asian Invitational. So here's the post-match data for LL Rise Falcon. Strongest single strike 8, average rounds 3.8. They were very fast games.
They were very quick games, yeah.
And average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds, I think it's actually lower than what we've seen some of the winners have.
Yeah, pretty. You know, we've seen numbers between about 4.4 and 5.4, nothing really higher or lower. So most players are falling into average. You know, we've seen some pretty bad dice rolls, but as you've seen, it kind of evens out over the course of the matches. You know, RNG goes one way and then the other.
Yeah, here, the average heart rate versus the peak.
Voice End
is very calm. I know we keep saying that over the course of this tournament, but he has proven himself to be a very calm and confident player. Of course, there are some spikes here and there when he knows he's about to win, but
you can kind of see a story there. You know, he kind of is starting to get dejected and going to the 3rd set. His heart rate is dropping. He wins set 4. It starts climbing.
He wins set 5 and it climbs even more, and then he lost and his heart rate lowered once again.
Yeah, but you know, at this kind of professional level, at this competitive level, there are ups and downs. You know, this won't be the end of his tournament career. We'll probably see Voice End come back as well as LL Rise Falcon, and as well as
have a voice in a future tournament.
Yeah, he'll definitely have a voice in future tournaments. You know, and that goes for pretty much everyone in the top 16, right? One thing we do want to stress: this is the best of the best.
This is the best of the best
from 4 different tournaments gathered here in Shanghai live in one place, playing for the biggest prizes. So even being invited here is just such an achievement, right? So congratulations to all of the players here. LL Rise Falcon, of course, our champion, but everyone who are through our group stages, our top 16 were knocked out. Congratulations, of course, to everyone in the top 8, all our previous competitors. And, you know, if you're just tuning in for the first time, you kind of picked a bad time to come in because we are wrapping up. But if you missed any of the action in the last week, you know, please go back and watch the previous day's coverage, the VODs.
Yes,
you know,
the VODs will be up on the YouTube for a long time. I think
for a long
permanently,
time. Permanently,
right?
Yeah. The YouTube channel at Astra Carnival. Of course, you're watching on Twitch. Those VODs will be up for a few days, I believe. I think the group stages you will have to go to the YouTube. But yeah, it's a really fun time to be involved in TCG.
Yeah,
we've been involved for quite a while.
We have been. If you're here from Genshin Official, just watching the restream there, this might be your first time seeing us, so we welcome you in. You have a chance too to shine on a big stage like this. I mean, this is, we keep stressing, this is the culmination of all these players' efforts over the past year, but there's another year of Genie's Invocation TCG Pro gameplay coming up. You too can make your way through the ranks, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we kind of overlook from being involved in TCG so long that I think is an amazing thing to think about is TCG is a totally free-to-play game inside Genshin, and we had a player walk away with 35,000 USD in prizes today, so think about that.
But for now, I think we're gonna see an interview from our champion, so stay tuned for that. Yeah.
Welcome LL Rise of Falcon to the stage. You can put the trophy here. Now you've secured a hard-earned victory. After overcoming numerous challenges, you finally lift the trophy. Can you share your thoughts with our fellow travelers? Well, I don't know what to say, really. Thank you for all your support. Thank you to my fans. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. Well, this trophy not only means 250,000 RMB as a prize, it also shows your hard work, and it means you're now the champion of the Asian Invitation. Now, when you first received the invitation to our tournament, did you ever imagine you would win the championship? Well, during the qualifiers, I had to fight through the losers bracket, and it was really difficult. And I wanted to achieve a good record. Well, now you're standing on the championship stage, and you definitely do not belong in the losers bracket. You are actually our champion. Is there anything you would like to say to the fans, to the fellow players, and to those who have been supporting you? Well, thank you for your support. Let's hear a round of cheer for LL Rise Falcon. Thank you. Is there anything else you would like to say? I really don't know what to say, sorry. Well, we can save that for later. Thank you again, thank you for coming to our interview. And thank you to our fans, both here today and also in front of the screen. LL's Rise Falcon has finally secured the championship trophy and saved it for our Dynamic Cup players. It also belongs to all our audience here today. Now, please lift the trophy again, and I hope that everyone can shout out, "We are the champion." Please, let's all get ready. 3, 2, 1. The 7 days of fierce competition has finally ended. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in, both here today and also in front of the screens. We wish you to have sweet dreams tonight. And also with the coming of the new year, we wish you a happy and fruitful year. Thank you, everyone. We will see you next time.
Welcome back, travelers, and this is probably one of the last times we're going to be talking on this stream. It was a very heartfelt interview, even though we didn't have a translation for ourselves. You know, we could feel the emotion through the screen.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
it's
it's an
so
emotional
good.
moment. I mean, I've had a couple of chances to kind of witness those kind of wins in person. You know, again, Prince Cup, Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Taiwan was the last one we did, and you know, very emotional there as well. I mean, these are life-changing moments for our players. And to just think that, again, it comes from just playing a tiny little card game inside of Genshin Impact is kind of amazing.
When you think about it, these players are trailblazers in a very...
well, hang on. That's...
I don't mean in that way. They're blazing a trail because this is the first year of competitive Genius Invocation TCG. This is the third time we're on Genshin Official's live channel.
Yeah, they are captains of their art.
They are.
Yeah.
Was that?
They are. What's the last
pun?
one? It might have been. I'm
or
forgetting.
Are you trying to make puns right now?
Not quite, but just plugging the other great games that are out there. But yeah, I mean, this has been, you know, we've been here for 2 weeks now, and I guess if you're just joining us, you know, or just joining this week, you know,
Welcome.
we had a whole group stage before this, but we've been in Shanghai for 2 weeks along with these players. We've had to see some of these players go home, you know, a little bit early.
It's really heartbreaking.
It is very heartbreaking, but you know, they've had a lot of good moments, and TCG has brought them a lot of joy, I'm sure, and brought us a lot of fun.
It's brought us a lot of fun and joy. You know, it's so awesome getting to watch these players' journeys from the group stages here, and then, you know, it didn't even start here. We casted over a couple tournaments, and we watched tournaments just, you know, casually, the ones that didn't have English casts. Some of those players who qualified from those Prince Cup tournaments, you know, we've seen them before on the big stage, whether we were casting or not, and it's just really impressive, you know. And these players are able to connect on an international level. It's just a really amazing experience, honestly.
Yeah, you can meet so many great people, and I really hope that, you know, people, if you're at home, continue to support TCG. You know, if you enjoy these raffles, if you want more of these events, you know, that is one way you can get more Primo Gems. I'm trying to borrow you a little bit with that, but, you know, not all of these events have, you know, the coverage, and if we can bring them extra coverage, then we can bring you more opportunities to win prizes, and you get to watch a lot more great TCG.
But I do think we're going to be seeing our highlights for today, so are you going to be back again after this?
No, I think this is going to be it. So first of all, I want to say a big thank you to Rin and Staffa
Thank you so much.
casting alongside with us.
Amazing performance, you know, their first live events, they performed very well, and it's always an honor to cast alongside you. We've been through many tournaments together at this point,
but this is Blep at Blep the Cat, Rapido.
Yeah, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah. It's an honor to have you. Thank you so much for watching. Congratulations.